morning. My name is Kari. I'm the point of contact here in Estonia.
Hello, I'm Kai Glander from Network of Estonian Non-Profit Organizations.
And you have just joined us at the Countdown Studio, which we will have every time before plenary, in the evening and in the morning. So don't worry. Those of you who are still in finding your seats, you still have some time to do it, but please hurry up and don't forget to take the headsets as well, because open plenary is in at least 2 languages. And I know Kai has to go on stage as well. So quickly, 2 questions, Kai. First, what should happen in the next few days that you would be happy about this summit?
Thank you for the already very thoughtful question. First of all, I want to say welcome everyone. And I think that's one of the things that I sort of hope for or expect. I expect this amazing crowd of people to give me some new ideas, new energy, because I know from previous summits that this is what I really get. I will see amazing people, I will hear insightful speeches and panels and discussions, see maybe interesting formats, and I expect something to spike my interest, something to sort of get me on the edge of being interested and inspired again.
Okay, low expectations. Good. But yesterday we had the OGP camp, and it turned out that a lot of people have never been so far up in north. And you will see or have seen that we have a very nice autumn weather right now. Trust me, they will change like every 2 hours. But as a local guy, give one life hack how to survive in Estonia.
Well, for me, one very important life hack is that, knowing me, I'm a country girl, and a lot of my life hacks are related to living in the countryside. So I have a farmhouse and a barn, and I chop wood, and you can also try to stack logs here in the Institute of Academy
of Life Wisdom. Yeah.
Exactly, Academy of Life Wisdom. I think the skills, doing something with your hand, actually creating something and seeing the results immediately is something that often helps me out. So try that as well here.
Okay, so thanks, Guy. Take your wisdom and move to a next stage, popular girl. But I have an honor to welcome our next guest, Governor Reinaldo Tamayo from South Cotabato. Oh my God, I'm going to have to do a pronunciation harsh course. Hello.
Hello. Hi.
How are you?
Yeah, fine. Good.
Have you ever been so up north before?
Oh, not yet. This is my first time going here in Europe.
Okay, we spoke before. You said that it took you 18 hours to get here. Is that right?
Yeah, 2 hours from my province to Metro Manila. The Manila to here is 16 hours.
Okay, so if you could just sort of, if you had to say in few words, what have been sort of the greatest successes for you in the last couple of years in your province in open governance? What would you say?
Through open government, we develop, transparency, accountability, integrity, and people's participation, citizens' participations. It actually gained people's trust. With these people's trust, it is very easy for me to do things that I really want to do to change the governance that we have in our locality, in our province.
So maybe just to give an example of a recent reform you had, or is it just ongoing work day to day? It's not just one thing you do, it's just something you have to really invest into energy.
In South Cotabato, after gaining people's trust, we have very good programs there. We have free education from primary, secondary to tertiary education. We have also, free hospitalizations there in South Cotabato. And at the same time, what is good in South Cotabato is that we organized our people from the smallest unit in the Purok level Purok Sitio level, smaller than the barangay level, the barangay local government units. That's the smallest government unit, the barangay. But we go down to the Purok and Sitio level. We organize them and we involve our citizens in any programs in our government. We call them co-ownership. We let our people co-own our programs and projects in our local government units. So everything we have now in our province, in Philippines, a certain person, a certain citizen can only own maximum of 5 hectares of land. So it's very difficult to to use all big machineries in order to go farming. So the cost of goods of our farms, the cost of goods is very high. So that's the reason why the price is very high also. So with these people's participation in our government, what we did, we consolidate all small farms into one big farms. Then, after that, we maximize the big machineries, reduce the production cost of our, of our products, and then it really, increase the income of our farmers, reduce the price of our products. So that's the result or outcome of people's participations. And we can only, and through that, we can gain, people's trust. Okay, let's do this, let's do that. Let's consolidate everything. Then let's work as one. Let's work as a corporate approach. Then that's it. The outcome is very good, very nice.
Thank you. I mean, I just understood how narrow-minded I am. I never thought you can use co-creation in agriculture. So thank you for sharing that. So we have local governments now, parts of OGP, more than 100 local governments. And today actually was the first local assembly where local governments come together and share their ideas and thoughts, which I think is really important. So for those local governments still thinking if they should join OGP, why should they join OGP?
The reason why I'm here in Estonia is to encourage also other local governments, because we are the players in the grassroots level. We know the problem in our grassroots, so we are there. We need to involve our citizens in joining open government partnership. We are developing our relationship with our citizens. And, as I mentioned earlier, the result of that, the integrity of our government, the citizens' participations, accountability, and the transparency. Through this, we can say to our constituents or citizens that, you are part of this government. You are part of this government. You co-own the programs. You co-own the projects that we have in this government. So that is really important in every local government to engage citizens in developing our locality. So it's very important to local government units to really engage in citizens' participations, because we are the front line of the whole government system in our country. The front line is in the local government units. So we need to have openness to our citizens. We need to have this open government and in every citizens in our community.
Yeah, exactly. And just to wrap it up here, a reminder to everybody that tonight at 6:30 we're going to have OGP awards show. And those awards celebrate both reforms on the national and the local level, because it is important. Thank you, Governor, for this interview.
You so much.
I hope you enjoy the summit, and I hope the same for everybody. So, like I said, me and Kai will be here 15 minutes before each of the plenaries, and try to use this stage to talk to different community members, but also give you vital information to survive those 2 days, which will be packed with a lot of things happening inside, but also outside. To use them, look at the off program, and please enjoy the summit. Thank you.
Tere hommikust kõigile!
Buenos días a todas, a todos. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the beautiful Tallinn, to the OGP Global Summit.
We've been working with Annabelle as lead co-chairs for the past year. And what a year it has been. We have a new OGP strategy. It's the most difficult word in English. And there's an in-person meeting happening for, I don't know, after so many years. So we are very happy to have you here. And muchas gracias, Annabelle, for taking me along for this ride.
Thank you, Taimar. Tänan teid väga.
But we Estonians, we don't talk much, so let's get it started.
25 decisions in 25 seconds? Was that?
Yes, the record of government session, I yesterday talked about it, is 23 seconds that the Estonian...
So thank you so much, Tarma. And it's my honor and privilege to welcome on stage our first speaker, Prime Minister of Estonia, Kaja Kallas. Please, Prime Minister.
Good morning. It is true that we want to go straight to the business and straight to the point. And it is true that our government meetings do not last that long. But we are well prepared, that is what. Dear Open Government Summit Partnership Community, welcome to the 8th Open Government Partnership Global Summit here in Tallinn. Estonia is honored to host the wide open government partnership community, relentless, creative, and inspiring people from governments and civil society and deeply committed reformers from all around the world, striving to make a difference. Our common vision is clear, a world where governments act in partnership with the civil society and the people. We work for a stronger democracy. We aim for open and resilient societies. We are in this together. In its first decade, the Open Government Partnership has fostered hundreds, if not thousands, of reforms to make governance more transparent, participatory, inclusive, and accountable. Thank you for your passion and commitment in negotiating, initiating, implementing these reforms across the world. But our work is not yet done. Actually, it is a never-ending story, this striving towards a better world. Democracy is never ready. It needs constant care. It is more and more challenged by governments whose value system is totally different. Of course, it is not something new. History has seen authoritarians destroy democracies, often by destroying individual rights and excusing it with protecting national security and economy. Even in established democracies, there can be elected leaders who erode this balance of power and democratic institutions. This way, democracies can also die slowly from within. So our democracies need to be protected and cared for every single day. As we speak, there is a war in Europe. Russia has engaged in aggression against Ukraine, creating grave human suffering and trying to destroy rules-based world order. For the Kremlin, democratic governance in its neighborhood is a threat that it tries to destroy. It sees liberal democracy as its biggest enemy. What is at stake in Ukraine are the fundamental principles of the UN Charter and the international law, including territorial integrity and sovereignty. That is, the right to exist as a country. Make no mistake, in Russia's vision for security, it is acceptable to conquer and colonize another country. Its vision for security is completely non-compatible with the principle of equal rights of states. Russia does not accept the role of smaller ones. It does not accept their sovereignty nor their decision-making power. This all illustrates that Russian colonialism and its war against Ukraine is also a question about the possibility of a democratic future. It is a matter of global security not to let the colonial vision succeed. Otherwise, we would all wake up in a more dangerous world. Much of the free world is now inevitably focused on the conventional war that is going on in Ukraine, and rightly so. The aggressor must be defeated on the battlefield. But there's also war against our democracies, an energy war, a cyber war, information war. Democracies need to take steps to defend themselves in all these areas, as well as holding the line to defend the world where rules still apply and where technology works for, not against, the people. We in Estonia, at the front line of democracy, have long been aware of the hybrid tactics against our democracy. Many of such tactics are taken straight from the Soviet Russia's playbook. They try to influence political and social choices and undermine trust within free societies. And not only within, but also between the societies. One of Russia's long-term goals is also to undermine the unity between partners. In light of all this, what should the democratic nations do? There will be important elections coming up in a number of democracies in the near future, so countries must be extra vigilant against any potential threats. The most important thing is to be aware and to be prepared. Part of this is also discussing these issues openly, like we do today. In the field of cybersecurity, we must all be prepared for cyber warfare to continue, even when the conventional war has ended, and to invest also appropriately. We need to have well-protected digital infrastructure in place. Here, Ukraine has lessons to teach us all. Its digital backbone has enabled the state to keep delivering services online, even when the war is going on. Many Russian cyber attacks have failed because Ukraine has spent years in preparing for it. Dear friends, authoritarianism is on the rise, and bad dependencies can harm our open societies, be it in the field of energy, technology, economy, raw materials, or a mixture of all of them. Hence, we must be alert and make considerate choices, and we must make sure that we are connected to friends. We need global human-centered digital society that is based on democratic principles and human rights. The digital world should also be beneficial, secure, and frankly, a good place for all countries and people. Estonia is an example of how digital transformation has allowed us to achieve much greater transparency, efficiency, and given citizens better access to government services. An open and free digital realm can also help to expose malign influence activities. It can function as a central tool in educating audiences to improve the level of media literacy. The key to tackling disinformation and hybrid threats is a cooperation and also sharing information. To fight polarization, dependencies, and disinformation, we have to strengthen digital and physical connections that can be trusted. Therefore, we need rules designed in a way that basic rights are built in and protected. The security environment has changed, and we must all adopt accordingly. a strategy of deterrence against cyber attacks or disinformation has not been sufficient. Our focus must be increasingly on resilience, giving our institutions and people the skills to cope in high-risk environments. This is also the reason we gather here today, to act together and to share experiences between each other. Yesterday, I was honored to host the Tallinn Digital Summit. There I stressed how new ideas and innovation can best thrive in open and free societies. It is very difficult to innovate by command. Suppressive fear and the need to fulfill artificial plans drown out sustainability and competitiveness, and we know this very well. Freedom is worth fighting for because it generates prosperity and security. Dear Open Government Partnership community, we have chosen 80, the 8-sided star, as the symbol of this year's Open Government Partnership Summit, as it signifies protection, hope, and faith, and is known across geographies and cultures. As a symbol of the North Star, it points in all 8 directions of the world and welcomes the Open Government Partnership current and also the future members. As a morning star, 80 symbolizes good luck and new beginnings. And this is my wish to you all as well. Do not be afraid of new beginnings when customary solutions no longer work. Let's use this global summit as a platform to ask each other what have we done right and what must be done next. Allow me to leave you with these 2 questions to address. What is the state of democracy, and how can we make sure that openness is understood as strength and not as a weakness? And how should we act within our own societies as well as in international cooperation to secure the future of open democracy and with the well-being of all our citizens and the world we live in? So I wish you all inspiring conversations, discussions in this thought-provoking global summit. Thank you.
Thank you, Prime Minister Kallas. Our next speaker understands very well what is at stake for all of us. Welcome, Prime Minister of Ukraine, Denis Shmyhal.
Prime Minister Kallas, distinguished guests, dear friends, first and foremost, I want to express my gratitude to you, dear Kaya, for the opportunity to address the Open Government Partnership family, which today unites 75 countries, 104 local governments, more than 2 billion people and thousands of civil society organizations. This unique community is bound by shared values: transparency, active participation in government processes, inclusivity and accountability in governance. It is these very values that a free, independent and democratic Ukraine shares. It is for these values that Ukrainian soldiers are currently fighting in trenches near Bakhmut, along Zaporizhia and Kherson. Together with our allies, we truly understand why Ukraine must win. We understand that long-lasting peace is impossible without Ukraine liberating all of our territories. We share dreams and plans for the future. Ukrainian victory will be forged on the battlefield by the armed forces of Ukraine and on the international platforms based on the President Zelensky peace formula. If you dream of lasting and just peace in Europe, there is no alternative than to support the Ukrainian army and diplomacy in achieving these goals. Provide us with modern fighter jets, long-range missiles, more tanks and artillery. Help us drive out the aggressor and achieve peace on our terms. This will create a strong foundation for the flourishing of democracy in Ukraine and consequently for advancing the values of the open government partnership on the European continent. Our plans also include joining the European Union and NATO. It is a challenging path, but we are very committed. We implement comprehensive democratic reforms even in the conditions of a full-scale war. History knows no examples of a state simultaneously fighting an overwhelming external enemy and transforming at the same time. Ukraine is changing today. We are on the path to fully implement 7 European Commission's recommendations that we received when Ukraine was granted EU candidate status last June. It is about changing our institutions. I can tell you that all these reforms are either fully implemented or in their final stages. They must be assessed strictly but fairly by the European Commission and EU member states. I am confident that the progress achieved is sufficient to initiate EU accession negotiations by the end of this year. Membership in the EU and NATO is an important institutional framework that will pave the way for the reconstruction and recovery of Ukraine. We intend to create a favorable investment climate and attractive business opportunities. Efficient IT solutions already being implemented in the Ukrainian government's work will be the key to success reducing corruption risks. The reconstruction of Ukraine after the war will be the largest infrastructure project of the 21st century, and we want members of the Open Government Partnership family to be part of it. In conclusion, I hope that one of the future OGP summits will take place in Ukraine after our full and final victory in this war. We await you in hospitable Kyiv. Thank you for your support. Together we will prevail. Slava Ukraini!
Thank you, Prime Minister of Ukraine. Sadly, due to the internal politics of Ukraine, he wasn't able to be here in person. I will now ask our first panelists to come to stage. Please welcome Prime Minister Kallas. Pedro Lopez, Secretary of State of Digital Economy from Cabo Verde. Diana Tajerv from Foundation Corona. Kai Glandorf, CEO of the Network of Estonian non-profit organizations. And the moderator is Azim Azar. Please have a seat.
Good morning, and thank you in advance to our panelists for this discussion. In the interest of time, we'll kick straight off. Prime Minister Kallas used the phrase, democracy needs constant care, and of course that message was echoed so effectively as well by the Prime Minister of Ukraine. As we look over the last couple of years, we obviously have an opportunity to think about some of the lessons that we've learned and how the last couple of years have affected what we consider to be good governance. Perhaps starting with you, Secretary Lopez, what have your experiences told you?
First of all, thank you so much for being here. I'm in representation of Cabo Verde, a small country in West Africa, a small country with big goals. Our Prime Minister, Ulisses Correia Silva, is here, shows our commitment with our OGP. I want to thank as well Prime Minister Kallas for receiving us so well here in Estonia, this beautiful country. Well, we are members of OGP since 2015, 2016, and we are making efforts to access to information. We believe that it's important that, first of all, people can have access to information. We need digital literacy, and Cabo Verde, we are investing in training people. We have projects to make sure that the future represents Cape Verdeans with not just spectators of this world that is changing, but also actors. We want our young people to be part of this change. That's why yesterday we were also in the Digital Summit. We start having English in the 5th grade, and English is important because it's the language of the internet. We created a portal of transparency where all the citizens can have access to information, which for us is really, really important. Also, we are putting internet as a basic good. It's important and fundamental that the new generation can use the internet, but also know how to use the internet. And so for us, those things are important. We are creating a framework that everyone can be involved. With a click, we are islands, different islands. We want people to have access to information. For us, we represent a beacon of democracy. We want to continue that path. And the most important thing is to train people to make sure that the future generations, they know what the government is doing. We need to involve people. The construction of a society and the construction of a state needs the involvement of civil society. It should not be just the government making their part. Of course, we have our responsibility, but we need to make sure that data is also available. Data can serve people, civil society, companies to create a better world. Our responsibility as a government, and that's what we are doing in the government of Cabo Verde, is making sure that we protect the privacy of data, we protect people's data, but at the same time that data is accessible for everyone, because data doesn't belong to governments, it belongs to people. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretary. Diana, the Secretary raised the question of civil society and its role within that. So if you look back over the last couple of years, what have been the key lessons that you would take away?
Yeah. Well, I want to first start saying hello to everyone and congratulations for putting together such an amazing summit, and to Open Government Partnership team. I want to portray three main lessons from civil society. The first lesson is about collaboration and the need of an equal partnership between civil society and government. And to portray this, I just want to give a very brief example. When I started my work as a lawyer in human rights, I remember I was advocating and helping the state in cases of human rights against, actually, civil society defenders. And I remember feeling very frustrated because it was a very contentious relationship, the one that civil society had with the state. It was a relationship of opposition, of contentious, of treating each other as enemies. And I remember thinking at that time, that this was years ago, other relationship between civil society and the state must be possible. And then I came across with Open Government Partnership, a relationship between civil society and the state that treats civil society as equal and as important as the state. And this is hopeful, and this is magical, because it allows the voices of citizens to be put forward in the table to bring the priorities and the needs of citizens in a way that cannot be achieved by multilateral organizations. And it is very hopeful to be reminded about this as we delve into big challenges today in terms of democratic backsliding, in terms of the reduction of the civic space. We have come a long way from a relationship where we treated civil society organizations as opponents of the state, and being seated here together in an equal partnership with a state is an important lesson that we need to be kept reminding ourselves as. The second lesson is about sustainability. The Open Government Partnership model is amazing to bring innovation in government in terms of transparency, in terms of data, of participatory mechanism, but sadly, when you finish the 2-year plan, sometimes the the advancements that have been done do not follow through, especially when there is a change of government. So there's a need of civil society to pressure the institutionalization and the sustainability of mechanisms of open government, of participatory democracy that are at the core of the open government agenda. This is something that we have done, for instance, with People Powered and with Fundación Corona and 17 Rooms Initiative, to think about mechanisms that can work for the whole world to institutionalize what is working in terms of open government and participatory democracy. And the third lesson, and this is more at a human level, there's a lot of discussion about the ambition that needs to be brought into the table to move forward the open government agenda. But we need two main issues at the human level to be as ambitious as the challenges of today are needed. The first issue is courage. We have heard how difficult it is, the situation in Ukraine. We have heard how difficult is the situation in many places of the world, and to be courageous enough to step forward to the challenges of today, to make the step happen, and to face the darkness that we're opposing to when we're talking about open government, about transparency. But a courage that also needs humility. Humility to understand that we don't have all the answers. Humility to understand that when we are innovating, we might make mistakes. But humility to be able to look at each other as equals. Civil society, states, but also all the members of the whole open government community as a team, so we can build solutions together.
Thank you so much, Diana. Very powerful. Kai, if we can put the same question to you, the lessons over the last couple of years in particular around what we could consider good governance.
I think one important sort of lesson that I've learned throughout the past years is that, at least in Estonia, and I think in other OGP communities, it's time to take the next step forward. It's time to stop pretending. When we look into research, for example, the OECD stakeholder involvement research very often shows that stakeholder involvement means consultation or addressing draft laws when they're already completed, and asking comments and then replying that, unfortunately, we do not have time to take those comments into consideration, maybe next time. I think we're in the point where we actually need to take the statements, the clear messages, the inspirational thoughts, and put them into action. I think it's time to actually addressing those challenges that we face, that also our Prime Minister mentioned in her speech. No one has the answers to these challenges, and co-creation can only be the process we find those with. In Estonia, we're very strong believers of efficiency. We are a small country. We try to be very efficient, very quick. As already mentioned, our government meetings are very efficient. And that's a good thing. But efficiency cannot come with the price of true cooperation, of co-creation, of meaningful consultations and discussions with civil society. It can come from good data, it can come from very efficient decision-making process, well-designed process, but it cannot come from the price or with the price of content. Mm-hmm. I think that's an important lesson that I've learned. And I think, at least for the past crises that we've mentioned, sort of met with the last years, I think one lesson is that having a strong civil society, it can be annoying sometimes, trust me, I know. I've met public officials who see me and already they go, oh, you again. And that's okay. I can, trust me, it goes both ways. At the same time, I think we don't necessarily need to be bosom buddies or friends, but we need to get along well enough to cooperate. And I think one thing that we need to sort of try out is a good quality debate and actually working together different sides. And none of us need to be know-of-all smart ones with all the solutions, but we need to work together towards those solutions. And I think that's a process that needs strong civil society organizations for, and having those strong civil society organizations means we need to invest in them. Mm-hmm. And that means that, as already mentioned, solutions that we work out need to be sustainable, they need to be established. And in a situation where I've been on a similar stage representing Estonia and talking about our sort of star projects, civic initiative portal, Rahvaalgatus, for example, is one of them. It's a platform that we use to collect citizen votes.
I may bring you to a close.
Yes, I'm about to stop.
Yeah.
Trust me.
The efficiency of the Estonian.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm the exemption. But yes, my main point is that we have these tools, we use them. Unfortunately, one of those tools today is already facing financial challenges. So we need to build them from the get-go as sustainable as possible and make them tools that we can use over time without having to sort of pretend or protect them while we go along the way.
Thank you. I mean, there's a really interesting tension that you identify there between the value of efficiency, particularly within government, and the nature of the process of co-creation, which may not look as, seem as efficient. I'd like to turn just a question to Prime Minister Kallas, back to this idea that democracy needs constant care, and what, over the last couple of years in particular, have you started to think about the role of civil society as part of the caretaker, caregiver of democracy, and how do you think it plays that role?
First, we have had years of, polycrisis, one crisis after another. And in crisis, people need to see or want to see that, somebody decides, somebody does, and somebody does everything very fast. So if to make this comparison with the race, then, in democracies we discuss. So if it would be a race, then it seems like it goes start, and then the authoritarian regime goes like, woof, they go. But democracies start to decide, should we start with the right leg or the left leg, and which tempo we should take, and we discuss, and it's like, no, the authoritarians are already there with their decisions. But then when we get it right, when we have those discussions, okay, we start with the right leg, and then we put the left one, and then and we have this tempo, then we actually go further. And I think that is also the lesson from the crisis. But it's hard because on one side you have the public pressure to do things fast. And on the other hand, you want to have the open government discussions and really bring on board what the civil society does. And now you have, politicians that can't make any mistakes because you're crucified if you admit that, okay, that went wrong. And then if you try to actually listen to the civil society, correct your mistakes, then you're a bad politician because you didn't know what to do in the first place and you did a wrong decision. So it's very hard to find that balance. But I think, the role of civil society, I totally understand what you're saying, that there's also frustration. I mean, regarding, you again and you again, I mean, not you personally, but in topics that we have, same organizations always saying something and trying to, really influence the process. But at the same time, if we are not really if we are allowed to err, if we are allowed to make mistakes, then it's easier to listen to the thoughts that civil society brings along. Because, okay, we got it wrong, now I'm listening to you, and then, okay, let's get it right. I mean, I'm a lawyer by profession, and I remember when I did went to university again and do studies in economics and had, constant debates. And it was so liberating to understand that I don't have to be right all the time, that I'm listening to others and yeah, okay, you've got a point. I don't have to fight until the end if I'm listening to others and understand that they have a fair point. But it needs from the society also to give the politicians or the decision makers the leeway to actually say that, okay, we didn't get it right the first time because we're listening now to you and we shouldn't be crucified for this.
Yeah. Of course, as everyone knows, when you're studying economics, it's very hard to be right anyway. But you also identify, I think, an additional challenge for government, where government is having to be more complex with more demands put on it because of a changing environment and higher citizens' expectations, to also then have the internal capacity to engage with civil society as another demand on policymakers' own capacities. I'd like to turn to you, Secretary, just to ask the question about how you, within Cabo Verde, look at the role, the functioning of civil society as part of the strengthening of the government process and the strengthening of democracy as a whole. And have you changed your relationships with it over the past few years?
Well, in Cabo Verde, we value democracy. Is one of our fundamental things. These values that are important for us. But at the same time, we see an evolution. How can we maintain and guarantee democracy in a world that is innovation, is going so fast? How can we involve civil societies in this co-creation? So those things are complicated. Cabo Verde is a place where freedom is very important for us. People are not chased by color of skin. People are not chased by their religion. They are not chased by their sexuality. So we believe that once people have that freedom of celebrating their own identity, they are more close to be innovative. They are more close to participate. They are more close to be part of change. So how can we pass that to a world that is changing so much? How can we involve civil society while civil society nowadays, they want to be involved with a click? How can we do that? So things are changing. So I think we need to start asking the right questions without, like Prime Minister Callas said, without a fear of failing. Politicians, civil society, corporations as well, because we need to involve them in this process of change. So we in Cabo Verde, a small country again in West Africa, we have big goals. We want to continue to wave the flag of democracy really high, but at the same time involving people with a click, making sure that this new world where digital sphere is very present is, we are all part of this big family, of the digital family. How can we continue to be part of the decisions of the state? How can we continue to co-create and build with the ink of democracy, with the ink of freedom, writing with the ink of freedom and the ink of innovation, the world that we want to live?
Thank you. I want to just build on that with a question to Diana. So we have all the sort of, I think, a general consensus around the importance of transparency and openness, and we've seen these systems being built out for years in a number of countries. But let's look at the question of participation and institutionalization of those mechanisms. What is the role of civil society in making sure that happens, and what would you like to see participate in terms of the institutionalization of participatory mechanisms?
Yeah. Well, to understand the role of civil society, it's important to bear in mind that governments come and go, but civil society stays. And we need civil society to appropriate everything that is being done in a state as a whole if we want the changes to endure time and to transcend from something that we do and works 1 year, some months, to do something that is sustainable over time. So the biggest challenge that we have now is to be able to work hand in hand with citizens in a way that they feel part and they are part of what is being built. So once the government leaves office, civil society is strong enough and is part enough of what is being built to advocate for that and to feel and to ask for accountability, not only to the government that is leaving, but also to the new government that is in place. There is a tendency when new governments come to try to do new things and to shine, not showing what has been done by previous governments. That is very dangerous if we want to build strong institutions, because it bears the risk of not acknowledging the advancements that others have already done. And when we build hand in hand with civil society, then we are in the capacity to know that although the governments are leaving, there is going to be strong people asking for things that have been done, so the methods are not changed, and so we can advance the important issues. Participation is important as long as it is a measure to advance other issues: health, security, education, employment. And these mechanisms that we bring into the table when we have open government are the ones that allows citizens to advocate for those important issues. So when we have that collaboration when civil societies and states and advocating for those mechanisms, then we can bring the voice to those important issues to the table. And just to finish, in terms of what can be done, I mentioned the 17 Rooms initiative that we have been collaborating with, and OGP has also been part of it. We identified very concrete ideas that can be done to institutionalize participatory democracy in terms of having stronger public officials with education and also having mechanisms to institutionalize through law. Also in terms of educating and working hard with the funding community, so they fund these measures, and also creating bigger networks to allow these efforts to happen. And we can tell you more about that later. Just to finish, that's a very important example of how to institutionalize better.
Thank you for institutionalization. Kai, I'm so sorry, you're going to have to be Estonian in your efficiency in the remaining 30 seconds, just to perhaps wrap your thoughts on mechanisms for institutionalizing participation.
You're taking my time.
Yeah. Go.
Just two thoughts. I very much agree. I think stability is something that civil society brings to the table. I think that is a virtue that should be more used. And I think testing out, we do not necessarily need to implement everything in a large scale immediately. I think civil society can be a partner in testing different solutions. Let's try to focus on that a bit more. And I think the questions you asked were straight to the point, and I think we're in a perfect place to find those answers. Thank you for coming to Estonia. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you. And you can never give away your debate leadership there. And please say thank you to our panel. We'll be moving on to the next session. Thank you.
Thank you.
You forgot who was the moderator for a second.
Thank you, panelists, and the moderator. As you all know, OGP is a community of many. We have members from all over the world and guests at this summit from many, many countries. To remind us of the diversity of our community, we have asked friends from around the world to share their thoughts with us. So please welcome President of Malawi, Lazarus Chakwera.
Your Excellencies and distinguished delegates, last year when I hosted Malawi's first ever anti-corruption conference, I declared war on corruption and embarked on a vigorous campaign against it. But ultimately, the goal is not merely to win the fight, but to establish public trust in the integrity of public institutions and systems of public service delivery. To achieve this, my administration's focus is the entrenchment of the best practices of good governance driven by transparency, accountability, and citizen engagement. Our commitment to this is not just driven by our desire to serve Malawians better, but also by our desire to uphold the Constitution, which demands these things of those who govern. In short, we practice accountability because the Malawians who elected us have a constitutional right to it. It is this commitment that moved me to urgently reactivate Malawi's membership into the Open Government Partnership, OGP, in December 2022. And I'm immensely proud to say that 2 months ago, the Malawi National Action Plan for Open Government Partnership 2023 to 2025, NAP, was launched. This speaks to our national development blueprint, the Malawi 2063 vision, which aspires to turn Malawi into an inclusively wealthy, self-reliant, industrialized upper-middle income country. The pillars of focus to achieve this is agricultural productivity and commercialization, industrialization, and urbanization. All of them require open governance systems, institutions, and citizen engagement. We are therefore working with civil society to co-create and implement our NAP, which outlines commitments for reforms in the following thematic areas: anti-corruption, right to information, natural resources, digital governance, and open parliament. We have already achieved so much with this approach. We have reformed our legislative framework through the promulgation of the company's open beneficial ownership regulations. We have introduced e-procurement to achieve efficiency in public procurement. We have established the Office of the Registrar of Political Parties, which, once fully operationalized, will facilitate the public's access to information on political party financing. We have enacted the Mines and Minerals Act, which provides for the establishment of an independent regulatory authority for mining activities. We have completed a national digitalization policy to widen the scope of ICT, and we are developing legislation for the protection of whistleblowers, which will heavily rely on ICT processes and systems. And this is only the beginning. There is more to come. I thank the government of the Republic of Estonia for hosting this summit, and I also commend the OGP Global Secretariat for organizing this event. I wish you all, distinguished delegates, a successful 8th OGP Global Summit. Thank you all very much.
Well, we will now travel 13,000 kilometers to United States. Secretary of State of the United States, Antony Blinken.
Hello, everyone. I'm glad to join this year's Open Government Partnership Summit. I'm grateful to everyone who made this event possible. Our host and OGP Steering Committee co-chair, the Government of Estonia, and our CEO, Sanjay Pradhan. 12 years ago, 8 countries worked with civil society groups to launch the Open Government Partnership based on shared principles. The belief that every person in a society should be able to understand the government decisions affecting their lives and have a say in shaping them. That citizens should have the power to hold public officials and their governments to account. And that governing involves more than just governments, with members of civil society, academia, the private sector, all playing critical roles. Over the last decade, the Open Government Partnership has shown that when these principles are put into action, our democracies are more equitable, more prosperous, and they're better able to deliver essential services for their people. But, as President Biden often says, democracy doesn't happen by accident. It must be renewed every day, by all of us. The United States is committed to revitalizing democracy, at home and around the world, and doing so through the Open Government Partnership and other organizations. That's why we're grateful to have been elected to the OGP Steering Committee in March. Over the next 3 years, we'll help set the open government agenda with our fellow members and work toward our shared priorities. And we'll bring in perspectives from across our government, applying the best practices that we've gathered from our initiatives, both within our country and around the world. We'll also incorporate lessons learned from our other efforts to support open government, including the Summit for Democracy. During his first year in office, President Biden launched the Summit for Democracy, bringing together countries from around the world to strengthen our democratic institutions. Since then, the United States has worked with our partners to implement our summit commitments so that, together, we can address some of the toughest challenges we all face, from rising inequality to the misuse of technology. We're also focused on tackling corruption to help defend the integrity of governing institutions and restore people's trust in them. During his first year in office, President Biden launched the first ever U.S. strategy to counter corruption. As part of this initiative, the United States joined 35 other nations at the Second Summit for Democracy and committed to improve transparency in our financial systems so that we can prevent corrupt actors from hiding their identities and their assets in our countries. And this December, in Atlanta, Georgia, the United States will continue those efforts by hosting the largest biennial UN conference on anti-corruption. While we're making progress globally in this area and others, we're also working to bolster our own democracy. We're taking steps to implement our domestic Summit for Democracy commitments. And last December, we also released our newest Open Government Partnership National Action Plan, which outlines our latest pledges to make our government more transparent, including creating opportunities for citizens to weigh in when we develop new regulations. As we move forward, we'll continue encouraging and amplifying similar initiatives that our OGP colleagues are using to strengthen democracy, like passing laws requiring that government documents are written in plain language, letting citizens propose ideas for public projects and vote on funding them, creating committees of civil society leaders to help shape policy, transforming government services so that they're fully accessible online, whether that's filing taxes or voting in elections. We know how much work remains, but by joining forces, by sharing our experiences, by holding each other accountable, we can learn from each other. And we can make our democracies more open and transparent, and demonstrate clearly that there is no better system of government in the world. I look forward to a successful summit. Thank you.
And now we will get closer to home, to Uruguay. It is my great pleasure to invite to the stage my wonderful co-chair, Annabelle.
Nuevamente, muy buenos días a todos y a todas.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome. Welcome to Estonia. where we're meeting 4 years after the last OGP Summit that took place in Canada in 2019. So thank you for traveling here from neighboring countries, from far away, representing civic society, governments, local governments, international organizations, cooperation organizations, and the media. I would like to recognize the Estonian government and civic society especially, because they have received us with great warmth. The fact that it was possible to organize the summit together with the Republic of Estonia has been an excellent experience for me, a great honor and privilege. I am extremely happy that I can be here with you today after 4 long years. This journey has given us many things. And today we are facing a global situation that is very special in its essence. Unfortunately, not everybody who wanted to was able to attend. Different factors have hindered their presence, especially people from the southern hemisphere. Inclusive multilateral participation is one of the objectives that OGP has, and we continue to work towards implementing it in all of our activities. After OGP was established 12 years ago, our partnership has grown and become stronger. Currently, we have 76 members and 104 local governments and thousands of civic society organizations that work actively in order to make sure that we have open governments on different levels. And this has made us all better. OGP has improved democracy in many countries. OGP has created a space, has created commitments and national action plans that have defended and facilitated the expansion of OGP, and it is also a channel for civic society to participate. We have wanted to strengthen the pillars of democracy and to tie citizens to the state and governance. Having highlighted all of these aspects, I still need to emphasize that there is still a lot to do. We face very important challenges. Being here in Estonia, in reality, there are many threats to open governance. Civic space is worsening in many countries. And the assessments of the civic space in the world, according to the data, there are very few countries where there is fully liberal civic space out of the 76 member states. In most countries, there is some hindrance to it. Or it is even oppressed or repressed. This is very important space for civic society organizations and activists to be able to participate in open governance. And when this space does not support cooperation with the local governments, with the national government, then the OGP mission cannot be implemented. The OGP vision is for governments to be open. They work together with the civic society and people in order to strengthen democracy in general terms, in order to create more benefits for the communities. This is the foundation of open governance and also the basis for implementing our vision and strategy. In the new OGP strategy, one of the objectives is to expand civic space and to strengthen it. Some of the OGP members have already accomplished this. But we need to pay more attention to this, and we need to be more ambitious. We need to work in this framework to have more rights for civic organizations. And at this current summit, we are launching the OGP Challenge, and we call on all of our members to show management capacity, leadership capacity in at least one of the 10 areas that we've outlined. And over the course of 5 years, they should bring tangible results. One of the topics is civic space and civic rights to participate legitimately in open governance. The challenge we have launched focuses on different topics, including civic society space, strengthening civic society participation possibilities, to develop and strengthen the legal framework that protects journalists and media publications, especially independent publications' rights. Over the 2 days, we will have many discussions, a lot of work, which will show us the possibilities for agreement on how to strengthen open governance in our communities. Thank you very much.
It is always exciting to see new members to join the partnership. They bring fresh inspiration and energy. And since the last Global Summit, 2 new national members have joined OGP, Timor-Leste and Kosovo, as well as 30 OGP local members. Join me in welcoming them into the partnership with a round of applause. Kosovo is joining OGP as a non-voting member, and I'm looking forward, really, to witnessing their journey in OGP. Let me give the floor to Prime Minister Albin Kurti of Kosovo. Thank you so much.
Dear Prime Minister Kallas, distinguished representatives of the Open Government Partnership member states, respected civil society activists from around the world, distinguished attendees. I'm honored to be among you today, especially at the very start of Kosovo's journey as a member of the Open Government Partnership. OGP plays a crucial role in reinforcing the fundamental democratic principle that the fate of a country rests with its people. By providing citizens with greater tools to participate, OGP fosters a sense of ownership and responsibility among citizens. It is a particular pleasure to be in Estonia while speaking about this subject. Estonia has set the gold standard for digital democracy. Though digital advancements have made possible the great ease with which citizens file their taxes and businesses incorporate their documents, Estonia's digital success story is not only about convenience, it is fundamentally about trust. The country's unwavering commitment to data security and privacy has set an example for the world to follow, ensuring that individuals' personal data is handled with care, transparency, and security. In light of current cybersecurity threats, this is an area that deserves all of our attention. The mission of the OGP resonates with me personally. As someone whose start in politics and a substantial part of my political life has been as an activist. My journey from social activism to institutional leadership has reinforced the profound impact that engaged citizens can have on shaping the course of our nation. Activism taught me that the power of change lies in the hands of the people, and it is my responsibility as a leader to ensure that their voices are not only heard, but actively sought after. The wisdom, creativity, and passion of our citizens are invaluable assets that, when harnessed, can lead us to innovative solutions, improved policies, and a more inclusive society. For Kosovo, a relatively young and emerging democracy, participating in OGP presents an opportunity to enhance our transparency standards. It encourages the government to be more open about its activities and decision-making processes, which in turn will reduce opportunities for corruption and improve public trust. Greater transparency and the fight against corruption have been cornerstones of our government. We have placed significant emphasis on combating crime within public institutions. The tangible impact of our efforts has been acknowledged by prominent international institutions. For instance, Kosovo's ranking in Transparency International's Corruption Perception Index has improved 20 places in the past 2 years. OGP also encourages governments to seek and consider public input, which is crucial for building a citizen-centric state. Joining OGP allows us to move forward with other democracies. Being part of the organization places Kosovo on the international stage as a country committed to open government principles, and therefore signals to the global community that Kosovo is dedicated to good governance practices and is willing to be held accountable for its commitments and to learn from those who have honed the practices of open government. The digital age has been transformative for our citizens. During a time when Kosovo finds itself on the edge of Europe, digitalization has made connectivity possible. With internet access stretching across our entire country and achieving this milestone this year, our citizens have been able to participate in global economies and learn from leading democracies. Recognizing the immense potential, our government is committed to harnessing digital transformation as a catalyst for a comprehensive overhaul of our public administration. Through this transformation, we also aim to elevate the quality of our education system, enhance the efficiency of our healthcare and justice systems, and increase productivity across our entire economy. Over the past 2 years, we have successfully digitalized more than 150 services, which are accessible through our government portal, eKosovo. Currently, we are in the process of piloting the life events approach for delivering services related to the birth of a child. This approach stands as the cornerstone of our ambitious public administration reform initiative, with the primary goal of delivering profoundly citizen-centric, personalized, and inclusive services. But great opportunities also hand in hand come with great responsibilities. Every country represented in this room and its citizens are at risk of cyber threats. The countries that are most at odds with foreign authoritarian regimes know what these threats look like firsthand. In Kosovo, efforts from Russian allies to distort the truth, the past, and the present are visible and intensifying. During sensitive times, when our country is committed to the process facilitated by the European Union and the United States of America to normalize relations with our northern neighbor Serbia, as well as the full participation of all minorities in the democratic processes of the country without foreign interference, these cyber threats like disinformation, cyberbullying, and other forms are particularly detrimental. This is why our commitment to and participation in this event are more important than ever. We look forward to learning from all of you and with all of you for a stronger digital democracy for our citizens. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Prime Minister Kurti. Let's travel some more. 9,000 kilometers this time. Please welcome President of the Dominican Republic, Luis Abinader.
Es un honor para mí ser la voz de la República Dominicana.
It's a great honor for me to represent the Dominican Republic and speak at the 8th OGP meeting. This is a forum that is focused on people, on transparency, inclusion. The open government is so much more than just transparency, because we are focusing on how to improve public services and also how to improve the people's well-being. Our country is already a member of OGP for 5 years, and we have achieved better public services already. We have improved our national goals in different fields, and we also developed our first open data policy. And at this 8th meeting, we want to express once again our optimism as regards open governance. And I would also like to emphasize how important it is for us to have this open services platform that has close to 2,000 services included, plus connects 18 national institutions. And we have also the first good examples from Latin America in the Republic of Dominica, where we have a new civic space. When we are creating a new civil society, we need the society to participate, to come along in order for them to express their rights. And I would also like to congratulate Estonia organizing the OGP meeting, the summit. And I would also like to congratulate all the representatives of the civil society and everyone participating at this summit. This is an inspiring summit, and it helps improve transparency both on the national and global level. At this summit, we can find better ways in order for our societies to be more collaborative, more transparent, where we can create the world where democracy improves. This is something that improves our world. Thank you.
Thank you, President Abinader. Well, we now heard from the civil society, heard from the heads of states about the importance of OGP. But as you all know, every international organization doesn't only need member states and organizations, but also needs an inspirational leader. OGP is happy to have an excellent on that. So please welcome the CEO of the OGP, Sanjay Pradhan.
Good morning, dear friends. It is so wonderful to see all of you in person in 3 dimensions after 4 years. Our immense gratitude to Prime Minister Kallas, the government and civil society of Estonia, and Annabel Cruz for hosting our summit. We meet amidst extraordinary threats to democracy and open government. But today, as we approach our 12th anniversary of OGP, our partnership has the platform, the people, and proven reforms to help shape a better, brighter future. To realize this promise, over the last year, we co-created with all of you OGP's new vision and strategy. Today, I call on all of us to advance key actions to achieve that precious promise. So let me divide my call to action in three parts. First, why, what, and how. So first, why? Russia's attack on Ukraine and the rise of authoritarian leaders globally epitomizes the grave external threats to democracy. But equally troubling are the internal threats from plummeting citizen trust in government. In too many countries, citizens perceive their governments to be unresponsive or corrupt. Shockingly, in the World Values Survey covering 77 countries, get this, the majority of respondents want a strong leader who does not bother with democracy, elections, or parliament. Populist leaders have stoked this citizen distrust to rise to power and then attack democratic institutions. Today, an astonishing 70% of the world's population lives in countries that are non-democratic or where democracy is backsliding. While we find these same challenges in several OGP countries, we also find in our partnership and right here at this summit, here in this hall and in the overflow rooms, thousands, a thriving global community of thousands of courageous government reformers, civil society activists, advancing ambitious reforms that improve governance and renew democracy. This is not rhetoric, but reality. Because we have compelling evidence that hundreds of ambitious reforms you have co-created over the last decade have made governments significantly more transparent, participatory, and accountable. These reforms empower people to shape and oversee more open governments every day, not just only once when they cast their vote. This is democracy beyond the ballot box. But the reality is also that these reforms are too few to tackle our societal challenges. So, part two, what should be our response and action? Today, we launch the Open Government Challenge, calling on all OGP members to scale up action and ambition on 10 vital policy reforms that tackle pressing societal challenges. Let me illustrate by grouping these in three clusters of reforms that we must scale up. First cluster, scale up reforms that credibly combat corruption. For this, let us seek inspiration from Ukraine. I invite all our Ukrainian colleagues here and in overflow rooms to please wave. You inspire us with your bravery today. Yes, please give them a round of applause. You inspire us with your bravery today. But you have also inspired us over the years with many award-winning reforms in open government that measurably reduced corruption, such as opening opaque contracts through Prozoro Dozoro, or launching the world's first beneficial ownership register. Amazingly, even amidst war, Ukraine is delivering its latest OGP action plan, integrating open contracting and beneficial ownership transparency in a new platform called DREAM to ensure accountability in post-war reconstruction that the Prime Minister talked about. Today, 40 OGP countries such as Nigeria, Slovakia, and the UK are advancing beneficial ownership transparency, and 70 OGP members are advancing open contracting, rapidly making these the new global norms. Let us similarly tackle political corruption, such as 20 OGP members, like Chile and Madrid, advancing lobbying transparency. So now, second cluster of reforms that we must scale up. Let us multiply reforms that empower people, including the marginalized, to access justice and shape policies that impact their lives, especially at the local level, such as Nandi County, Kenya's toll-free call center, which empowers remote rural residents to provide service delivery feedback for government action, or Estonia's citizen initiative platform, enabling people to crowdsource and vote on policy proposals and policies for parliament. I call on us to lift the voices of women and the marginalized, such as Bogota, Colombia's 50-50 route to gender parity, or Indonesia's platform covering, get this, 145 million welfare recipients, which vulnerable groups can verify and appeal to receive their benefits. For all this, we must protect civic space and media freedoms, which are our very foundation, but have come under pervasive attacks, including in OGP countries. Following the EndSARS protests against police brutality, Nigeria is hosting citizens' dialogues with the police and developing guidelines for peaceful protests. The Dominican Republic, you just heard from the president, is developing an ambitious strategy to strengthen civic space. Third cluster of reforms that we must scale up. Let us together tackle digital threats. Let us together tackle big emerging threats. Let us combat climate change by embedding transparency and participation in climate actions, such as Denmark's Climate Atlas disclosing climate projections to empower municipalities and people to plan adaptation, or citizens' assemblies in France and Scotland forging consensus on contentious climate policies. Let us together tackle digital threats, such as Canada fighting disinformation by strengthening transparency of online political campaigns, or the Netherlands tackling unintended harms from AI by improving the accountability of government algorithms. As you take up this open government challenge, I invite you to share your successes and lessons on the OGP platform so we can inspire one another and become a hub of the coolest, most impactful reforms inside or outside OGP. Now, part 3, how? As you ponder how, I'm going to grab a water. So how? To scale up these ambitious reforms, we must mobilize stronger leadership inside our partnership and broaden our champions outside our partnership. So first, stronger leadership within. I call on more OGP heads of states and ministers to visibly champion open government nationally and globally. Let us invite dynamic mayors and governors to apply today to join the exciting, expanding OGP local cohort, which is delivering real benefits in people's lives locally. Let us build strong thematic coalitions of leaders and partners such as the Beneficial Ownership Leadership Group, in scaling up specific reforms, let us grow our network of committed leaders by expanding our Open Government Leadership Collaborative. Simultaneously, we must broaden our champions beyond our OGP community. We must not be content inside our bubble. Let us mobilize ministries across the whole of government, such as Brazil and Finland developing open government strategies, or the Philippines prioritizing open government across its national development plan. Let us engage parliaments and judiciaries by advancing open state, as in Kenya, Morocco, North Macedonia, across much of the Americas. Let us strengthen global partnerships with key global platforms, such as the Summit for Democracy, hosted next by Korea, or UNCAC, hosted by the US, as you heard from Secretary Blinken, positioning OGP as their implementation mechanism. Let us engage wider civil society, such as for climate, women, LGBTQ, health, education, and mobilize people, especially youth, to demand open government to advance their causes. Let me close with a personal story. Like many of you, my father was a reformer in government and later in civil society. He fought against corruption in India's poorest state till literally the day he fell and he died. But he was a lonely warrior fighting alone. Look around you. OGP's strength is to connect such lonely warriors so we can multiply our collective strength. So at this summit, let us join forces in taking up the open government challenge and scaling up your ambitious reforms. Let us join forces in forging a stronger and broader movement for open government. Let us join forces in together delivering on our precious, precious promise, better governance for and with people. Thank you.
Thank you, Sanjay, for your always inspiring words and for saying what many of us, or all of us, think. So the summit is just starting, and we wish you all 2 days of intense work, intense debate to help constructing good governance and democracy for people and with the people.
And I really urge you to ask those difficult questions from yourself, from each other. And keep in mind that if you don't ask those questions here, somebody else might later, and they might not be so well connected to the OGP or feeling connected to the OGP than we are. So please, ilusat tippkohtumist kõigile.
Have a great summit. Have a great summit.
Summit, everybody.
Muy buenas discusiones para todos, para todas, y muy buenas.
I wish a constructive 2 days to everyone.
Dear guests, welcome to the OGP Global Summit. The program will start in 5 minutes. Please find your seats. Dear guests, the program is about to start. Please find your seats now.
Is it on? Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
Let's try one more time. I know that this is a panel about digital, but we are face to face. You can respond to me, okay? So good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
That's great. The level of energy is getting better. My name is Robi Senderovic. I'm a manager at the World Bank, dealing with issues of good governance, open government, digitalization, and other things. But this panel is not about me. This panel is about digital governance, the way forward towards trust and openness. So if you wanted to be in this discussion, you are in the nice and perfect room. If you wanted to be discussing something else, you may want to go to another place. But I think that this is the right place to be at this point. We have a wonderful panel with us today. We are going to go very quickly to a discussion, but just I wanted to make a quick introduction about this topic, which is very important today. As we heard in the morning, we are witnessing today nothing short of a crisis in public trust in public institutions. This is something that we witness across all countries in the world. We see this in the global south, we see it in the north, developing countries, developed countries, where governments need to build more and stronger legitimacy about everything they do, and civil society, citizens, firms, the private sectors start to trust less public institutions in many of the countries that we see. This has, in a way, contributed to the erosion of democratic institutions. This has contributed also to the emergence of new types of leaderships, sometimes more messianic leaderships that are predicated on basically divisive politics in countries as well. So the issue of trust in public institutions and how the digital solutions of GovTech can contribute to the solution becomes very important, and in the context of the open government and transparency initiatives, even more. Because the assumption is that openness and transparency help create trust in society. But we'll see if my fellow panelists agree with this today. To start the discussion, I would like to invite Nele Leosk, who is the digital ambassador of Estonia, to set up the scene for this discussion, and then we'll go to the next part of the panel. So, Nele?
Thank you.
Yes, please.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to Estonia. And I am really glad that we have this discussion today on digital governance here in Tallinn, in Estonia. And not only because Estonia has been and still is one of the most digital nations in the world, but because of the importance to remember and to be reminded of that digital technologies can actually bring good. That we can put digital technologies for our use, for our benefit, and serve the aims that we would like these technologies to fulfill. And this is something that seems to be increasingly overshadowed by the discussion on everything that can go wrong. And of course, it's important to understand the risks, to talk about the risks, but only talking about the risks will become a risk in itself. So it was indeed so that digital technologies played a a pivotal role in Estonia's transformation. And I do not know how many of you were here 30 years ago, but you would not recognize my country, I can guarantee you. Digital technologies helped us to be more effective. It helped to support the economy. And we are one of the, I would say, strongest democracies currently in the world. And I will not go to the details of e-Estonia story. You hopefully already know about it, but if you still do not and are interested, I see many colleagues in the room and around in these days, so go and talk to them. But what I wanted to do to set the scene for today was to look back at our journey and perhaps take 3 takeaways from where we have been, and perhaps 3 points to look to in the future. Some of the opportunities, some of the challenges, I may not have an answer. We may also not have an answer yet, but we are definitely working towards it. And the first takeaway from our past, or what really did go well in Estonia, and I know that many are thinking, okay, this again, but we really have to talk about the basics. So around 2000, we managed to establish a solid infrastructure. And I'm not only referring to connectivity as internet or satellites and cables and so forth, but really the infrastructure that supports digital development, data sharing and digital identity. And I know that many of you know probably even more about it than I do at this point, but it has been proven not only necessary for effectiveness, but actually also for building resilience, as we have seen increasingly cyber attacks being targeted not only at our critical infrastructure, but actually on the services that our people use, either kindergartens, hospitals, family doctors, and so forth. Having a secure digital identity has helped us actually to protect ourselves from these, I would say, malicious activities. The second point, of course, is, and this is a very old, I would say, slogan, be where the people are, go where the people are. And it's indeed so that Estonian government managed to provide constantly people services that they needed, were easy to use, but also to use tools for citizen participation. We see and have seen some shifts also in Estonia. We have had the government as a platform concept, one-stop shop, where we wanted to put all the services together, and we saw that all the people would go to these platforms to share their opinion about legislative acts or communicate with each other or and so forth. We have shifted away, of course, from this process and are seemingly and are increasingly working on what we call seamless government, so that people wouldn't really have to know who provides which service, how to get this service. Of course, there are also questions how much we want our government to be involved, how much I want my government to tell me that I should renew my driving license or passport, or maybe if unemployed, I could look at these job opportunities. But definitely we are moving at this direction. And the third point I wanted to make about the past that I believe went well and is very, I would say, much talked about today. Yesterday at the Tallinn Digital Summit, the Commissioner Thierry Breton was giving an overview of European digitalization that heavily focused on regulation. And I'm sure that we will be discussing it in these 2 days, how to make sure that we direct the technological developments in the way we want. And in Estonia, we managed to set important principles at the end of 90s, 2000s. We didn't wait with privacy and data regulations and principles that would be suitable for the virtual age. We did it, but definitely this was not enough. Trust needs to be earned. So we can really look at the GDPR, for example, in the European Union and wonder whether it increased public trust towards digitalization and institutions, let's say in Germany. I do not know, but we can talk about it. I would say that we need also practice, because I can, as with human relations, I can claim I'm a nice person, but you wouldn't know until you hang around with me for this next days and you will come to this conclusion. The same is with digital. It's a relationship that you have to build through practice. And I don't want to take a lot of time. I will make 3 points for the future. And the first one actually concerns the same service delivery and public participation. We are not here where we were 20 years ago. When 20 years, yes, our people would perhaps open a browser and look for information and maybe send an email. They are not doing this anymore. People are increasingly in different applications, in different social networks, and sometimes maybe in platforms where we as governments do not want to be. TikTok, for example, or even WhatsApp. Because we need to also make sure that our people's privacy and data is being protected. So I would say that be where the people are will be a challenge for us for the future. The second point concerns resources. Of course, one can say there is always money, the other says there is never enough money. Truth is somewhere in between. But what is evident is that it's increasingly difficult to make sure that our people in the public, in private sector, in government, have the necessary skills to implement these technological changes. We are all struggling with it. And we talk so much about sharing, reuses, pooling resources. But when we look at reality, then yes, we may change our open source solutions. We have repositories we can all use. But in reality, we have a rather little pooling of resources. There are some examples that maybe I will introduce later in the discussion, but this is definitely one way. And I don't mean here only across sectors, but also across governments. And the third is related, unfortunately, to all the risks. We heard this morning, technology is part of the warfare. Not everybody wants to use digital technologies for good. And even if these technological developments are intended for a good cause, for example, cure a disease, they may actually be used against us. And this has, of course, I would say, intensified even with the development of a generative AI that perhaps indeed some right can also turn against us as a humanity. But it's also clear that this is not a matter of one nation state, especially in this new situation where private sector is a lot more powerful in many aspects than nation states are. They have the knowledge, they have the skills, they know what to do. And we as governments may not necessarily have that knowledge and resource. So in this new, I would say, setting, we have to also look for new governance models. I, as a tech ambassador, I am involved in this in every day. It has intensified over the past years, and I would see that there is no other way. There is an agreement, a global agreement, that we need to find common principles. It's not enough if one follows, the other doesn't. It's not enough if one regulates, the other doesn't. We have to find a global way to do it. I know it's going to be difficult. It's increasingly difficult to find the balance between good and the bad. But what we cannot do, we cannot be afraid of technological development. We cannot stop it, but we have to use it for our benefit. We are going to hear today a lot, I am sure, how we can do it. And I am looking forward to chatting with you over the next 2 days. Thank you and welcome to Estonia.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nele. And now I will invite Doreen Bogdan-Martin, who is the Secretary General of the International Telecommunications Union, to share with us a few words before, unfortunately, she has to leave, but we are so fortunate to have you with us to opening this panel. And after that, then we are going to open up a real conversation with the panelists here as well. So, Doreen, thank you very much for joining us today.
Thank you so much, Rory, and good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I was slightly afraid when I came into the room that you were going to seat me in the yellow chair. So thank you for not doing that. So again, good morning, everyone. Really delighted to be here. I'm going to start perhaps with a question. Did you go to the movies this summer? Raise your hand.
Yes.
Yep. Anybody? Okay. How many of you saw Oppenheimer? Many. Of course, Oppenheimer was one of the biggest box office successes of all time. And I bring this up because the real Oppenheimer once said, the answer to fear cannot always lie in the dissipation of the causes of fear. Sometimes it lies in courage. And that's what I wanted to share with you. This morning, I want to talk about courage, and this picks up on some of Nelly's points. And it's about the courage to face our fear, about the risks that are caused by emerging technologies like artificial intelligence and others. The courage to strike the right balance between fostering innovation and ensuring these technologies serve the greater good. And the courage to do this by working together. We heard from so many speakers this morning about the need to co-create, co-design. So it's about working together on a global scale. All of this depends on our ability to build a strong digital governance response and, of course, trust in these technologies, which is the topic of this session. So first, there is a fast-growing concern that our global inability to come up with appropriate guardrails is leading to unchecked developments, impeding progress, and jeopardizing human interests. From job displacement to bias, we're facing technical, ethical, social, political, and economic challenges. And of course, they're all equally important. But two stand out. The rapid pace of technology versus the relatively low speed to develop regulatory frameworks. And the unequal distribution of tech power. That's a message that I think resonates with the ongoing global governance discussions under the Global Digital Compact that's being discussed in the UN, the recent G20 discussions in the digital economy ministerial, and also the World Summit on the Information Society process as well. I think, ladies and gentlemen, this is an important moment for governments, for all of us to think big and to act boldly, because I truly believe that they really hold the key to our collective destiny. But we need to ensure that it's not just a few technologically advanced countries, as is the case now, that are dominating the landscape. Not only does this cause developing countries to play catch up, but it also deprives our global community of the diverse perspectives that we need to be able to innovate to our fullest potential. Our studies show us that national approaches differ based on national priorities, resources, societal context. That has led to variations in policy emphasis, in economic sectors of focus, research investments, regulatory approaches, international engagement, and much, much more. And these differences underscore the importance of that contextual understanding that's so important when we look at different national strategies. And this takes me to my second point, which is about striking the right balance between that need to foster innovation and to ensure that these technologies, as Nelly mentioned, serve the greater good. Because these technologies are global by nature, they do require international harmonized technical standards. That's interoperability, something core to the work of the ITU. From AI to quantum to 5G, our technical standards are fostering trust and helping to navigate what is a constantly shifting digital landscape. And finally, on the need to work together, collaboration, as the Prime Minister has reminded us this morning and yesterday, the UN Secretary General has said, we cannot afford a world with diverging strategies on technology, including, of course, AI. And I believe that by developing and deploying new technologies responsibly, collaboratively and inclusively that we can enhance digital trust and security among all stakeholders. That was one of the big takeaways of ITU's recent AI for Good Summit. And of course, that's what we're doing here today at this Open Government Partnership Global Summit. Several efforts are underway, including the UNSG's newly announced multi-stakeholder advisory body on artificial intelligence, and the ITU, of course, is very much engaged, working to facilitate impactful and sustainable partnerships. Ladies and gentlemen, we do meet at a time, as I said, that requires courage. It requires collective thinking, and it requires collective action. And as we look ahead, I would urge you to remember that the true potential of digital technologies lies in the ability to empower everyone, everywhere. Let's remember that the lack of trust in tech stifles digital economic growth, and it also impedes universal connectivity at a time when a third of humanity is still not connected. Let's also remember to put human values first. And if we do this, we will build a digital future where digital technologies live up to their promise, where digital technologies help us to tackle some of the world's greatest challenges, pressing challenges. And it will also help us to achieve the UN Sustainable Development Goals without leaving anyone behind. I believe that the future is within reach and that we can build it together now. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Doreen. Thank you for joining us, and thank you all of us and the panel, this high-level panel, to start now the discussion. It's an interesting panel. You will see that we have very different perspectives about this topic. We have Julia Glidden, who is joining us from the UK. She comes from a long trajectory in the private sector. Now she leads a company in London dealing with data, the management of data, data analytics, and artificial intelligence. We also have Natalia Carfi, who is from Argentina, as I am from Argentina myself, and she's the executive director of the Open Data Charter, and also she serves in the executive committee of the OGP. On my left, we also have Ivan Bartosz, who is the Deputy Prime Minister of the Czech Republic. Among a number of things in his portfolio, he also has the topics of digitalization and GovTech. So, and welcome to the panel. We have also Abdul Munin Issa, who is a mayor in Ghana. So he deals on the day-to-day issues of digitalization and interaction with citizens where the rubber hits the road, because for many citizens, the interaction they have with the authorities, with the government, is at the local levels. Thank you very much for joining the panel at this point. So maybe let me ask Natalia, starting with you. You know, the discussion we are having today is not just about technology. It's about technology and how technology and digitalization and the governance of this can help us build more effective, more inclusive, more accountable institutions. Where do you think we are on this?
That's a great question, and thanks for the invitation to this panel. We've been talking, like, I come from the Open Data Charter, so open data is kind of my thing. And we've been talking about open data for over 12 years now, 15 probably. Of course, it has to do with the digitalization of governments, that we wouldn't be able to talk about open data if we weren't there. But unfortunately, there's still a lot to be done in this perspective. We've been seeing how governments have first started to create open data portals for the sake of it. So it was just like clicking and ticking on a type of policy, and without having any perspective on which public problem they were trying to address while creating these open data portals. And so actually nobody downloaded that data because the demand side of data wasn't being taken into account. A couple of years ago, I think collectively, the open data community started to do an internal reflection on why the data wasn't being used, like the government saying that they're not using my data, and it was like, have you asked anybody which data should be published? And we started to work towards a perspective that it's now known as a publish with a purpose, so open data being a means towards another end and not an end within itself. Actually understanding the demand side of data before putting in the effort of publishing data, because it's not easy, it's not cheap to publish data, we know so. So let's make the effort to actually meet the demand side of data. But we also went through another big reflection, and I can say from probably the civil society perspective, that's a huge one, that we weren't being too connected with the privacy community. The open data community was working siloed. We were asking governments not to work in silos, and we were probably doing the same thing that we were asking governments not to do. And so we're now working in a perspective of striking the rights balance, the access to information right, and the access for private personal data not to be published, and we're working together. I think co-creation and collaboration is a key cornerstone outside of the technical bit of digitalization. From the civil society perspective, we also had to, as governments were becoming more and more digitized and are becoming more and more digitized, we also needed to kind of renew our strategies and become more digital ourselves also. So the connection between, I would say, the old school civil society organizations and the more new generation civil society organizations is also very important. Collaboration is still part of the cornerstone of open government, and within the open government framework, we've been able to collaborate and have these conversations. One of the difficulties that we are meeting is that there's actually a lot of international forums where digital rights and the conversations around data are being held, and we don't have the bandwidth to participate and advocate in every one of them. So C20, G20, the Digital Compact, and I can go on with a zillion more.
Let me interrupt you here.
Yes.
I will interrupt others as well, so
no problem.
Don't take it personally.
Not at all.
You mentioned when you started your intervention that civil society has been fighting for opening this data for many years, actually, right? And to make it all digital, because I remember when we started working, for example, on open budgets, okay, governments will publish everything on paper, so nobody can actually utilize it, right? So lots of progress. So if I was sitting in Ivan's seat here, I would say, you've been asking for all the data to make it, to be made open. We've done it. Now you're saying that nobody's using it. That's not my fault. You've done, right? Ivan, is this a good characterization?
I wouldn't agree totally with that.
If I react, may I react?
Perfect.
Importance of an open access and need for citizens to have an access to the data brought me 15 years ago to the politics as a pirate. By that time, it was not cool at all. Aaron Schwartz died because he was publishing scientific data owned by the universities, copyrighted. Now everybody's talking open access, open science, right? So it took us a while to get to the point, which happened historically with the environmental politics, right? When Greens approached 40 years ago, they called them communists, crazy guys, not ready to do politics. Each country right now, and even the smallest party, has at least an environmental part of their policies presented, what they want to. I'm happy, and I have to admit that, then these days, even though it's much longer, this is like the relevant aspect of the governance, right? We don't have good data as a government. We don't have a master data management like banks do have. So you publish data, you can actually cause a damage because you publish the data that is wrong, right? There are so many aspects that we have to work on, but my time is already over in the specific activist mode. because information society, it's over its peak, because data and information lies everywhere, we don't know how to use it. And it's a paradigm of information science, turning data into information, which stands alone but doesn't say how to do things, and then turn it into knowledge. Make the public data to be used on good purposes. And I believe this is the key in the governance, in the society, to actually learn how to use the data to turn it into knowledge, to make valid decisions, to make governments, and it's hard for me to say as a politician, to do data-driven decisions, right? You know, you ask people what they like to you do it, it's kind of cool. Is it good? No, data says it's not a good approach, but I still do it because there is next election. So what I believe is important, that's why I appreciate my invitation here, is when we are the word of activists, NGOs, semi-politics, activists, business, we understand what we expect from the digital governance of the open data, open access, evidence-based policies, cost and benefit analysis based on the data. Now we can cooperate, control each other, and you know, discuss about the demands. I'll give you a small example that happened to me yesterday. One of the deliveries, which is tied to today's summit, is that we publish a register of state contracts on the municipality level, on the state level. So you can see, okay, it's sometimes really black when it's like secret information, but there is a price at least. I faced yesterday a big run on my own, me being here, that I ordered carpets in my ministry for 65 billion crowns, right? Because the metadata out of the register of the contracts actually said that. It was 65,000. There was an error of export of the metadata. So I had all newspapers and opposition politicians yesterday, again, pirate, preaching poverty, you know, and responsibility, and is exchanging carpets in the time of crisis for so much money. It just went through the media. It was abused, but the mistake was on entrepreneur the data, and the first newspaper guy who saw that, you know, he actually called, like, is it an error? They told him, yeah, it's an error, this is the invoice. He still published it, right? So, I mean, we need to know how the data looks like and what it says to us, what we derive, and how can we use it. Because even though the good data can be interpreted and disinterpreted, to just like support some cause. In many cases, worldwide, it's usually, it could be a negative cause, right? To blame someone, to accuse someone, or just to disinterpret it by a mistake.
So
and this is the last thing, and we still think that people are so in rush to see what government does and how they spend the money, and they want them services. People actually want to have nice life, work-life balance, you know, have a good job, have a family, and being cared of. Not like to supervise the government and stuff. So we've got so much expectation of the people and the customers that they do understand what we publish and what we are trying to achieve. But that's not true. That's not true. It's a service to them.
So again, there is the issue of demands and supply and expectations, and how to convert, as you said, data into information and information into knowledge. What's the role of the private sector in this? Can the private sector help?
Yes and no.
Yes.
I think if I pick up on the themes, the courage to face our fear, and then as Nella said, then the optimism to not let the risks overwhelm what we want to do. I'm going to lean into that in terms of partnership, because we've all talked about public-private partnership for how many years? For as long as we've been talking about open data. And what did we end up, at least in the UK, we ended up with public-private contracts that with $10 to change a light bulb, and open data exposed that, right? Very rigid contractual approaches. So now we talk about a more modern, collaborative, co-designed public-private sector partnership. But we run a risk. If we talk about being optimistic but courage to face the fear, we really run a risk, because what I've found working in data and AI for over 20 years is we have a tendency in the private sector, I'll be controversial because I'm representing the private sector, but we have a tendency to say, well, don't worry about AI. We have an AI and ethics committee. We'll come in and volunteer government when you're implementing ethical AI. We'll send our engineers in and we'll take care of it for you. Well, that's a risk, because what are we then doing? We're pushing out the civil society, the third sector, the people who are dedicating their lives as volunteers to the truly ethical implementation of new, and I'm sorry, scary technologies like AI. So yes, the public sector and the private sector can work together, and the private sector, to answer your question, can play a very, very valuable role. But I think we're fooling ourselves, and I wouldn't be doing my commitment to the digital agenda and to the open government partnership and collaborative spirit of today if I said, just trust the private sector, don't worry, we have it. You have to have a genuine partnership. And I'll conclude by saying a genuine partnership is a win-win-win. I say 3 because it's a win for the private sector, it's a win for the public sector, it's a win for civil society, where you have a genuine partnership, not let me just tell you, because I'm the private sector, how to open your data, and then let me tell you, government, how to use your data, and then let me tell you how to trust what I'm telling you to do, that AI is going to make it all be okay. No, you have to have a genuine win-win-win. And that means we need to be able to be very honest at the earliest days of discussions about partnership. What is my interest as the private sector? I have to make money. I'm here representing an amazing company dedicated to helping governments open data in a foundational way, in a way that the AI has good outcomes because the good data goes in. Because as I said yesterday, garbage in, garbage out with AI, which is a real danger. But I need to make money. You're representing taxpayer interests. You need to make sure citizens are getting value for that money that you're spending. And you're representing all of us, civil society. And you need to make sure that you're getting the right balance between these two stubborn stakeholders that have some pretty entrenched interests. So I would say yes and no. No, if we're overly optimistic. Yes, if we have the courage to say, hey, we need a genuine partnership. We need to understand what all of our interests are. We need to be upfront and collaborative in that discussion before we talk about all the great things we're going to do together for society.
So on the win-win, I actually like what you're saying, right? But sometimes the good guys can engage in a win-win agreement in collective action. The bad guys too. So we do have governments across the world that want to control their citizens, who want to abuse the access to data and information, and there are private sector companies who make money by facilitating that. That's a win-win as well. So I wanted to ask you, Abdul, do you see in your interaction with your citizens the risk of abusing technology by the government? Because this is a fear that exists in society.
Well, let me start by saying these things do occur. For instance, we're having a contract with a company which is building a new market for my city. And recently, we realized the presentation they did for the municipality is quite different from the presentation which they did for the Ministry of Finance to have their way. Like she was saying, from the private sector, you can get some bad guys from the private sector, which they can manipulate the system and have their way. So recently, we discovered that this is exactly what has happened. And therefore, there's going to be a reassessment of the job they have done. Then we reevaluate it to see whether it is value for money or not. I'm talking from the perspective of the local government. In fact, digitalization is the way to go. But sometimes it becomes a problem when the citizenry cannot use the information technology to their benefit. Why am I saying so? We have, in the last 14, 15 years, we established 2 types of technologies where we wanted to do our revenue collection. But the issue we faced was, it's not all the citizenry who can use the ICT, and therefore it becomes a problem, even as of today.
Why they cannot use it?
Education, lack of education in the ICT sector. You know, in Africa, in Ghana, where I come from, we have a lot of people who are not very well versed in ICT. And this becomes a problem when you want to utilize a digital platform. But then, we cannot say that because there are these challenges, we will not move on with the digital technology. What we are trying to do is now we are co-creating a new platform with a civil society organization, with the traditional leaders, with the vulnerable in the society, with the youth, and then also with the private sector. So these we believe when the education goes, or the interaction between the municipality and the communities get enhanced, then we can get them to understand the system better. Even if you cannot do it, your son or your child can do it on your behalf. Now, what we're doing is we're collecting property rate and business operating permit. But we are trying to avoid a human interface in this, because where there's human interface, that is where corruption breeds.
Talking about trust.
That is where corruption breeds. And the trust between the citizenry and the municipality is that probably the bureaucratic system makes it a bit difficult for the citizenry to really understand what is happening. So that is why we are going to the digital way by, when you submit your building permit, you can monitor it through the system when it will be ready for collection and all that. Okay. Then you pay whatever you need to pay through the platform so that we avoid this human interface.
Thank you. Nele, people are concerned about the abuse of technology, right? Or the abuse of...
Lest I forgot. Let me say, when technology is also not used well, it brings a lot of problems. For instance, I was supposed to have been here yesterday in the afternoon, right? KLM in Accra had a problem on their computer system, and it had to take them to do the check-in manually. And instead of us flying at 11:15 p.m., we ended up flying around 3:20 a.m. So by the time I got to Amsterdam, my flight to Tallinn had already left. So I had to be reconnected. When I was reconnected, I checked, I got to the gate has just been closed. Then I had to be reconnected again. So I had to go through Helsinki and then back here. And through this, as we speak, I've not even gotten my luggage. So this morning, I have to struggle to go and get something to be able to rush to this program. So that is the bad side of the digitalization.
Well, thank you for joining us today. And we'll never know the contrafactual because everything is digital today. So without technology, we don't know whether you will be here at all. So, but thank you for sharing. So, Nelly, I was about to ask you about this tension that sometimes exists between regulation that people actually welcome sometimes to protect their own rights and innovation. Because the more regulation you have, in a way you can constrain the space for innovation and technological change. If you want lots of technological change, then maybe regulation needs to allow for that as well. So how is that you can reconcile the two?
Thank you. Before I think of the answer to that question, I actually wanted to respond to what Nati and Ivan were referring to, that if you allow.
Of course.
That reminded me of a rather similar situation, actually, that we had in Estonia, and I believe that we still have. And it's not related to the open data portal, maybe also, but more to all these different citizen participation portals that we opened here in Estonia. And in 2001, we opened a portal called TOM, which is an abbreviation from Estonian to the I Decide. And it was a big success in 2001. It took us very high in different indices. By 2006, 2007, everybody said, TOM is dead, government has failed. Because surprisingly, not everybody wanted to go to that portal. Yeah, they had their own things to do. Then we had the participation portal, Osale, the same happened again. Government has failed. Now we are developing, let's say, all-governmental chatbot, and I hear people are saying, oh, chatbot, I don't want an all-governmental chatbot. I don't want chatbot at all. But I think what we didn't mention perhaps here is that governments must also learn, right? We cannot immediately build the best system that works for everybody all the time, and we all know how to use it and how to promote it, and we need also this time, and we must also be able to make some mistakes. I know that Ivan was probably better that as a politician, you may not be able to allow to have these mistakes perhaps the same way as private sector, but it's an important thing to mention. But coming back to the real question about regulation, I think we have forgotten why we regulate. And I really like your point. We need to regulate to enable something, not to regulate to forbid something. And I think this is an important mindset difference. We regulated quite a bit in the early 2000s, late 1990s, not because we wanted to forbid certain types of uses of data, but because we wanted to make sure that the data is up to date, well kept, it is shared, it is used for service provisioning, and so forth. And I think this is starting point has a little bit shifted. Increasingly, it seems to us, or at least to me, that we are regulating AI only to forbid.
Ivan, you wanted to come in on this, and do you like the new carpet, first of all?
No, it's like a regular carpet. No, it wasn't about telling the stories, but trusting the data on the first hand, you know, like, imagine it has to be flying carpets for that price, probably, if something like that exists. But I wanna combine those two answers, because I had that recent experience of Czech presidency and closing many digital files as a big picture, and AI was one of them, right, on the 27 countries. But many of you is carrying this sustainability.
Sorry, the 27 countries, you refer to the European Union.
Many of you are wearing here this sustainability circle, right? And I believe, and this is very important, that we all, you know, facing whatever issue it is, it could be, I don't know, harvesting, agriculture, digital. And if we clearly understand each interest that goes into the problem, which was AI, right? Take strong role of US with little regulation, demand on US ecosystem for AI development, universities, then industry, and the less regulations means we're gonna speed up. Human rights organization, politicians, right? And in the very end, everybody was mad, you know. I was getting like the letter from Association of the Industry, you know, from TCC, from our Chamber of Commerce, then from many worldwide human rights organization, United Nations. And then you have to make that commitment or like close the file somehow to like make it somehow balance. And why I talk about sustainability, I have to make, and each of you who's got some responsibility, you are managers, you commit 40 decisions a day on various types of decisions, right? And it's not always fair to everyone. You make your employees mad, the products goes wrong, marketing is not satisfied with the campaign. But if you are a company, you want to have this growth and make more earnings, spread worldwide and everything. And in politics is the same. So I believe We cannot have a balanced decision all the time, the legislation that everybody is happy with equally, but in the long term, we should try to keep it balanced. Understanding the business wants to prosper, but would business prosper in the less democratic world? No. So we need to cooperate, because if we won't do that step as a government in order to protect the customer rights in this specific matter, we won't be re-elected again, somebody else will be, and maybe that will be bad for the business. So stability long term and this sustainable growth as the new challenges or risks are approaching, which is AI, which is quantum, and I totally agree with you. Why we study science, or why we learn? Because the world is too complex, and by using words, we are creating schemes. And I've got that PhD, it's not computer, it's information science. We are building an ontology to not get crazy of the complexity of the world. And human life and the governance is a complex task to do. So we are making those lighthouses to somehow navigate now and in the future. And it's very hard with the technology which is brand new. That's why politicians learn to learn. Why I'm here on that summit, to perform, no, to listen to the others, learn from the mistakes, follow the good examples, and then when I'm in front of the same issue that you already solved, but we did not yet in Czech Republic, I would call you, or I would remember that we were discussing that, and I have to invite also the NGOs, because this aspect is not covered by what I know and what I'm being told by my advisor and businesses in the Czech Republic. And this is a very important aspect, that collaboration is not that you withdraw from your needs and interests, but you try to set up an ecosystem which legislation is a part of. So I'm quite happy we got AI Act. I cannot say that for loud, but I also believe in the European Parliament that some of them things I could not, as a chair, move because I got to be neutral to the file, would change. Something maybe in the other way, but I think this cooperation, and then it's a commission and European countries and the Parliament is making an agreement. It's very important. And one of them things I'd like to have it predictable environment, because when you don't know how it's going to be in the future, as a business, as anyone, as a person, you are afraid of the future. And it's very hard these days that you meet someone and say, I'm looking forward, that's going to be so cool in 10 years. I won't have to work because AI would do my job. Everybody's like, I lost my job because of AI and we're going to bankrupt. And so that bright future is done by, looking forward, predict, and have a legislation that gives you stable environment rather than something that's not mapped and we are just afraid to make that step.
So this will stay within the six of us. We are not going to share any of this because you said you wanted to keep it quiet. Okay? So don't worry about it.
That's of course businesses always have the more loud than the civic society.
So Ivan mentions, Nati, a couple of things. He says that for the private sector, as you said before, Julia, one of the incentives is to actually have financial gains. So basically you build political...
It's a lot of the...
you build financial capital, right? For politicians, maybe you build political capital that you can use for other things as well when you deliver to society, your firms as well. What's in there for civil society?
We're trying to make sure that public good is on the center of all these negotiations and regulations.
So you are not after the money and you are not after the political capital. So what's...
No, the thing is, we're trying to make sure that rights are part of the conversation, that our voice is heard in these conversations, and that's why I think we're here right now at the OGP Summit. The methodology, the co-creation methodology that OGP has been kind of leading for 10 years is actually trying to put that in action, to bring all the actors together to try to find a collective objective that we can work on and then drill down the activities that will ultimately be made towards achieving this commitment. So I do think, and most of OGP members are actually now having digital commitments, if you will, in their national action plans or in their action plans, because this topic in particular needs to have everybody as part of the conversation, for sure. We've we've been struggling a little bit with regulations on this, and as I said, I started saying, and actually Doreen said that, there's a lot of international forums where regulations on digital rights are being discussed, not necessarily combining the discussions. So, for example, there's this high-level commission that is going to be created for the UN that was just announced, and it's supposed to have something done by December that is super fast for such a big topic that is actually impacting everyday life of every citizen in the world without even knowing it. So I would actually call everybody here. Once again, we're in the OGP Summit. We have this methodology that has proven to be useful to bring these hard conversations to the table, to bring everybody together and use this co-creation methodology to actually then create commitments that could be brought to these international forums with the voices of civil society organizations included into that, embedded into that. We're now, unfortunately, I've had a couple of conversations this week where from the civil society perspective, we are kind of going into defensive mode once again. Like we're not even trying to get the conversation forward. We're just trying to gatekeep the advances that we had already made in some of the kind of our rights, yeah, even the access to information, right? So it's not a good scenery right now, and that's where we are. Fighting the fight and trying to make sure that the rights are in the middle of the digital conversation.
Well, there is a call for action, an invitation for all of us to join this call, not if I understand correctly. This probably you are preaching now to the converted, because everyone who is here believes that the OGP is a good type of platform and methodology, and to actually come up with this type of agreements. But I wanted to ask you, in your conversations or your partners' conversations with public sector officials, where is that they find the support and the resistance? Do you see any pattern there? So in people like Ivan, people working on the digitalization, on Nelly's job in trying to open up the space for you, do you have more partners and more resistance in other parts of the government? Is there any generalization on this that you can share with us?
Fortunately, there has always been champions in governments that you can speak to in most of the cases, and we've also had this conversation in one of the pre-events on Monday. Us from a civil society perspective also need to mature our conversation also sometimes. It's okay to denounce when governments are not doing something right, but it's also good to pat them in the shoulder when they're doing a good job and asking, like, is there anything that we can be helpful with? And not just being there just to throw stones. So it also has to do with the maturity of our type of work. Here, I can see a lot of open government champions that I know, and I'm very proud to be having a conversation with. So, yes, there is a positive conversation to be had with.
I don't know if everybody knows this, but you were at some point on the other side of the counter.
I used to be a public official.
You work for a government, and with a very sometimes difficult job, which is trying to open the government from inside. Mm-hmm. And I want to probe you on this. I want to ask you more about this. Where is that within the government you find the resistance?
You can find it pretty much everywhere, or not. It depends on as I said, it depends on the people, and it's working horizontally within government. It's a challenge, but it's also an amazing thing to do. It became if you drill it down, it became part of the personal connection, the conversations, the type of ideas that people in other ministries also had. And fortunately, I was able to find people like-minded that understood what openness meant for government, that were on to the idea that government needed to work more horizontally, more openly. But of course, there was ministries that weren't that keen on opening up data or their processes. But that's where we need to still do a lot on open government. It is not a state policy pretty much everywhere. So when we see shifts in administration, you might see see an open government policy rollback, because it's still not a given. And we need to work towards, and that's something that everybody here needs to work together towards, to make this the way in which government actually works.
Very good. So we have about 10 minutes left, so we're going to entertain a few more questions. Julia?
I just want to jump in. There was in the discussion between Nella and you, there was a phrase, a UK government official that was really, he was called the Twitter czar at the time, because he was tasked to get the government to embrace social media. And it's hard for us to remember there was a time when no government in the world would get on social media. The idea of an unfiltered comment page was just terrifying. But he coined the term data huggers. And what he said is he found data huggers everywhere, because everybody was for open data and open government, just not my department. You don't understand, I'm the finance department. If you open my data, there might be a mistake. You don't understand, I'm the defense department. If you open any of my data, there might be a war. Well, you don't understand, I'm social services. If you open my data, a child might fall through the cracks. So we called them the data huggers. And to Nella's point about legislation, what I think really, and I think we did get the lead from Estonia, really tipped the balance in the UK and then in a lot of other European countries, in my experience, was you had to say, why not? The legislation was, you had to have a rationale for not opening the data. So we got to, from digital by default to open by default. And that became a very powerful lever, and I think a really good example, Nella, of legislation to unleash innovation versus stopping innovation.
Yes. Yeah, I was about to reckon you. You just somehow attached each of us some needs and desires, which is not true always, because we are all living on the planet, breathing the earth, using the services, and in many cases we are either customers of the government, which we cannot choose or change that easy as you can change the bank if you don't like the bank application or they charge you so much. So I believe it's not that strictly done. And I was happy when I get to the position in the EU through the government. When I came on the first meeting it's a citizen-centric approach with respect to the data, and it has to be real. It's not like in one file, that's a basic principle, and in another regulation, you just don't care screening his signal chat, whatever. So you have to find a balance in that particular way. And with these data huggers, I do have resistance in my own office, in my own ministry. Sometimes it's really hard to push that idea through that you want to actually do something. And with publishing the data and open governance, it's always open. I believe a lot of things that we are experiencing right now, it's over years of NGOs pushing politicians not to publish it, but to think differently. Mm-hmm. One of the stuff is, I'm happy we can copy, because that's the basic things of development, is copying good things. You have to make a proposal, right? That you have the argument, the project, the legislation to talk about. And that's the time when everybody gets to get in with little criticism, because it's a proposal. You have to put a proposal on the table. Sometimes, and I experience that you are working on something very, very hard, but you somehow forgot to invite everyone who is involved. And you ended up with something that you are so attached, it's your main project, you love it. And then, the NGO appears, or other politician appears, say, it's kind of cool, but this year we won't have money at all to do it, and that makes you angry. And I experience that all the time, right? I got to something, I've got so cool ideas, I'm curious why it's not implemented in that way, but they work on it for 1 year, and I didn't even have time to care. So this is, again, working with the expectation, what we want from that cooperation, what are our main goals, and if we know that on the very beginning, I think enlightened politician, which is not only here for get more political power, but to do things that he wants, which expect to have a political power, so it's kind of combined. And this is changing. So I met yesterday some ambassador from United Nations, and he said to all our ambassadors, they've got duties to educate in current technology. So when they hear quantum, They are partners in the discussion. And I believe the real change is to enlighten decision makers, not only politicians, to be up to date in what's going on. Because the worst thing is that if you come and you don't have a partner to deal with, because he's just processing the issue in wait or survive to next election period. That's the worst thing. Sometimes you have to play it a little bit or you're going to be crazy, like of all the things that you have to decide. But this cooperation is worth of listening to each other and joining in the very early part of the project.
Participation from the get-go.
Yeah.
From the early beginning.
But then you just discuss, and you never do anything. We have to, someone has to say this direction, then we can discuss how we get there.
Participation from the get-go. And also, we're talking digital, but we're also talking about cultural change. So it's, of course, technology is important. I work with that, or everybody here works on digital, but we're talking about cultural change and the cultural change that needs to happen for government to actually work differently. And cultural change takes time, and that's why we're here, and we've been discussing these topics maybe for a long time, but we need to keep this conversation going.
So talking about cultural change, because at the end of the day, technology doesn't change culture, right? So people change culture, and you refer to the enlightened politician, and you refer, Abdul, about how to make changes at the local level that may benefit society. You said to avoid the human contact, to reduce corruption, etc. I assume that can create some resistance as well within those who were part of the deal before. So how do you overcome this resistance? If you can, we have just a few minutes, so if you can give us a couple of ideas on your experience.
It's really a difficult situation because, like the civil service people, they always try to put resistance in your way so that you don't monitor whatever they are doing in their department or the other. Let's say I have a system where procurement wants to keep everything between their legs, and all other departments, works department, engineering department, and all that. They do not open up, unless you sit back and you monitor every document that is brought before you. You need to check. And many times, the way they want to get away with the system is when they think it's about time to close, about 5 minutes to closing time, then they will be rushing you with document to sign. If you don't spend time to go through, read them point by point to know exactly what is in there, that is where they get away with it. Because you'll be signing documents when you have not gotten the time to read it properly. Recently, my coordinating director had a problem. The problem he had was somebody had sort of connived with somebody to promote to give somebody a promotion. And it's by assessment, and also, so letters were forged, and it was brought to my coordinating director. They brought about 50 letters, and he had to go through and sign them. And he didn't take his time to go through. And he signed one of them, and later it became an issue. So when we did the investigation, then we realized somebody was playing cunning somewhere. Somebody has promoted somebody when the person doesn't deserve it. So for me, as a local government person, my advice is we should take time to monitor and put in place systems that will check the civil servants from what they're doing, because they know government will go, another government will come. And that is where they get away with their corrupt act.
Thank you, Abdul. So unfortunately, we are running out of time. I think that this panel has been extremely rich for me. We are learning a lot, so much from the different perspectives we have here. The conversation needs to continue. Something that is clear to me, Nati, is that we need to continue to empower civil society so civil society can protect the champions in government who want to do the right thing. This idea that we have a divide in society, which is citizens against government, doesn't hold water anymore. This is not true. the reality is that you have good citizens, good private sector firms, good civil society organizations, good government officials who want to do the right thing against bad citizens, bad firms, and bad government officials who are part of the statu quo. So if you are pro-reform, if you want things to happen, these coalitions need to be strengthened over time. So thank you very much, everyone. Thank you, Julia, Nati, Ivan, Abdul, and Nele, our host here today for an extremely good conversation. And remember, the future is open. Thanks.
Dear guests, welcome to the OGP Global Summit. The program will start in 5 minutes. Please find your seats. Dear guests, the program is about to start. Please find your seats now.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, dear friends, because those who stay with us in this difficult time, we usually call friends. So thank you for your support and thank you for joining us today, and sincere gratefulness to Open Government Partnership for organizing this global summit again. We at International IDEA and Institute for Analytics and Advocacy are thrilled to have this next session that is devoted to the role of open government partnership for successful reconstruction of Ukraine and democratic resilience. And today we will discuss how actually Ukraine survived through this war and how democracy helped to mobilize and to resist to Russian invasion. We all acknowledge that this war is happening in many dimensions. Of course, first of all, it is happening as a battleground, and each day we lose many lives of our best daughters and sons. And each day we are experiencing damages of our infrastructure. But at the same time, we also battle in media. We also fight in online area. This is a battle between truth and disinformation and misinformation. At the same time, this is a battle between democracy and autocracy. This is a battle in relations of state between closed and open societies. This is a battle about democratic values. And today we will consider how open government could help Ukraine to resist, to survive, and to succeed with a successful reconstruction. My name is Yulia Shipilova. I represent International IDEA, and I'm happy to introduce our speakers, and I will start from Victor Nestula, who is just next to me. And Victor is leading open contracting partnership support to Ukraine. He is head of DREAM project. Welcome to Victor. I would like to welcome Alexander Yarema, State Secretary of the Cabinet of Ministers of Ukraine, who is also co-chairman of the Coordinating Council for Implementation of Open Government Partnership in Ukraine. Just to give you a background, Alexander is the one who is actually supporting drafting and implementation of 5th and 6th Action Plan for Open Government Partnership for Ukraine. And I'm also happy to introduce our next speaker, Marina Honda, who is Deputy Mayor of Kyiv City State Administration. So Marina represents local authorities of Ukraine, and we will discuss also how reconstruction will happen at the local level. And welcome to... And Yuri Romashka. Yuri represents civil society of Ukraine, Vibrant Civil Society of Ukraine, and he is Chief Executive Officer of the Institute of Analytics and Advocacy, and also he is a member of RISE Coalition. And to begin our discussion, I will start my first question to Alexander Yarema. Alexander, could you please give us a little bit of background? What are government's priorities for the reconstruction, and how open government, what role open government will play in this process? And how do you plan to cooperate with the civil society in the process of reconstruction to ensure accountability and transparency of reconstruction?
Доброго дня, шановні колеги. Я виступатиму українською, тому, можливо, треба буде переклад. Я дякую за питання, дякую колегам з відкритого уряду, з колегам з естонського уряду, які організували такий дуже важливий саміт і які розуміють цінності демократичного суспільства. І, очевидно, дякую захисникам і захисницям України.
Unfortunately, translation from Ukrainian is not currently working.
Про те, якою Україна буде після перемоги і яким чином ми бачимо і плануємо відновлення України. Очевидно, як ви казали сьогодні в своєму вступному слові, це війна
on the
не
English
тільки за
channel.
території, але так це війна цінностей, війна за цінності.
As we have mentioned today, this is the war not only for territories, but the war for values, for democratic values, and the processes that are taking place in Ukraine, processes of reforms in Ukraine, an important part of it against the backdrop of open government was to continue implementation of the fifth plan open government, and it is a great pleasure for me to recognize that in spite of the full-fledged invasion and aggression by the Russian Federation, we have continued implementing it, and the DREAM initiative that provides for creation of tools and mechanisms for Ukraine recovery across all levels, national levels and local levels. It is of paramount importance, and for us it is very important to ensure we stop the aggressor, we restore our territorial integrity, and we regain our territories that are temporarily occupied. And we are working to make sure that we follow our key priorities against the backdrop of recovery, and to develop tools and mechanisms how the recovery can take place. Clearly, the recovery shall be built around the following, and it is expressed and highlighted by President of Ukraine and Prime Minister and leadership of Ukraine in their messages, to ensure rule of law, to bring Russia to liability and responsibility, claiming it accountable for losses regarding loss of people's lives, damages to property, infrastructure, and business property. And these questions are integral parts of the global agenda. And we in Ukraine are working on developing comprehensive recovery program and sectoral development programs. And we can see that Ukraine recovery shall become a great contribution into ensuring European and global development in the future. There are two major issues here. First one is recovery and rebuilding key facilities, key infrastructure facilities. And second point, ensuring resilience of our economy, defense sector, and the continued reforms to ensure Ukraine gains membership in the EU and in the NATO. Clearly, such recovery is impossible, shall deem virtually impossible without further involvement of all stakeholders, government, civil society, local self-government authorities. And we have seen into the first days, since the first days into the war, that our reliance on each other, government and civil society, yielded in mobilizing efforts and providing robust assistance to those who fled their homes, needing support. And for us, it is very important to continue this level of cooperation. We are seeing that across recently deoccupied territories where infrastructure is being rebuilt, there is a great demand from citizens to participate, to contribute to recovery processes. People want to be heard, and they want to have a way to express their vision over the future community development. And for us, it is very important to ensure this possibility for citizens to be involved in decision-making processes. And it is a great pleasure for me to notice that young people and other groups of the society do get involved into these processes of transformation, and our role and duty is to encourage and facilitate that. Of course, we are faced with unprecedented challenges that no European nation or no nation globally was apparently faced with. Direct losses of Ukraine are over $135 billion, according to the World Bank and other organizations' estimates. This number is not stable, not staying fixed overnight, over past night. Many colleagues and myself were woken up at night by air raid alerts, signals because of massive attacks and shelling across Ukraine in many cities of Ukraine, and we are extremely worried about that. But Ukraine is about resistance and resilience. We have shown the world that we withstood the aggression, and it is clear that the aggressor state has realized they cannot achieve their goals using military methods. And what is happening in Ukraine now demonstrates their inability to reach their goals in a military way. And blowing up Kakhovka Dam, this unprecedented case of ecocide, environmental ecocide, and disrupting grain supplies globally, and they're acting using these vulnerabilities and using food as a weapon that Russia stick to. All these things show clearly that the war is not over yet Ukraine is committed to regaining its territories and pursuing its path to become a full-fledged member in the family of European nations, in the European Union and in the NATO. Dear colleagues, I would like to stop at that, and I'm ready to answer your questions. And during this panel,
in reconstruction, and Ukraine is thinking about the future. But we at Ukraine also understand that it's mainly important to ensure trust between all the stakeholders, because such reconstruction will be not possible without support of our international partners, with our national partners, and building trust is an important pillar. And in this regard, I would like to address my next question to Victor. What tools actually will be used to help communities in recovery planning and implementing projects? Because we've heard already a lot from Mr. Yarema that lots of things happening at the local level. So how would you help communities in recovery and planning and implementing the projects based on the principle everyone sees everything? What tools will be used to attract investments to the reconstruction process?
Thank you. So first of all, why we're speaking about the reconstruction today while we're still focusing on priority number one, which is victory. Obviously, that's a dream for every Ukrainian now. After winning the war, we will have to win the peace, right? And we have to be ready for that challenge. It won't be easy because Alexander mentioned that tonight Russia launched 8 missiles and 25 drones. Unfortunately, not all of them were intercepted, and Russians hit shopping mall and several houses, right? So that's another object counted for future recovery. And as of today, the scale is huge. Just imagine that 200,000 physical infrastructure objects are either completely destroyed or damaged as of now. And every day, number is increasing. And there are some cities that are completely leveled to the ground, like Mariupol or Bakhmut, or other names that unfortunately became famous during this period. So we have to be ready for that challenge. And construction overall is very hard, right? I'm sure you know every infrastructure project in your country that was failed or that faced challenges, in considering citizens' priorities, in considering price or duration. So my favorite case is Berlin Airport, right? That was launched 9 years after the schedule, and officially there was reported 120,000 issues, and it took 9 years for them to fix that. And now again, imagine 200,000 physical objects that have to be planned properly, designed properly, and implemented. And Alexander also mentioned $411 billion. This is a need to rebuild this infrastructure, twice as Ukrainian GDP before the full-scale invasion. So we have to build the infrastructure when and where is needed, and to ensure that it's considered citizens' priorities, is developed in the most efficient way, without corruption, and so on. And it's impossible to manage such a challenge in modern world without digital infrastructure. So last year, together with the government of Ukraine, with the civil society, with help of international community, and we are proud at Open Contracting Partnership to be leading on this initiative, we launched DREAM initiative. DREAM, on one hand, it's a dream of our future Ukraine, but it's also a digital restoration ecosystem for accountable management. It's an end-to-end digital environment that covers every step of reconstruction, planning, projects development, prioritization, funding allocation, donors coordination, implementation, procurement, and commissioning. So with DREAM ecosystem, we'll be able to deliver and to properly respond to that challenge. DREAM is an ecosystem, right? And it interconnects, first of all, 9 different IT tools. And luckily, Ukraine is famous for its digitalization, but also capable people who are working on the ground, especially on local level, who knows how to use digital tools for most efficient way to govern their cities. So nine IT tools like Registry for Damaged and Destroyed Infrastructure, Geoinformation System for Regional Development, that by itself is already a very complicated tool that collects data on migration, taxation, air pollution, of course, destructions, to help municipalities to make proper decisions. Because, when we are speaking about the reconstruction, for us, challenge is not the fact that physical object is destroyed or damaged. The problem that we are dealing is let's say 100 children don't have access to education. And to make sure that we are making the right investment, we have to make data-driven decisions. But after we develop these plans, we have to properly design projects that followed international best practices. We have to properly procure those projects. We have to properly assign funding. And you can imagine that raising $400 billion from dozens of donors, that all of them have different reporting procedures, different procurement procedures, it's another huge challenge. But also we want to track that every part of the construction follows schedule, follows scope, follows quality standards. It's another, let's say, stage that is covered by DREAM. And finally, after commissioning, we will have the whole picture of every infrastructure project, from how it was damaged or destroyed, how it was planned for the reconstruction, who pays for it, how it was procured, how construction was ongoing, and eventually how it was commissioned. And last remark, it's very important to make sure that all this reconstruction is inclusive and participatory. There are millions of Ukrainians who are now, unfortunately, are displaced, either abroad or in different cities from where they lived before the full-scale invasion. Like my daughter, 6 years old, she's not in Ukraine for the last 18 months. And we have to make sure that all these people can contribute to the reconstruction, that can help to prioritize infrastructure. Now, like my daughter dreams about coming back to Ukraine, and we're thinking how to repair her room. We did the last repair 5 years ago when she was 1, so she wasn't participating that much, right? But now she already says, oh, Daddy, you know, of course I want like to have walls with rainbows and I want to have a bed as a unicorn. She already participates and makes her own decision. We have millions of Ukrainians who were lucky, who we can consider this, to see great infrastructure in many European cities. And we need to hear their word in reconstruction planning, and that's why one of the important modules of DREAM is e-democracy module, where actually citizens can initiate recovery projects, when citizens can join teams that develop recovery projects, when citizens can vote for recovery project and make sure that priority is higher because this is citizens' need. So again, comprehensive ecosystem. Tomorrow we will have like a demonstration in a zone with touchscreens. So those who are interested, you're very welcome. But we are sure that with DREAM, Ukraine will become yet another time an real open contracting and open government champion that will inspire the rest of the world. Thanks.
Thank you, Victor. And just to give a little bit of background to our international guests who are present here, at the beginning of Russian invasion on this barbarian war, Russia destroyed Ukrainian biggest plane that was called Mriya, which is dream in English. And today, thanks to Victor and his team, we are rebuilding another Mriya, our dream, in another way. But of course, after the victory, we will rebuild our biggest plane again. And referring to what Victor just said, of course, at the local level, lots of things are happening, and citizens' needs should be addressed by local authorities. And in this regard, my next question is to Marina. Could you please describe us a little bit how capital reacts to citizen needs and how this model was adjusted during the time of war, and how you approach open government in this communication with citizens?
Всім доброго дня, я теж буду українською мовою, якщо можна, переклад.
Good day. I will speak in Ukrainian and I ask you to listen to interpretation. First of all, thank you for holding this summit. Thank you for having made me a part of it. Any dream that we are talking about is implemented by people. Most people in our countries live in the cities, and city residents need to have trust in local authorities and in their decisions and their ability to contribute and participate in decision-making matters most of all. Yet, I have to say that the war has changed the very nature of communication between the authorities, local self-government bodies, such as the city administration, with our residents, our citizens. First of all, we have to respond to crisis situations, to emergencies, and a lot of efforts and time is taken by the information related to the Russian aggression. First thing our residents do when checking out information is if there are no damages to schools and kindergartens where people have to take their children in the morning. That is, next is the information on bomb shelters and their locations. These are the questions of security of our people. Every word said by local authorities matters, because if we make a mistake, it can bring up very grave consequences. This information that we are observing every day, we have a great number of reports about mining schools and other institutions, 300 messages a day, false messages that a school has been mined or kindergarten, and it adds to the level of concerns and worries that and stress level that our citizens have. What has changed and what represents a truly meaningful change in terms of openness and communication when the full-fledged invasion began and almost entire city left, and we had about 500,000 residents remaining in the 4 million city inhabited by 4 million people. First of all, we made sure we have proper communication with the city residents that remain in the city. We relied on volunteer groups a lot during that. Obviously, one of the key factors in ensuring our efficiency is digital communication, and we have a system in which about 2 million residents of Kyiv city are registered, and they do contribute, do vote, do express their vote on certain issues, and do express their opinions regardless of the fact that we are working in the wartime. The system of communication with our community has expanded, and in that process we rely on the volunteer hubs and the civil society supported centers and hubs. If we talk about how we, Kyiv City, respond to emergencies, we do rely on accomplishments and what we have elaborated in our work, and we learn from best practices, and we do advance and develop further tools and instruments. I believe following our victory, we will be able to share all the practices and the tools we developed with the other societies, even in spite of the fact that the war was going on in Ukraine.
As a Kyiv citizen, I feel this support from you, and thank you for your day-to-day work and for day-to-day communication. So communication is key for building trust, and we see that in time of crisis and in time of war, it is even more intense than before. And I guess that Kyiv is succeeding a lot in terms of addressing needs of citizens. And I also want to discuss with Yuri what will be the role of civil society. We have in Ukraine vocal and vibrant civil society that proved its effectiveness during many periods of Ukrainian history. And I'm sure that in reconstruction and recovery process, it will play also an important role. How do you see the role of civil society for ensuring efficiency and accountability and sustainability and integrity of the recovery process?
Thank you. First of all, I truly agree that Ukraine's civil society are unique and vibrant, but not only. Ukraine's civil society is mature. Ukraine's civil society is diverse. Ukraine's civil society is mobilizing and capable to mobilize. And I would like to call these the pillars, and through these pillars to reveal and to describe how actually Ukraine's civil society contribute not only to Ukraine's reconstruction integrity, sustainability, efficiency, management, but much more. So first pillar I'd like to start is maturity. Maturity of civil society organizations, not the society as general. To better understand this maturity and the role of civil society, I would like to come back to a period of time and starting from the Revolution of Dignity in 2014, when we defended our European future. Why is that period important? Because it was a 9-year experience period when we've made home task. We've initiated pace of reforms. We've built and strengthened, we've strengthened government institutions and built anti-corruption bodies. We've worked a lot with our values, with our European principles for which we stand for. So, and what all this gives for us? First of all, we've built absolutely another level of interaction between government and civil society, because government sees us as a capable actor. In some cases we are a partner, in some cases we are watchdog, whatever, different roles. Therefore, it gives us a lot of institutional capacity, a lot of new civil society organizations arise which are currently do reforms. So therefore it's very important. The second pillar I'd like to mention is diversity. It's clear that Ukraine civil society is diverse because we have a lot of different organizations in different fields, different expertise, geography of activity. But right now, when we have a huge challenge, war and then reconstruction, it's clear that, and my colleagues already mentioned that we have a total needs 400 billion, and it's only for the first year, for the 1 year, sorry, for the 1 year of the war, and unfortunately it's going on, and this number doesn't include the occupied territories, which we for sure will liberate and also need to rebuild, so we understand that it's an enormous, fantastic number. So in this context, the role of civil society are crucial, significant. And just a few examples. First, Victor mentioned Dream System. For sure, Open Contracting Partnership do a lot, but also Rise Ukraine Coalition, of which I'm one of the members, was also one of the initiators and partner of Dream System. So it's a coalition of more than 50 organizations working on reconstruction integrity, efficiency, sustainability. Or another example, methodology of prioritizing the reconstruction projects for rational, transparent, fair use of finances and process of selection of the projects. Transparency International also works a lot on this and developed this methodology, which right now currently used by the Ministry of Restoration. But in fact, civil society help not only in the issues of efficiency, sustainability. If I'm not mistaken, the last research which was made by Isar Yadnanya showed the fantastic numbers. 75% of civil society organizations have expanded or changed their scope of work due to the war or war-related challenges. And as an example, let's also talk about the economic resilience, another important aspect. Because we're talking about reconstruction, but before reconstruction, we should think about the resilience, about debt policy, first of all, because of when we win the war, we shouldn't be in this debt gap, so therefore we need to manage well this. Or, for example, Alexander mentioned about the Ukraine facility, a special financial instrument which was proposed by the European Commission. I'm a member of Resilience, Reconstruction and Relief for Ukraine. So I'm another consortium of 4 organizations working on the economic issues, and we are also quite close, and the civil society representatives cooperate with these issues. So it's also one of the directions how civil society trying to contribute to economic resilience. Or let's talk about the army and defense. Let's mention charitable foundation Come Back Alive, which raised more than 8 billion hryvnias. It's more than $200 million, starting from the first day of the war. I don't remember in other cases in the world like this. It's also civil society. Or let's talk about the media and investigative journalism. Ukrainian Pravda, or let's mention Vox Ukraine, Ukraine World Project, a lot of different actors trying to interact, trying to fight with Russia propaganda, with Russian narratives. Yeah, so it's all of this about the civil society. And the last one, which I would like to say is ability to mobilize and to unite. Of course, we faced with a challenge we've never seen before, and a challenge to which it's impossible to be ready, for sure. And for this, it's inside the country and outside the country, we need to unite, build bridges, interact, and to share this. And as I mentioned, we've built in Ukraine Rise Coalition and some other coalitions, and we are quite open to interact because we need your experience of different solutions from all over the world, which was used before in different natural situations or conflicts or wars as well. It's also important for us.
And right now we are at the position when we need to build this institutional architecture of reconstruction, how to plan, how to manage, how to control, who should be responsible for what business processes should be. It's a lot of issues which are currently on the table. And for this, we are the civil society representative realize our role and realize how international audience can contribute to this, and we are open and ready to interact.
Thank you so much. And on this positive note that we are ready to interact, I actually want to invite you to ask the questions to our panelists, because as we described just now, communication is key, and now it's time for the questions from audience. I have 2 volunteers with microphones. Please raise your hand. I see the first hand. First come, first serve. We will have around 15 minutes, so we will answer all the questions that we can afford within this. Please identify yourself and please identify the speaker or speakers to whom you address your question. Please.
Hello, my name is Jackie Fisher. I'm from Ireland, and I'm really privileged to sit in this room and listen to you today. My question is to Alexander, I think it's Victor, about young people being very involved in helping in the resilience and reconstruction. I know this is a mad question, but were young people involved before? And if so, how did you get them involved? And do you, 3 questions, really cheeky. And how do you think you'll be able to keep young people involved in the system, or is it just a reaction to the crisis? In other words, the day-to-day running of the country, please God, when you overcome Russia.
Thank you. I guess question to Victor or Alexander, or to both of you.
I actually think that this question is, for Alexander, because he is one of the leader of young people movements. But generally, quick response, and if you want to contribute to that. Of course, Ukrainians and especially young people were very much engaged to generally life of Ukraine, development of Ukraine, especially after the Revolution of Dignity. The revolution itself in 2014, the first people who came to protest were students, right? And eventually it grew up to the huge movement. And in this room, there are lots of organizations who are working with young people. Isar Yednanya, for example, another organization who is strategically focused on that. So we'll be happy to introduce you if you don't know them. But generally, Alexander, do you want to contribute?
Так, якщо можна, насправді
If I may, we have, I think, to go back a little bit. First revolution was revolution on the granite stone in 1990s, when the students went out to break the Soviet system. So they went out to protest against unfairness. And there have been lots of such revolutions, the revolutions of dignity, where people went out to stand for their dignity. Most of them were young people. And for us, this is very important, for young people to be active participants in the processes of change. And what is happening in the youth policy right now, where on different levels, starting from the local level, youth is getting different instruments, different opportunities, starting from their opportunity to create different spaces up to consultative bodies where they cannot just recommend to municipalities or local government of how they see the development of these communities, but also many other instruments. It is very important for the young people to feel that they are part of this process and feel this ownership, because one of the key questions of rebuilding is how fast we are able to bring these young people back, those who had to leave the country because of the aggression. And that's one of the outstanding challenges. And it is very pleasant. We are trying to be in touch with the young people who are in Europe or around the world, and we can see that they are active participants of the resistance process of supporting Ukraine against aggressor. They are helping Ukraine in different ways, starting from rallies and different manifestations in the countries where they live, up to the volunteer support for the armed forces and displaced people, and on different levels. Now we are developing these opportunities. One of the big programs is State Builder, which is showing to the young people that they matter in these transformation processes. And I think this is one of the key elements, especially in terms of after-war rehabilitation.
Question from Olga Ivazovskaya, what I see, and then next hand.
Hello to everyone. My name is Olga Ivazovskaya. I'm the head of board Civil Network Opora Ukrainian NGO. And we have 2 points on the topic of this plenary session. It's about democratic resilience and reconstruction. And democratic resilience is not just about participation or voting through some mobile application, how to develop your city, what the point or infrastructure object has to be the first one which will be recovered and so on and so forth. It's about whole level of participation. And now we are living on the wartime. That's why my question is very easy and very short, but it's about deeper analysis, how to save democracy in Ukraine if the war will ongoing for a long time. And the second part, it's about reconstruction. Let's be honest that international partners or private money will not come to Ukraine without sustainable security guarantees. And if we try to compare 2 periods when Ukraine were under the shelling, I'm speaking about December 2022, from December till March 2023, we lost 1.8 million people, which didn't back just because of the damage for critical and energy system, critical infrastructure and energy system. But during May, when each day Russia shelled Kyiv city, we lost less people because we had already patriots. So let's think about reconstruction, not just as process with participation of different stakeholders, but we have to prepare the sustainability of reconstruction through sustainable security guarantees and think about democracy in long-term perspective. I'm speaking about freedom of speech, I'm speaking about free media, I'm speaking about political competition, which has to be in the country, which have to be a part of EU and NATO.
Thank you, Olga. Can you please specify to whom you address the question?
Yes.
Okay, to Alexander and to Victor, because it's not for civil society or self-government bodies for now.
Alexander, Victor, you are on the front line, please.
Те, що відбувається в Україні, і ті виклики, з якими зіштовхується.
What is happening in Ukraine and the challenges that Ukraine is facing are unprecedented in this century for any other country. And it is clear that there is no any other way. And I think there is consensus here, both on the government and the civil society and private sector. There is no way rather than transforming into the democracy and integrating into the democratic European institutions. And we can demonstrate this in different ways on how not to lose this. We have been talking today about the action plan on open government initiatives. So we have previous years and lots of achievements, and it is my pleasure that the CEO of the initiative was talking about these achievements, about Prozoro and Prozoro Sale that were implemented by means of cooperation between government and non-government institutions. What is happening now is a follow-up of this cooperation through specific actions and steps of this cooperation. It is clear that this is about trust, this is about interaction and building a common agenda. It's important for us in all policies, in government institutions, to have this as a cross-cutting theme, the inclusion of civil society in decision-making and implementation and the monitoring of the decisions that the government is working on.
I fully agree with you, and of course there is no simple recipe how to solve this, and it works like a separate, not even a panel, but event, lots of discussions about how to secure democracy in Ukraine and how to make sure that we have security guarantees, and that's why I said that priority number 1 is victory. right? But at the same time, we have to be prepared for the challenge that faces us. And of course, when we're speaking about participatory recovery, we don't mean participation only through digital tools, right? We're now working on e-democracy module in DREAM, and while preparing a methodology for that, we had dozens of consultations online and offline with all types of stakeholders, including governments, including civil society, media, young people, elderly people, and so on, to specifically design the best processes on how to make sure that they can contribute to the recovery process. But again, I believe that Ukrainian civil society here will first of all help to protect the democracy and will help to make sure that we have a voice of citizens in recovery planning and implementation. That happened many times already, and this happens even during the war, when sometimes our government, parliament makes one step forward, two step backs, or two step forward, one step back, as it happens yesterday with assets declaration. Yes, it's now renewed, but unfortunately it's not open to the public. But we hope that through cooperation between civil society, government institutions, with help of international community, we'll be able to reach our goal and build Ukraine that is a member of European Union, that has a member of NATO, that has proper security guarantees and plays an important role on global arena. Thanks.
Thank you, Victor. Thank you, Alexander. And indeed, Ukraine is facing so many challenges that are caused by this unprovoked and barbarian war. And we will face even more challenges within the reconstruction. And it is clear that we need to unite our efforts and to ensure effective collaboration between the government and civil society and to secure peace after the war. I would like to have our continuous discussion further, but unfortunately we are limited on time because organizers ask us to be a little bit shorter, and we can continue after this discussion during coffee breaks and in the corridors. But at the same time, I would like to ask you to stay, because now we will have a special time for all Ukrainians who are present in this room. And I have a special honor to welcome Sanjay Pradhan as the Chief Executive Officer of Open Government Partnership. Sanjay, please, the floor is yours. And I would like to ask thanks to our speakers for this brilliant discussion. Thank you. Please.
Good afternoon, everyone. So, you know, my summit agenda is full of lots of different events, but this moment, this event is one of the most powerful, poignant, and important events for me here, this moment, to recognize Ukraine. Ukrainians are fighting an existential battle for their freedom, for their democracy, for their open government. Russia's attack on Ukraine is also an attack on democracy and openness everywhere, globally. So, we as a global community must do all we can. So at this summit, which is focusing on the future of open government, must also focus on how we can support Ukraine in this war. As a global community, we need to do all that we can to support Ukraine in this war. Because Ukrainians are not fighting just for themselves. They're on the front lines, fighting for democracy and openness. They're fighting for all of us, you and me. So my salute to Ukrainians. You inspire us with your bravery, with your resilient spirit, and unwavering determination. And you have also inspired us over the years with many award-winning open government reforms that continue to spread and inspire the rest of the partnership, such as opening opaque contracts through Prozoro Dozoro. Every single speech I give in OGP mentions that. Such as opening opaque public sales systems through Prozoro Sales, such as being the first country to launch the beneficial ownership register, also advancing EITI. And I'm very proud and happy to say that many of these reforms were also part of OGP action plans. And it's so inspiring for me to see that right here in one of the global leaders of technology innovations, Estonia, is looking to learn and get inspired from Ukraine in your government in a smartphone, Dia app. And we have learned also, as I said in my opening speech, that it's so amazing that even amidst war, Ukraine is developing and delivering its OGP action plan, integrating open contracting and beneficial ownership transparency in the DREAM platform to ensure accountability in post-war reconstruction and to ensure we all participate and monitor in Ukraine's reconstruction. So it is clear to me that not only will the ideals of open government survive, but they will thrive in making a much brighter, resilient future for Ukraine's democracy. Let us take a moment to watch this video.
Війна в Україні триває дуже складних 9
For Ukraine has been going on for very difficult 9 years, and every day this is reflected on each and every family.
Today in Kyiv, just several hours ago, there were a number of air raid sirens signaling that the rockets are coming to Ukraine.
Ми боремося за ті демократичні цінності.
We are fighting for the democratic values that we want to be determining our life. It's important for us that the government doesn't go down with the democratic reforms that we have achieved in the previous years.
Trust is like a cement to keep the bricks together of the house that you are building. In order to earn this trust, you have to be open, you have to be accountable. I believe that Revolution of Dignity changed the DNA of the country.
Real partnership, real openness, real collaboration and trust between the government of Ukraine and civil society started after the revolution.
We understood that we have to bring up a conscientious, proactive Ukrainian that will be able to impact and influence the challenges that they're facing. The government and society began to better understand each other. There was more trust.
Groups have become much stronger and actually contributing, co-designing reforms, implementing them together with the government. After the Maidan revolution, OGP action plans contained really transformative commitments.
A lot of innovative tools that we have now in Ukraine, like Prozoro system, Prozoro sales system, a lot of others, they started from Maidan. Prozoro is unique because it was created in complete cooperation between business, citizens, civil society, and the state.
Prozoro, it's a set of digital tools to make sure that civil society can also contribute to the accountability of public procurement and public sales in Ukraine.
Ukraine was among the first ones to open the information on beneficial ownership.
It was my dream for our country to be the first country to have implemented the comprehensive system of checking the information about the beneficial owner.
Government in smartphone, which is already exported to different countries.
EITI склалася, почала впроваджуватись в межах OGP Action Plan.
EITI started being implemented as part of the GP action plan in Ukraine, and we see that in the times that Ukraine is going through this full-fledged Russian aggression, civil society is being very flexible, very active. It is helping the government a lot, and it's important for us to show that life should go on.
We decided to develop an end-to-end digital process that will cover the whole reconstruction life cycle. DREAM is a digital restoration ecosystem for accountable management. Every euro, dollar, hryvnia or pound invested into our country will spend efficiently, and people will be sure that any investments supports human lives.
What I would like is for the instrument for Ukraine's rebuilding to be done on the basis and based on the standards of the open government. Our future of Ukraine is about the full-fledged integration to the European community. I do hope that the values of open government will be determining the further development of our country. Ukraine for sure will be a democratic country with active...
prosperous.
The future is open, and the future for Ukraine is open.
Thank you all here in the room. My name is Anastasia Kozlovtseva. I am Regional Coordinator for Eastern Partnership, and within OGP I oversee Ukraine. And now I would like to call on stage the co-chairs from government and civil society of the Multi-Stakeholder Forum in Ukraine, Alexander Yarema, State Secretary, and Olesya Arkhipska. Also, I would like to call on stage Andriy Borovik, who is Executive Director of Transparency International Ukraine, Viktor Nestulia, Head of DREAM Project Office in Open Contracting. Also, Alexei Orlovsky, who is the Head of Program on Democratic Governance at the Renaissance Foundation, and Natalia Oksha, who is our point of contact and who is Deputy Director of the program in the Cabinet of Ministers. These people are those who were working on open government partnership for the last 10 years in Ukraine.
So I will be giving awarding these trophies. Let me award and then I will. So I have awarded these trophies as a tribute, as a remembrance, as a symbol of the fact that the Ukrainian community, OGP community, has been and will continue to be a true inspiration for the whole OGP partnership for decades to come. I also want to use this occasion to invite all our Ukrainian colleagues to please stand. Please stand. Please stand. Please stand. You stand as representatives of all the Ukrainian people, and I salute you and the entire Ukrainian people and nation for your bravery, your resilience. My salute to you. Give them a huge round of applause once again.
And now we would like to conclude this session with the picture of all Ukrainians here on stage. Also, OGP colleagues, please welcome. Everyone else, thank you so much for being here, and thank you so much for the support of Ukraine. So, all Ukrainians, please come forward to have a family photo. Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you.
goosebumps running up and down your spine? We'll goosebump your ass on out of here.
Hello and good afternoon from the backyard of Fotografiska. Good afternoon to everyone who I'm seeing at the moment and to all those who can see me but I can't see you. So welcome to everybody. My name is Jan and I'm an artist, a theatre director, and here I'm with the Institute of Meetings and Non-Meetings to curate the off-program of the Open Government Summit in Tallinn. And we would really just like to welcome you to the off-program just as well as to main program and talk to you a little for something like 7.5 minutes about the possibilities that we have curated for you. And the main aim of the off-program, which is titled The Not So Official Perspectives, is to give you a different outlook to an official summit, to a summit that is well regulated, well rehearsed, and where all the ideas and discussions are really important. The off-program, the not so official perspectives, all the topics there are really important as well, but just with a little different feeling added to them. We have 5 different formats for you during those 2 days. The first of which is titled The City of Citizens. This is your opportunity to change the way you see this city, the city of Tallinn. Instead of doing the regular thing, arriving at the airport, taking a taxi from the airport to the hotel, taking a taxi from the hotel to this venue, we have more than 50 people, 50 locals, 50 Tallinners who are ready to guide you. They won't tell you the official history of Tallinn. Maybe some of them will, maybe. Who knows? But most of them will just show you around. They will take you each morning. This morning they already did, and they will as well tomorrow. And they will take you from the Nordic Hotel Forum to here, to Telliskivi. They have decided and designed their own routes, and I must say that all the routes are quite different. Tomorrow morning at 7:30, at 8 o'clock, and at 10 o'clock for those who want to sleep in a little, you are very welcome to join us at the lobby of the Nordic Hotel Forum, and we will find you a guide that will maybe take you on a walk that you will never forget, or maybe to a walk that you will forget instantly. Both of the options are available. The next format that we have here is the Academy of Life Wisdom. So apart from answering all the questions that need and deserve expert knowledge from universities and academies of the highest regard, we have invited some people that know life itself. So in Teleskivi, there are a few spots. There's one near the main entrance. You'll also find it from the map of the summit, where you can learn from real experts who have learned it by generations from their grandmothers and grandfathers how to stack fire logs. They will give you excellent know-how, so whenever you meet with a fireplace, you'll know exactly what to do. You know exactly how to stack the logs in a most perfect rectangle or circle, as someone has already told me. On the main square, you'll also find people who are ready to teach you how to pickle cucumbers, which is something that almost every second Estonian does every autumn. But besides the Academy of Life Wisdom, we also have the Academy of Staying Alive, where people from an NGO called Help to Protect, Aitan Kaitsta, will teach you and will involve you in making camouflage nets that will then be transported to the front line to Ukraine. So the Academy of Life Wisdom, if you want to pickle cucumbers and stack fire logs, and the Academy of Staying Alive, if you want to learn how to make camouflage nets. Apart from those, we also have what's basically also shown here on the background, the Embassy of Utopia, which will open itself tomorrow on the main square. You will be able to find us. We will be there. Just come and step near us. The aim of the Embassy of Utopia is to offer a place for positive uncertainty mostly, for bold thoughts and for imagination. We did it for the first time this spring in Tartu during the International Literary Festival Prima Vista, and then we asked people to really bring their utopias. We had 350 people share their visions for tomorrow. This time, as the main topic of the summit is tomorrow and the utopias for tomorrow, we don't want you to talk about utopias. Instead, we invite you to give a small, 5-minute talk about your failures, about the biggest failures of your life, or just about the failures that you've encountered recently and maybe that are so fresh that you haven't even managed to learn anything from them. All the failures are welcomed, and we invite you tomorrow from noon till 3 o'clock and from 7 o'clock till 9 o'clock to the main square. Just pick up the microphone and give a talk about your personal failures. Maybe they will inspire someone, even if they didn't inspire you when they happened. As well, in the information center of the summit, we have crafted for you some scripts. So if you find someone that you want to meet with, want to have really official talks, but in a business not as usual or business as unusual way, then you can just go to the information center and ask for those scripts. There are 5 different versions. Some of them will take you to an art gallery. Some of them will take you to a bus from 1960s. Some of them will just take you on a walk, and some of them might lead to some other weird but interesting perspectives on trains or on people, for example. So scripts for meetings are available in the information center of the summit. The off program will be happening today and tomorrow. So just join in and give yourself an opportunity to see the city of Tallinn, and also the summit and the people that are here, the people that have gathered in a way that doesn't normally happen. The institution that does those is the Institute of Meetings and Non-Meetings, and our main goal is to understand what is the function or the role of arts in society. And in order to understand this, in order to study this, we are making up different formats, different performances, different actions that are taking place here and there. And all of those are inviting people to participate, and we try to understand sort of what is the border and why is there a border between the art and the rest of the world, the rest of life. Yeah, thank you so much. We hope to see you soon. We hope to see you at all the formats, and we wish you a great summit. Thank you.
Dear guests, welcome to the OGP Global Summit. The program will start in 5 minutes. Please find your seats. Dear guests, the program is about to start. Please find your seats now.
Should we start? Good afternoon, everyone. A very, very warm welcome. And thank you all for joining us for this interactive panel discussion today between high-level representatives from the government, civil society, and young people, both on the panel and in the audience, to discuss strategies for moving on from commitments to action on people-centered justice and open justice. My name is Swati Mehta, and I'm the director for the Pathfinders for Justice program, which is hosted by the Center on International Cooperation at New York University. It is my pleasure to moderate this exciting discussion on people-centered justice, which has been co-organized with our partners, Justice Canada and International Development Research Agency. As we all know, we are currently in the midst of intersecting crises. The cost of living is rising, as are inequalities. Climate change and its impact is right in our face, and we are facing its impacts, and they are beginning to hit us in our face across the globe. Conflicts are increasing, and multilateralism does not seem to be working very well. We are at the halfway mark of the 2030 agenda, and all SDGs seem to be off track. We need action, and we need it now. SDG 16 on peace, justice, and strong institutions is by now very well recognized as a critical enabler for sustainable development. We cannot address poverty, inequality, and conflict without ensuring equal access to justice for all. I think by now all of us are familiar with this figure of 5.1 billion people lacking meaningful access to justice. That's 2/3 of the global population. In 2019, the Task Force on Justice showed us that if we wanted to move from a system which tends to serve a few to a system which is meaningful, which provides access to justice for all, we need to change the way we work. We need to transform justice systems to put people at their center. People-centered justice requires us to be evidence-based, data-driven, and outcome-focused. It recognizes that access to justice is not just about access to courts, but it refers more broadly to the ability of people to actually prevent and resolve their problems. It is in this context today that we'll be speaking to our brilliant panel and the audience to talk about what it means to implement people-centered justice. Without much further ado, let me introduce you to our panelists, and I will go alphabetically. So let me begin with our Young Justice Leader, Agnes Moding, who's a Young Justice Leader with the Pathfinders and a former Next Generation Fellow at the United Nations Foundation. She was invited by the UN Secretary General to be a consultant for his report on the Common Agenda and our future agenda. We also have with us Honorable Justice Joseph Zergon. He's a judge of the High Court of Kenya and is a part of the National Steering Committee on implementation of Kenya's alternate justice systems policy, which brings together stakeholders drawn from judiciary, the civil society, and community-based organizations to chart the way for mainstreaming customary and traditional means of dispute resolution. Mr. Kristomo Konstantinos is Indonesia's Secretary of the National Law Development Agency of the Ministry of Law and Human Rights. We have Ms. Shannon Green. She's the USAID's Assistant to the Administrator of the Bureau for Democracy, Human Rights, and Governance. She leads USAID's efforts to invigorate democracy, enhance human rights and justice, and bolster governance that advances public interest and delivers inclusive development. Ms. Sheila Fomanto is a human rights and child rights advocate, a community organizer, and a lawyer. She's the current national coordinator of the Alternate Law Group Secretariat, which is a coalition of 19 resource NGOs in the Philippines that adhere to principles and values of development law. Thank you for joining us. In this session today, we hope not only to explore what works in delivering people-centered justice, but also to consider what are the challenges which we face when we shift from commitments to implementation. We hope having an open discourse around challenges will allow us to learn from each other and to co-create effective solutions towards making this important shift. The session is designed to stimulate action and participation, so we very much encourage inputs and feedback from you, the audience participants. Just to let you know, we will be asking the audience to respond to some questions on Slido. So please go to www.slido.com and enter scan the QR code, which should be in the screen in front of you. You will see the first discussion question, which is, if you could change one thing to stimulate equal access to justice for all in your country, what would that be? You will have some time to reflect and answer as the panelists take the first round of questions from me. And my request, as we speak, both as audience, as panelists, is to keep the remarks short. We are on a very tight schedule. I've been warned we'll be thrown out of this room at 3 sharp. So I will be very strict on time, and I apologize in advance if I cut you short. Kindly bear with me. Also, do note we are being live streamed. So what I will do is, I don't know if the question will be displayed on the screen. Okay. Let's move on now to the panelists. You all have 3 minutes for your interventions. I will be giving you 2 questions. You can choose to respond to either. The first one is on motivation. What motivates you to work on justice? Why do you feel people-centered justice, open justice is important? That's first question. And the next one is one initiative. Name one initiative that you're implementing in your context, in your country. What is your experience of implementing it? And what is the secret sauce that really makes it work? So it's over to you. Maybe again, let me start with you, Cynthia. Agnes, do you want to respond to the question? Please let me know which question, and 3 minutes begin now.
Yeah, I can respond to both briefly. What motivates me to advance justice, first of all, is the oppression that is particularly towards women and children in, for example, succession matters. Because in a country where I come from, the system that is usually used is the informal justice system, which discriminates against women and children, that they are not entitled to any inheritance. So my inspiration is that kind of oppression towards them in order to advance justice, using both the informal justice system and the formal justice system, making sure that the informal justice system enhances constitutionalism and human rights so that it can serve both their needs and as well as for the women and the children. And the secret behind that is that the informal justice system is used throughout the country in over 95% of the people use the informal justice system, and this is the system that still oppresses the women and the children. So my secret is to incorporate constitutionalism and human rights observance in the informal justice system through trainings and making legal empowerment to the elders that implement the informal justice system. Yes.
Great, thank you. And that's, I think, a good segue maybe to move on to Justice Sargon, because Justice Sargon, in your context, you do the judiciary, the formal justice system, in fact, does work with the informal justice system. But again, the choice is over to you. Would you want to speak on your motivation, or would you like to talk about your initiative that you're trying to pursue in your country and what makes it work?
Thank you very much for having me in this session to discuss all about AJS, that's the Alternative Justice System. I will answer the two questions together. One is that what motivated me to be in this space is, one is personal. I remember a long time ago when I was in Form 2, my father had a dispute over a plot of land in my local area. Then what happened is that the elders quickly moved in and sort of resolved the question. It's settled up to now through the alternative means of dispute resolution mechanism. Then I was even motivated now to go and study law. Saying yes, we did not go to the formal justice system, but this one really worked through the informal justice system, and it is believed. The other thing which also motivated me to be in the justice sector is looking at we had as a country, did what we call the Justice Needs and Satisfaction Survey. And what turned out is that 90% of the disputes are resolved using the alternative means of dispute resolution mechanisms as opposed to the formal justice system. So it motivated me now to say, yes, why don't we look at this? And as a result, also the judiciary formed a task force which established, which went around collecting views in the whole country and set up and formed a policy framework. Now, as we speak, I was in the task force that went around and developed, a policy to implement the alternative justice system. Then, when you look at it, now, after establishing the policy, there was now need to implement. So we were appointed also to be in the steering committee to see how to implement the alternative justice system. And basically the policy created a link between the formal justice system and the informal justice system. And that's what we are working in. We've done trainings for all the stakeholders. We've done also, we've dne a lot in terms of promoting these systems as directed by the Constitution. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think what was very interesting to hear from both of you, from Agnes and from you, is the importance of not ignoring the informal system, but also recognizing whether we are in the formal system, informal system, we do have problems that often women, children, and more vulnerable people face in accessing the system, and how can we try and improve, and how can the two systems work together? Maybe moving on now to Ms. Green, if you would like to respond to the questions, whether on motivation or on the one relating to what works and what's the secret sauce.
Thank you. And if it wasn't clear, I am the youth representative on this panel, if that didn't come through the introductions. No, I'm just kidding. I'll take the perspective of my institution, which is USAID, and say that we really see strengthening the rule of law and making sure that people-centered justice is on an ascendant position as central to everything that we do to invigorate democracy and promote inclusive development. For the past 2 or so years, I've been working on our anti-corruption initiatives, and it's become so apparent in that time that you cannot combat corruption without the rule of law and justice systems that are able to serve all people, including those from marginalized communities. I think a secondary reason why these issues are so central to our work is because of the sustained period of democratic recession. We often see that the justice system is the last recourse. It is like the safety net for people who are facing persistent repression, violations of their human rights, and exploitation by corrupt actors. It's the same in the United States, the country where I come from, where the justice system was really the last recourse, the last thing standing when there were really egregious attempts to dismantle democracy. So we really do see it as just absolutely essential for this process of reinvigorating democracy. In terms of the things that I'm most proud of, USAID has been deeply engaged in Ukraine and ensuring access to justice, even in the midst of the brutal conflict there. So we have helped establish 7 community justice centers in 4 regions with the support of and in partnership with the Ministry of Justice. Since 2019, these centers have provided legal consultations and related assistance to roughly 20,000 Ukrainians, including more than 5,000 representatives of marginalized communities. So women, internally displaced persons, persons with disabilities, ethnic minorities, veterans, and others. Since the conflict began, these community justice centers have helped more than 7,000 war-affected Ukrainians with legal aid, humanitarian assistance, and psychological support. I think when you ask about what is the secret sauce, what is so important about that is this work is rooted in a nuanced understanding of people's everyday legal problems and really seeks to address those sort of everyday problems. So we regularly use need surveys, we build integrated data ecosystems that get input from civil society and use feedback loops between justice providers and justice seekers to make sure that we really are responding to local needs.
Thank you so very much. And exactly, in terms of accessing systems, legal aid is one of the key things that we need to focus on, whether it's accessing formal systems, it's accessing informal systems. How do we work with, not just with lawyers, but also looking at others who might be able to provide legal aid and what it actually means. And maybe that might be a good segue into talking to you, Mr. Konstantinos, because I know Indonesia has been working a lot on legal aid and has been thinking of how do you involve paralegal paralegals, community-based paralegals and others and civil society organizations in providing legal aid. Would you want to speak to either of these questions, either your motivation or...
The second question.
Yes, please.
The second question. Right, let me share our experience in legal aid in Indonesia. So legal aid in Indonesia is implemented under the law, which is enacted in 2011 and fully implemented in 2013. And now the state provide the budget, and we have the strong engagement with civil society because all of the legal aid providers are civil society. They have to pass our verification and accreditation to become the legal aid providers. And also, we encourage the Bar Association to for their pro bono services to reach out more of justice seeker. It is due to the fact that the state budget is so limited so far. In this year, we have around 3.8 million US dollars, which is so limited to our vast and huge amount of people. in Indonesia. So that's why also we try to encourage, we try to train the community leaders as paralegals. Two kind of leaders. First is the informal leaders, like priests. We train priests as paralegal also. We also train chief of tribals in West Papua as paralegals. And also we train the formal leaders, which is chief of village or head of the village. We train them in Paralegal Academy. We train 300 of them this year, and the next year there will be more, hopefully more chief of village can be trained as paralegals. And we also has a cooperation with the Supreme Court to train this paralegal as the mediators, especially the chief of the village. Why? Because the villagers will try to find their leader as or their chief of the village to solve their problems. So that is what we try to reach out more legal seekers or more justice seekers.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So your secret sauce is work with civil society,
Work with society.
encourage lawyers to provide pro bono services,
Yeah.
train people, get the formal system like the Supreme Court involved in mediation.
Yeah.
Thank you. I think all of the speakers till now have spoken about the importance of co-creating solutions, working with civil society and providing legal aid, which I think is a good question to go to our civil society representative. Ms. Formenze, if you could also try and talk about either your motivation or talk about your secret sauce and what you're working on.
Yeah, as mentioned a while ago, that ALG adheres to the principle of developmental law. At the heart of this principle is a dual role. First is to empower communities, and the second one is to effect systems change. So in terms of empowering communities, we work with grassroots communities that actually experience injustices. So we work with indigenous peoples, with women, with children, with farmers, fisherfolk. So coming from the experiences and the injustices that the communities are experiencing, we start from there. We try to empower them by trying to know the law and how to use the law for redress and to address their issues. Acknowledging that the community paralegals in the communities are the frontliners in the communities. There are actually very few lawyers that have the skill set to actually do alternative lawyering or working with communities, because it takes process, organizing, and it also takes sensitivities in working with the communities. And the second role of ALG as an organization is effecting systems change. This is in terms of acknowledging that not all laws are just. So when laws are unjust, or it's not favorable to the sectors we work with, we still work within the rule of law and try to create change to make these laws more favorable or will be more effective in terms of the sectors that we work with. So coming from the conditions, situations of the communities, we do the journey with them. What do they want to change in terms of these policies? What do they want? What is justice for them? Basically, what's justice for them? And then from there, we work with the community, and then we create the change that is necessary for them to enjoy and to enjoy their rights as part of the community.
Thank you so very much. I think that is the question, right? Justice means so many different things for different people. How do we use the law and the existing systems to provide justice to people? Thank you very much, all the panelists, for your interventions. Before I open the floor to the audience for their reflections, maybe I can go to my colleague Milan, who's here, who can provide a flavor of the answers on Slido. Milan, 2 minutes for you, please.
Hey everyone, my name is Mylène Bordelot and I work with Canada's International Development Research Centre. I've had the difficult task to try to summarize about the 30 answers that we've received so far. So we'll display them right now on the screen so you can have a look. But what I did was trying to group them in 4 overarching themes The first one being about training capacity strengthening, so that came up quite a number of times, ensuring education is provided on both the formal and informal systems, boosting competencies on human rights, ensuring judges and other key actors are aware of biases. Second category that I noted was about evidence, so some requests to do more in measuring the access to justice, better document the legal problems. Funding came up as well, so more funding for paralegal, grassroots movements, ensuring that we increase the number of public defenders. And then the last category is about some mechanisms for accountability, so separating the justice from the politics, ensuring people-centered processes, more co-creation, ensuring voices from the most vulnerable are heard, and stopping the siloed approaches and put again people in the center. And I can see that there the AI already summarized some of the categories for me there, which is great. I hope this doesn't do justice to all of the good ideas, but thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Milan. I don't know if anyone else from the audience has any questions for the panelists or any reflections that you would like to share. Again, please keep your interventions short, maybe a minute or so. And there's a question there.
Hi, I wanted to ask about what do you think is the best approach for not the fear to maybe, you know, ask for help and get justice, but about the social stigma that could be in place, or why people have this understanding that this is something they should be ashamed of. Like, what should be the best approach actually? What have you seen works?
Would anyone from the panel want to? Or maybe if there are other questions, we could also group them. Maybe one there.
Thanks so much, everybody, for your interventions. And Agnes, I was really glad to hear you speaking specifically about women's access to justice and wanting to see the informal systems better serve women and children and other vulnerable groups. I'd be curious for the panel, what have you seen and what plans have you made, I think particularly maybe in Indonesia, to ensure that women are amongst these mediators who are being trained, and certainly across the board, so that we have more women serving in those roles as well, which perhaps could address some of the stigma concerns that our colleagues just raised. Thank you.
Great, thank you. So is there anyone who wants to take this shame question? And there's a specific question, Christopher, for you to see if women can be involved. And I know, Justice Sergon, that in Kenya also, you're working to see how women could be part of the informal system and trained as mediators, as elders. So who wants to go first?
I would like to address in terms of the stigma for accessing justice. I've worked with human trafficking victims before, victims of sexual abuse. And this is something that we have to address as a community, creating support system within the community and educating the community that this what's happening is actually a crime that has to be addressed. And it's not something that the victim should be ashamed of. So one important key element to that is creating that support system for the victim survivors, and at the same time, awareness in the community, especially in those areas where victims are actually reintegrated.
Thank you.
Thank you. When it comes to the role of women, what we've done in Kenya is that part of the training is to ensure that we do two things. One, as you train all the stakeholders, and particularly the elders, you draw them to the constitutional imperative that women, marginalized, and children play a role in this space of alternative justice. The other area where we train also is the human rights Because the moment the elders understand, the moment the practitioners of AJS understand that when you bring in human rights principles, constitutional principles, they will agree at the end of the day for women to play a role. And thirdly, you look at when we went around carrying out the survey, taking data and interviewing these people, they say their traditions are not static, they are dynamic. So they are able to accept women to play a role. And they have even gone to the extent of saying, yes, the youth can play a role in the space of practicing alternative justice. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Christopher, if you
Right, okay. The first and the second question I will answer comprehensively. So we have one or I think more than one of our legal aid providers concerns in the issue of women and children. So we we make training, paralegal training with their paralegals and also their counterparts train as the paralegal. And the issue that we train, especially for this session, is one of them is about the role of women and and also human rights, etc. So about the stigma and about also the role of women, we encourage them to be the paralegals, and there is no problem so far about the gender problem in while they're giving the legal aid, the legal aid, well they provide the legal aid to the poor. So far, there is no problem with the gender situation in Indonesia. And again, about the role of the women, we train them as the paralegal with some legal aid providers, which is concerned much in the issue of women and children. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm just mindful of the time, so we'll have another round of audience interaction after this next round of questions. Let me move back to the panelists. But again, a reminder for the audience participants that there will be another question now up on Slido for you to, so we will not let you rest. If you have to be on phones, then maybe just look at the Slido question, which is basically, the question is, can you tell us about a key strategy which worked in your country to improve equal access to justice for all? In the meanwhile, my first question is for you, Ms. Green. Can you tell us about USAID's actions and support to spur implementation of people-centered justice internationally, and how you think that this could enhance, different countries' justice-related OGP commitments and implementation in their own domestic contexts?
Great, thank you. We are so very proud of USAID's first rule of law policy, which really does put people's everyday legal concerns and justice needs right at the center. And there is a particular emphasis on women, girls, and other underserved communities. So our rule of law policy is really the jumping off point that we're using to advance commitments to people-centered justice. What I thought I would do is give a couple of examples of what USAID is doing in various countries to actualize this approach to people-centered justice. First and foremost, as I mentioned, USAID is a learning organization. So one of the things that we're doing is launching a rule of law innovation, design, experimentation, acceleration, and solutions ideas lab that is going to help drive our policy implementation and make sure that we are continuously learning from USAID's support to partners and from our programs, and then feed that back into our efforts to solve legal problems. We are very much looking for folks to partner with us and to feed into that ideas lab. So this is really an open invitation to everyone on screen and in this room to be a part of that learning and problem solving approach. To strengthen global coordination and learning, USAID and the US government has recently joined the Justice Action Coalition. And I'm pleased to note that we have made a contribution of $500,000 to bolster knowledge generation on evidence-based justice programming. as I said, what I would really like to do though is focus on some of the in-country interventions, which helps bring this people-centered justice approach to life. So I'm really happy to be sharing the stage with a colleague from Indonesia, because Indonesia has been a place that has been making really impressive strides in improving access to justice, particularly for its most vulnerable residents. And USAID has been a part of that problem-solving process since 2005, including working to exponentially increase the budget that's dedicated to legal aid and to making sure that it was legal to hold criminal proceedings online to ensure the continuity of justice during the COVID-19 pandemic. So that has been a really special partnership. In Ghana, USAID partnered with the Commission on Human Rights and Administrative Justice to monitor the use of a new case tracking system, roll out citizens' online reporting and filing of complaints, and promote accessible judicial services via user-friendly mobile platforms. Similarly, in Serbia, we are working with the judiciary, prosecution, and civil society to strengthen confidence in the justice system through the Open Doors to the Judiciary activity, which combines in-person dialogues between judicial representatives and communities and online communication through a digital platform. Increasing data to drive changes is critical to effective open justice. In Guatemala, USAID has been partnering with local civil society organizations to promote open justice, transparency, and anti-corruption initiatives. One of these is investigating and analyzing challenges that the justice sector faces via the development of a new Open Justice Index. Another has developed a guide that takes a gender and social inclusion approach to standards for the creation and publication of justice sector open data. At the same time, you asked about what are the ramifications for us domestically. As I mentioned, our justice system has really been the bulwark against attempts to dismantle democracy. In recognition of that, in 2021, the U.S. Attorney General reestablished the Office for Access to Justice, and that was really about making sure that communities across the United States can really look to the justice system to address their legal problems, and that justice system is accessible and available for all communities across the United States. So we have many of the same problems at home. We're also fighting to figure out how to make sure that people can access the legal system as recourse for the problems that they face, and that is an ongoing struggle. And we are in fact trying to apply some of the learnings from our programs and partnerships overseas to address those challenges domestically.
Thank you so very much. Let me move on to you, Justice Sargon. You spoke about the alternative justice policy, and I know that it's your commitment to take that forward, to expand people's access to justice through it. Can you talk about one key challenge that you have faced along the way and how you managed to address it?
Thank you. One of the key challenges that we faced on the way is the buy-in by the, particularly the lawyers and even the judges, those who trained in the formal justice system. And that's why we had to make strategic interventions on how to address this. In some of the interventions that we've undertaken, one is training. Two is establishing what we call the county action plans, so that now Kenya is divided into counties. We have 47 counties. In each and every county, we have different alternative justice systems, unique alternative justice system in each county. And so we get now the buy-in by the county government so that they can promote and somehow finance these activities of AJS. The other intervention, of course, is by the court establishing what we call the AJS suits. Suits, basically spaces within the court where now these communities, elders can arbitrate over cases. And also, these will assist the formal justice system where they want to refer matters to the alternative justice system. They will say, yes, within us in court, there is a place where the panel of elders can sit and determine your case. Equally, if the elders also have a feeling that this is a matter they cannot easily deal with, they will refer it to the formal justice system just within the suits. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So much to unpack from there, you know, the resistance from lawyers, and that's not just about Kenya. Across the world, one of the challenges of trying to work with informal sector, with paralegals, not even with informal sectors, if you go beyond lawyers and say, can community level based, you know, paralegals work, the resistance from the bar, from the judges is very, very strong, and one understands why. It's also about kind of reorienting. And I think something that you also talked about, training, going by data, something I also know that Kenya has done. If 90% of the people are not going to courts, then can we afford to ignore where they're going and work with that? And that's true across the world. I think World Justice Data report in 2019 showed less than 20% people go to third parties to mediate across the world, not just in developing contexts. So what does that mean for us? And then there is working together in suites. So a lot to unpack there, sir, and thank you for your intervention and your comments. If I can move on to you now, Ms. Fomento, reflecting on your context, can you talk about the role of civil society in ensuring people-centered justice? You did mention it in your previous one, but if you could maybe reflect on some of the key lessons that we can draw from your experience in engaging. How do you engage effectively with governments on access to justice issues?
Okay. So a while ago I mentioned about empowering communities. We do strategic litigation when it's necessary, but the journey is still with the community. It's the community who should be informed and empowered in terms of the issues that injustices that they're dealing with. And then coming from the decision of the community, that's where us, as lawyers, alternative lawyers, we go through the process with them. So it's not always filing a case. Sometimes it's a dialogue with quasi-judicial bodies. Sometimes it's coming up with policy papers or policy recommendations coming from the communities or the sectors that we work with. So that's the journey that we have to go through with the community. That's how we ensure that it's a people-centered justice, because it's coming from the community and decision is coming from the community. It's not the traditional legal aid service that we tell them what they should do. It's actually them deciding with us on what should be done in their issues. In terms of lessons learned, again, as I mentioned, coming up with reforms that is very important to make sure that the changes are sustainable. Sometimes it's difficult to work at the national level. So as a strategy, we work also at the local level. So there are laws that we've been trying to lobby for 30 years, but it's not working. So what do? We work at the local level, come up with local policies and ordinances, work with the local government units, and create these small changes that would actually impact the communities that we work with. So that's one lesson that we have to do. I've learned from working on legal empowerment work. The second one is if there's no space, create that space. We've been facing some difficulties in terms of protection issues for human rights defenders, us being tagged as members of the Communist Party of the Philippines. So these are major issues that our communities and us, our human rights defenders, are facing. So we have to create that space to dialogue and discuss with the security sector, with the government organizations, this is what we're experiencing, and we have to do something about it. Sometimes the effect is low, but we don't want to let go of that platform. So again, if there's no space, create that space. And if there's space, take advantage of that space to make sure that the voices of the communities and grassroots sectors that you work with are heard. So basically, those are two lessons that
very, very important lessons, I think, for all of us to take back. That sometimes when things don't work nationally, maybe working subnationally will give you smaller results and open up the space to engage at national level. And this problem that we are all facing across the world of closing space for civil society, how do you engage with that process? And if you do have the space, let's use it more effectively. Thank you so very much, Ms. Fomento. Moving on to Indonesia. Mr. Konstantinos, Indonesia, as you already discussed, has included community justice as an access to justice model with the OGP process. What would your advice be for other countries who may be considering implementing similar programs at national or subnational level?
All right, before that I will share also that the question about the key strategy to improve equality access to justice. In Indonesia, we establish this, the access of information of justice is also important as the key strategy for to improve the equal access to justice, the information of justice. So we built for example, in West Papua, we built legal service post in 50 churches in Manokwari, and in Bali we established 370 legal service post in village, in 370 village in Bali. What their main job is, the first is the access of information of justice, meaning that, for example, in the church, when the followers says the legal problem, they will come to the priest, and then the priest can give advice not only to pray and to surrender to God, but also can give legal advice. It's much cool. So that's the first role is in the post is to give access to justice information, right? And the second, give the consultation, and the third, perhaps the mediation and etc. And also in Bali, we established this post in village. Actually, at first as a quick response of the legal problem, anticipating the legal problem in pandemic time, because as we know, it was economic problem, social problem, and perhaps it will be a legal problem in grassroots or in village. So we make this post in the village, and then this post is run by paralegal that we train, and the rule is the same, that they give the legal information, the second they give the legal consultation, mediation, etc., and non-litigation legal aid. So that is what we do in Indonesia, and then hopefully in 2024 or next year, it will be scaled up as a national project in under our ministry, because we've seen that it is very effective, that people can get the access of information of justice at the first, and then second, then they get also their response to their legal problems. So perhaps, and we do this with collaboration with legal aid providers, which is all of, as I told you, is all of them are civil society, and we also engage with some community, some stakeholder which work also in community, but which perhaps not the legal, not GSO, but also local government. Mm-hmm. With they have the issue with this community, and they work with community, and also with other stakeholders. For example, in the court, in district level of the court, we have the collaboration with them also. So that's strong engagement, strong collaboration with civil society, and also as what you said, that creating the space to give legal information on access to justice is also important.
Absolutely. Yeah. And I know that you also have been experimenting with mobile apps and with IT to reach far, because Indonesia, as we know, is like many islands, and to reach people through lawyers may always not be possible. So I know that you're doing that also. So thank you so much, very helpful. Maybe I can move on to you, Agnes, the last but not the least. We've heard some very interesting examples on access to justice from our panelists. Where do you think young people fit in this equation? What catalytic role do you see for the youth moving forward in achievement of access to justice? And if you could also kind of maybe reflect on what would your demand be on behalf of, not an easy job, but on behalf of young people, what would your demand be from governments in this context?
Okay, well, thank you for the question. First of all, I would like to thank the different panelists, and as well as the government and the civil society that have deliberately taken up the opportunity or the role to bring up the young people on all throughout the systems and all the processes, because previously young people were not that much involved into the access to justice strategies and activities. But currently, many young people have come on board. And the role that they're playing, first of all, is through activism and protests. We've seen very many young people taking up the mantle to demand for justice, that's physically and online through activism and protests. There is a young person who is part of the Young Justice Leaders at Pathfinders called Chanel, who took up the activism online in order to make sure that the conversion therapy is banned in New Zealand. And as we speak now, the conversion therapy was banned because of his efforts through protests and activism, whereby LGBTQ people were forced into the conversion therapy in order to change them into something that they are not, which was unjust to them, because that speaks to not what they are. Yes, so that was a mandate. That was a mantle taken up by a young person, and that's not the only person. I know there are very many young people out there who have taken up the activism role, online and as well as physically. We've seen very many hashtags online, on Twitter, young people demanding for justice for different people. I know many can resonate to very many hashtags, Black Lives Matter, very many of them that young people have actively been part of. Another role that young people are actively participating in is advancing informal justice system. Just like one of the panelists said that the government of Kenya has deliberately involved young people in the alternative justice system. Before, this is a system that was basically occupied by the elders. They were the ones knowledgeable about the system because maybe of the age. But what I know is that right now there is information about these systems. Young people can as well read about them and be knowledgeable and can be implementers of these systems. And that's what I've seen young people doing. Personally, I've been part of a working group with IDLO, International Development Law Organization, that is working on a paper about customary justice that will be launched very soon during the SDG Summit. So this is something that young people are doing and they're very passionate about. And another role that young people are really participating in is legal empowerment and trainings, whereby young people have put up groups where they can advance information about justice online and as well as physically. There are very many apps that young people have come up with, and these apps you can find information about the law, whereby you cannot be oppressed if you know the law. So information is very powerful, and this can be accessed online. There is Barefoot Law, whereby you just Google in and know about your rights, whereby you may not need to go to a lawyer before you know that this is my right, it has been violated. And these are all initiatives of young people. So I really encourage the civil society to meaningfully bring up young people on board.
You have 40 seconds for the second bit.
Yes, and I'll give the ask that us young people we have. One is economic empowerment, so that we advance our activities in access to justice. And not only that, but we would also want meaningful participation, not just young people being given, tokenism. No, we want to be involved throughout the process. Yes, and I also, young people as well would like the government to actively involve the young people and trust them. They need to be not only experts about matters to do with young people, but all matters we can as well deliver. We want the government to trust us. Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Agnes. Thank you for that. I think that issue of trust between government and young people, between people and governments, and between governments themselves within the multilateral system, I think is the issue of the hour, of the months, and of our era, and it's something that we all need to work for. And having justice and just engagement, I think, is the way to build that trust between people and communities and states and between states, I think. I will now move on to the discussion, but before I open up the space for the audience, maybe I can request my colleague Themba. Themba, if you have 2 minutes to give a brief from what the participants from the audience said on Slido.
Okay, good day all. My name is Themba Mashlega. I'm with the Pathfinders, and I have 2 minutes to summarize your really great interventions about what strategies have been working domestically. I know the AI is doing a version of this, but it's not going to be as good as me, so listen to me. Just joking. Okay, so I just put some themes together. One is about legal needs surveys, data, evidence. This is something that came out quite strongly to say that people have been relying on evidence-based approaches and on the collection of data to inform interventions. Another theme that came out quite strongly was around legal empowerment, providing people with knowledge. Legal aid services also came out quite strongly as examples of strategies that are working in the domestic context that many of us represent. And I think what's relevant to this OGP platform as well is that co-creation and collaboration also came out as something that people are doing and that's delivering results and working back home. And a final one, again, also relevant to the backdrop of us being in Estonia, is the use of technology, innovation, digital innovation came out quite strongly as a theme that people say is useful to deliver results. So I hope I've had my 2 minutes, and thank you. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Themba. That was super quick and very helpful. And thank you, everyone, for sharing your thoughts. I will now open up the floor. Please feel free to ask the panelists any questions, but also if you can think of any strategy that you have come across in your context, in your work, something that we did not speak about today, and something which speaks to and goes towards addressing the different challenges that we all face in our countries, in our context, in ensuring access to justice, please feel free to talk about that as well.
Hi, I forgot to say before that I'm also representative of the youth delegation here. So you all talked a lot about what your organization has done, whether it be private or public organization, you know, what's good in there, what have you done for the community. However, you know, those are not actually the things that we are here for. I think, which is why I want to ask, what do you think is the key issue in your organization that needs to be solved to actually, get to the goal that we're trying to achieve?
Thank you. We have a question there.
And also at the back.
Okay, after you.
Thank you very much, moderator and panelists, for your thoughts. My name is Ken. I'm with the judiciary in Kenya. My comment or question is for Ms. Green from USAID. I heard you mention that in Ukraine, you're able to identify legal problems and design solutions customized for those legal problems, if I've got you right. I'm keen to hear what you identified as the most common legal problems in Ukraine. I don't know if you have the data. And if you could also share some of the customized solutions that you came up with to address those unique legal problems. Thank you.
Thank you. We have one more question there and another one at the back, and then we'll go back to panelists.
I would like first to thank the panelists for all the rich information they shared with us, as well as the audience for their thoughts. A few years ago, in one of our action plans in my country, Jordan, we had a commitment under the OGP. It has to do with creating an enabling environment for persons with disability to access legal services. We know that access to justice, inclusive access to justice, requires resources, not only financial resources, but also in terms of human resources for the co-creation approaches and the human-centered design. Do you have any further insights regarding how countries who are suffering from ailing economies at the moment and slow economy, because this is like a collective action, how can they secure these resources and address this challenge in terms of the financial and the human resources in order to enable inclusive access to justice, especially for the countries with a slow economic growth? Thank you.
Thank you. I think there was one more question at the back. No? There was somebody.
Hi, my name is Tom Bridle. I'm at a USAID implementer called Chemonics, and we have a couple of real law programs on people-centered justice. And the issue that Shannon mentioned and a couple of other people mentioned, which is really interesting to me, is this idea that we need to make these programs work for people's daily lives, so that we're really solving people's everyday problems, that justice becomes more than just like an abstraction. It's something that they really feel on a daily basis. And I know that a couple of people have mentioned different aspects of that, but I would be interested in hearing more about that and more about how do you make sure that you're doing that? How do you communicate to people that that's your objective? How do you learn from people if your efforts to do that are successful or not?
Thank you.
It's one more.
Okay, one more and the last one probably here. And then we'll see if we have more time.
Thank you all for your interesting discussions. I want to ask a question about using technologies. Maybe you could provide some best practices or examples how technology was used to improve user-oriented court services and whether they have improved access to justice. Just to share some examples or best practices. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'll go back to the panelists. Shannon, I think there were two questions directly addressed to you. So I don't know if you want to comment on those first.
Sure, where to even start? So I did want to mention something first on youth. So in the United States, we've seen young people engage in strategic litigation in a way that has been focused on climate justice, which is another really interesting approach where basically young people have used a novel legal argument that the governments, and I mean at national, subnational, very local levels, inaction on climate change is putting their future at risk. And so they're making an argument about sort of their constitutional rights and what inaction means, and have taken those to the court. So just another example of youth like really being out in front and looking for various ways of using the justice system to help address existential problems. So then I wanted to segue a little bit into the idea of what does it mean for us to focus on delivery of justice or justice outcomes. And I think that's the big shift. We still talk about rule of law, but I think we found in a lot of the narrative research that we've done that the concept of rule of law like doesn't penetrate, right? Like it doesn't hit people, you know, where they're at because it's so abstract and it's so technocratic. So we found that the things that really do resonate are fairness, justice, because you can wrap your head around that. So, you know, one of the things that we're trying to do, and this gets to the Ukraine example, is really listen and understand. Like, what are the problems that you are facing? In the Ukraine context, you know, people have been displaced from their homes, which means they don't have access to the titles or to sort of like certification that they needed in order to get their pension, and other just like basic paperwork. And so one of the things that the justice houses, the justice centers have been helping with is just being able to relocate that paperwork so that they can get access to services. It's really visceral. It's very connected to their daily lives. I was also in Cote d'Ivoire recently, same thing. We had sort of these mobile vans going around to extremely remote communities, and they needed everything from birth certificates to marriage licenses to advice on various legal problems, and they were able to get all of that in this sort of one-stop shop, this van that came to them rather than them having to travel, you know, miles or days to get access. So that's what it means. Like when we talk about justice delivering, it's really like those things that are holding people back from being able to take advantage of various opportunities. Even just entering into the education system, some people were saying, well, I need this paperwork for my child. And that was something that was readily available with just a little bit of help, but would have taken people, you know, days, weeks, months to navigate. And then that gets to the final thing, which is about removing stigma. I think at the end of the day, it's really about demonstrating outcomes, right? So we can talk until we're blue in the face about democracy delivers and rule of law and all of these things. But when people start to see that the justice system, and I mean that in a very comprehensive way, is like meeting those basic needs and coming through and providing these services, like that's when we can start to remove the stigma of turning to the justice system because they see, you know, that their interests are being taken care of through that system.
Thank you so much. I think there was a lot. And that last point about outcomes for people is so important. I think I was at the Summit for Democracy when someone from, I think it was from Lebanon, or Liberia, I think, made the point that, you know, I can't roll up separation of powers into a piece of paper and feed that to my children. So what is the outcome of democracy, of justice system? Can I change lives of people? And that's where I think that's where it ends. Can we deliver fair outcomes for people? I don't know if any of the panelists would like to address the question on technology. Just mindful that in 7 minutes we'll be thrown out, and I need 3 minutes at least in the end. So technology question, in how can we use it to make it more user-oriented? And then there was another question on how do we get resources for ailing economies. And I look at USAID, I'm like, more money. but over to you, Christopher, to answer that question on technology.
Right. In Indonesia, we create in 2016. First, we create the application to monitor the quality of legal aid delivery. And the second, we also create the web-based applications for public information and also free legal consultation. And also nowadays we make cooperation with content creators, and we also use TikTok, Instagram, and Twitter also just to disseminate the legal information to people. That's all.
Thank you. If no one else wants to come in, I don't know if all the questions have been answered. There was a question that was asked in terms of, do you want to come in, Agnes?
Yeah, I'd like to answer partly about strategies, the best strategies to use in technology. First of all, we have to recognize the fact that there is a digital divide, and we must passionately advocate for access to justice, whereby not everyone is in position to access the technology. So it cannot serve everyone if there is still glaring digital divide. So if that gap is closed, then everyone can use the technology to advance justice. And if the information is there and someone can access it online, then it becomes easier for them to manipulate through the systems. And as well, there are toll-free systems whereby you call in. You may not be a lawyer, but you call in and ask for any assistance that you need, legal assistance, and you can be answered. And also, the question about the actions that we need to do in order to advance justice and not just to talk about it. First of all, the reason as why we are here today is to move away from the commitments to actions. So whatever that any panelist has spoken about today and you feel that it can work for you when you go back to your country, then just pick it up and take the action to implement the same. Yes, thank you.
Thank you. If there are no other...
I can just
okay,
few
please.
seconds. One is that I know in certain communities, when it comes now to technology, they set up WhatsApp groups. So part of it is to discuss their justice issues within these WhatsApp groups. So that's one of the strategies, in fact, we intend to do and advance. Then finally, we have set up, or we hold what we call the AJS annual national conferences, where we discuss and monitor the successes and failures of these systems. Thank you.
Thank you. 20 seconds, please.
Yeah, just to add in terms of digital, we also have to realize that disinformation is happening in the digital world. So that's something that we also have to address. In terms of translating justice with the daily lives of the people, it's really important to have that mechanisms in terms of referring communities, because if they do file cases but they don't have work or they don't have economic resources, that is something that would be very difficult. So having that mechanism to refer communities and to address economic issues, that's also important.
Thank you so very much. So fascinating. What a fascinating discussion. I will not even try to summarize what has been said, especially given the fact that I have 2 minutes, but maybe the penalty for having a moderator who's also is interested in the subject is, because no one spoke about financing, I think 2 quick points that I would like to add. There is one, as we do, especially in terms of economies that are dependent on ODA, for countries that do provide ODA, to think what percentage of budgets are we allocating to justice. In most OECD countries allocate over 4% on an average, US does about 6%, to justice in their domestic context. But when they do make ODA contributions to justice, what percent are you giving for justice? And second, how is that money allocated? Where is that money allocated? Is it to build more courts, only digitalization? Is it people-centered? Are we thinking about most effective, cost-effective ways of ensuring access to justice for people? I will leave it at that. I think it has been super interesting to hear everyone. There was nothing that we had not heard before, and I understand that the time was very less, so we couldn't go into details of things, but we did touch on the importance of data and evidence, on financing, on co-creation, on co-implementing innovative approaches. I think the intention today was that, was not to have the last word, on this, but to spark ideas, catalyze discussion, and show that we share similar challenges and that we have much to learn from each other. Platforms like the Summit, the OGP Summit, allows us to come together, find synergies, and stimulate tangible, measurable implementation in our countries. And there's a lot of potential for us to take this discussion back. Very soon in New York, we'll have the second SDG Summit. We can take some of the ideas there. SDG 16 is not doing very well. Justice is not doing very well. We need to be talking about these things at the summit. Next year, we will have the Summit for Future. We need to profile this. I don't know if we have a new post-2030 agenda, if we will even have things like justice and peace in the development agenda after 2030. The context doesn't seem to be very conducive. So for us to show results, for us to move forward and get it into the global agenda would be very important. Of course, the opportunities that, and I'm sorry, I keep on looking at you as I say OGP, but the country, there is a lot that can be done at the country level, at the local level with the OGP platforms to take our commitments, convert them into, monitor them and co-create them and implement them. We hope this session can be a contribution towards this global shift where we can show some action. On behalf of Pathfinders, Justice Canada, and IDRC, I would like to thank all of panelists for their time and insight. And to you, the audience, you were super engaged, great answers, and many, many thanks to OGP, again looking at you, Adna, for not only providing us this platform today, but for an entire movement which is bringing about meaningful changes in people's lives. Thank you so very much. Please feel free to connect with us, with panelists, offline, later. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Swati.
Dear guests, welcome to the OGP Global Summit. The program will start in 10 minutes. Dear guests, welcome to the OGP Global Summit. The program will start in 5 minutes. Please find your seats. Dear guests, the program is about to start. Please find your seats now.
free seating. Yep, that's fine.
Wait, alternate.
Oh.
It's okay.
Okay, good afternoon. Welcome to the panel session, Shaping Tomorrow's Citizens, the role of info technology and education in shaping democratic values. My name is Sri Kalyanaraman from the University of Florida. It's a pleasure and privilege to be here with such a distinguished group. So I'm just going to have a very quick introduction. So I'll start with President Kirsty Kalulait. She's here today with us. It's a great pleasure to have her here. We have Vice President Ahmed Atif from the Republic of Seychelles. We have Ms. Faith Riano, a filmmaker and director of Zenith Seed Films from South Africa. And we have Mr. Thomas Devin, who is the Global Innovation Director of UNICEF. So it's a great panel, distinguished panel. So without much further ado, let's get started on this. President Kalulait, let me start off with a very broad question to you, which is how can we harness the power of education and these digital strategies in order to promote the well-being of some of these disadvantaged communities? I know we're talking about children, but I was also wondering whether I could ask you to touch upon your role as global advocate for one woman, one child. That's something which you've been very passionate about in the last few years, and you've been an advocate for human rights and equality. So I was wondering whether you could touch upon some of those experiences and what you think.
Yeah, and I'm actually also the co-rapporteur of the Global Education Report, which Secretary General of UN has demanded. But we agreed we will have a kind of an open dialogue and we will not talk lengthily. It's very difficult to cover all that in one sentence or even a paragraph, because in education we have two totally different systems. There are those who have nothing, and for them having any kind of technological access, distant learning, whatever, is better than having nothing. It has been proven by children in the refugee camps that if they are given iPads and asked some smart questions, they actually learn, not less than those in school. And then you have the developed world where the problem is totally different. There, yes, we use technology, but we must make sure that actually the center point of education remains on indeed what you mentioned, democratic values, which for a child means emotional intelligence rather than democratic values. So we have to keep these two separate, but also realize that, I mean, both problems are real and we must resolve them both.
Okay. I was wondering whether you could touch upon that to Vice President Afifi.
Certainly. Good afternoon, everyone. I think the use of technology is certainly something every country will be unable to avoid. We will have to use technology. In the case of Seychelles, just for the information of the audience who don't know too much about us, we're 100,000 people in the Indian Ocean, 1,000 miles from nowhere. But we have managed, as far as IT is concerned, to connect ourselves to the rest of the world via 3 submarine cables. And so internet is accessible to almost everyone. With 100,000 people and over 200,000 phones, everyone's got a phone, everyone's got no excuse as to why we can't use technology. For the children, we believe that the infrastructure is first. Then it's got to be affordable, so people have to be able to afford it. And in the case of Seychelles, we have an issue because it's the same connection that you need that might cost the same for Estonia with 1.2 million people, and whereas we have 12 times less people, but the infrastructure costs very much the same, and in fact much more in the case of a little island, because we have to put cables down 3,000 meters all the way to Dar es Salaam, which is 1,000 nautical miles away. So the cost of infrastructure is very expensive. The cost to the students is going to be very expensive. But we have made it work. We have got internet access. It costs a little bit more when it comes to mobile broadband, but we believe that it should be there. It is the way forward. And we also have to train all our teachers to use technology, train the parents, because they're also spending time with the kids. Train them in technology, and then put in all the security that's required, cyber and protection, and making sure they go to the right sites and we know what they do. But it's the way forward.
Okay. Thank you for that. I'm going to come back to some of the points that you touched upon earlier, but I do have a follow-up question for you. So the Seychelles has been a model in many ways, not just for Africa or for the rest of the developing world, but in terms of the Human Development Index, which is pretty high. Also, the global per capita, it's very high. So I was just wondering whether you could touch upon the role of technology, and you being part of that leadership, you empowered that. Whether you could touch upon some of those lessons in terms of especially building towards a diverse and pluralistic society, and how that enables some aspects of civic participation.
Right. I think firstly, the economic development that we have managed to achieve. I mean, now we have about $20,000 per capita income, GDP of about $1 billion in excess. And when you compare that to the continent, which we form part of, although we're in an island 1,000 miles away from it, I think the key success factors have been the fact that we've put people first in everything we do. And when I say people first, it means making sure the resources of the country go to the people, doesn't go to one or two people. So ensuring that good governance exists, transparency exists, and which is what this conference is all about, really. And making sure that everyone who has made a contribution gets a fair return. And they know what everybody else is getting. And I think that has done a lot to make people realize that it's worth working hard. And so we've then put the emphasis on technology as well, because we believe that without a submarine cable, although it may have cost the country $30 million per cable when you have 3, and that's $90 million. When your economy is $1 billion or €1 billion, that's a huge amount. So we've put the accent, the focus where it's got to be to make sure that people come first. Technology drives the rest of the economy, and it's a small world. We're a small country, but it's a small world. And if you do not integrate into the rest of the world, it's not going to do well for your country.
Okay. Faith, no, thank you for being here.
Thank you.
And you bring a very different perspective here to this panel. You're a filmmaker. In some ways, you're a very traditional media person, so with probably a lot of insights to offer digital education policymakers as well. But I'd like to start by asking you, in terms of you as a filmmaker, you're so focused on social impact, and your latest film, Seawater, is making waves around the world. So you're looking at so many different aspects of education, but what can you bring to the table in terms of how filmmakers can contribute towards education from a global perspective?
First of all, I'd like to thank the organizers of OGP for having me here, as well as the government of Estonia and Accountability Lab. It is so important to have the youth involved in such conversations because it ultimately affects our future. In terms of filmmaking contributing to making education more accessible, I'd like to start by saying that we need to define what being accessible is. Because often we think that just because we've offered education to someone, therefore it has become accessible to them, of which that is not the case. Offering education to someone only makes it available to them. You only get access to education when you actually understand the curriculum that you have learned, when you actually understand the concepts that you've learned. So in terms of filmmaking, it is such a creative medium to simplify broad concepts and encapsulate such major terms that anyone of any intellectual capacity is able to watch a film and be able to engage in any broad discourse. Also, knowing that film is an international language, it is not hindered by language. Whether you speak Spanish, you speak English, you speak French, you can still watch film and still be able to grasp the concept of the bigger picture.
Okay, thank you. Yeah. All three of you touched upon a concept which I'm hoping to come back to soon, but I'm going to just have a quick question for Thomas, and then we'll get back to that. So Thomas, in your experience of more than 2 decades working for the UN, you've donned many hats, you've been at the forefront of some of these developments as well. And since taking over as Global Innovation Director, you also looked at harnessing the power of new technologies for transforming youth and how it can promote the creation of global social goods and how it can transform children and youth. So I would like you to dwell on that a little bit, but I would also like you to talk a little bit about, are we potentially seeing like a frog in the boiling water syndrome, where some of this could potentially be leading to the destruction of our education system and based on all the knowledge that we've had over the centuries? So are we running the risk of unwittingly leading towards something like that? So if you could touch upon that a little bit, that would be great.
Thank you. Great to be here. So definitely in the Office of Innovation for UNICEF, we're trying to understand how can we use technology to further and accelerate impact for children in different ways. So we do that across the sectors. If we put the lens on education, and if you look at the latest technology development, which is generative AI, we, of course, those of us who work in that office because we are glass half full kind of people, right? So we always look at the positive first. We think, and I think, that generative AI has an incredible potential of transformation for the education sector, right? We can create personal tutoring for children. We can create personal tutoring for teachers. We can create AI that enables us to catch a child that gets out of school, you know, after week 1 rather than after month 4, which is the average in many countries, which by that time that child is not coming back, or it's very hard to convince the family to bring that child back. So there's so many ways that we can use that technology to benefit children, to benefit learning outcomes. It's going to be transformational, revolutionary, I think. The question is, can we manage that revolution, right? Because also we have to be mindful that in the countries that UNICEF operate, about 70% of 10 years old who are in school today cannot explain to us a text that they read. So they can read the text, but they don't get the curriculum, right? They don't comprehend. Once that technology gets available to them, like the ChatGPT, and once they feel that if they are connected through a smartphone, they can have access to something that actually gives them better answers than their teachers, we have a risk of leaving teachers behind. We have a risk of maybe kids saying, what's the purpose of school? And then you lose potentially, of course, that's a far-reaching scenario, but you potentially lose the place where those values are created, those collaborative ideas are exchanged, those issues of emotional intelligence, caring, empathy. This is where the teachers bring to those conversations. So that is one of the risks that we just need to be mindful of.
Okay, so a follow-up to that, and this is something which Vice President Afif touched upon as well. What's the level of training and education that we need to give to our teachers? Because I think you're both touching upon these technologies which are prevalent, which are growing in number, in quality as well as quantity. But the teachers, the people who also have to monitor and supervise some of these, how do we train them? That also becomes a very important question. I was wondering whether you could follow up, and then maybe I could hear from all of you on that. Yeah.
You want me to start, or?
That was the order from the moderators.
Got you. So it will depend country to country. I think the key question is teachers have to feel they're a part of that change. They have to feel that they're a part of shaping that change. I would posit that in many ways that technology should enable teachers to come back to things they really valued, and probably why they got into the teaching role in the first place, right? It gives them center stage for things that are genuinely difficult, managing children who are struggling on particular issues and teaching them skills that the technology cannot teach them, right? Emotional intelligence, critical thinking, creativity, collaboration, all of these are elements that the teachers are going to be so critical to also building the adaptability, the grit, all of these elements that are going to give these children the tools for being ready for tomorrow that tech cannot teach.
Okay.
Yeah, I think all this thinking that, the school has to remain the same but involve new technologies has gotten us where we are, which means teachers are under stress, children are losing interest in the school, and also they have mental health issues, and we put more and more emphasis on, do the same thing, but just use more technology. And I think we radically need to rethink what school is. Think about it. When we went to school, our knowledge was function of our age. And the teacher, okay, some had read something more, some less, but more or less teacher stood in front of class and knew that what she or he is telling these kids is news to them. Nowadays, take a class load of 11-year-olds, math class, or physics class, or English class, first of all. Everybody's knowledge is different. So basically, the children know, and the function, it's the function of their age and their interest. And you cannot teach 30 kids in front of class anymore. You have to revert to supported learning. Similar like French do in École 42, for example, and Estonian Code Jõhvi are doing as well. But these are not kind of main education, they're specialized computing skills schools. But I believe that the future of the school has to be something like that, that children have materials and teachers direct them what they should investigate, read, get also feedback from the system, climb on the next level. And of course, part of that training, as also Code Jõhvi here does, and the French 42 is also developing separately the social skills. Because for our generation, yes, we had less knowledge of the wide world and science under our own control to learn. But we learned how to be a compassionate human being from the air because we related to people. And this is controversial in this sense that from one way we would use more technology in the school, but from the other side, the emphasis of training goes actually at the kindergarten level, where you will learn what does it mean if somebody is happy, somebody is sad, how to be compassionate, how to negotiate, how to get your own way and not to make other people unnecessarily unhappy, all these skills. So the school has to radically reform because why there is such stress in school is precisely this. If you look outside, it is not 18th century. If you look inside the class, more or less is. And this has now to change.
Okay.
Well, I entirely agree with my colleague, and I think the teachers have to realize that they have no choice. They have to reinvent themselves because the environment around them is changing so rapidly that they will be left behind if they do not reinvent themselves. And I think the way out is not to say that, well, fine, they don't need teachers anymore. I think we still need teachers, but the method by which they teach is going to change. So they have to adapt. They have to adapt with technology, which itself is advancing very rapidly. And they must be seen as those bridging the gap between what the student has and that further education using technology and moving away from the traditional methods. So I think the teachers have to find that space. There's also the danger, I don't know how real it is, that without that kind of social interaction and with the teacher being seen as a guiding person, that the loss of that teacher could lead to some sort of social degradation. That is possibly true, but at the same time, that is also made up for through the web and through the other online possibilities, because there are people who are talking to them, or there are machines that are talking to them. So I think the evolution that teachers must think of is how do they evolve from where they are to get behind the scenes, using the online facilities, and still interacting with the kids and keeping that social interaction. Social fabric has to be maintained, because without that, it's pointless having all this technology getting so advanced, but then not knowing how to say hello and how to greet others because you're so busy on your phone or so busy talking to something you don't know, and forgetting that there are real people around you with real issues.
So you both touched upon the issue of how we equip teachers with this and how the education system has to change. You mentioned compassion as well. So if we have to think about it in terms of here's a heuristic or here's a strategy that we need to equip modern teachers with, especially considering the vast inequality and inequity that we find globally, what would be one actionable idea that you would propose based on something that you've observed or that you would like to see? Please go ahead.
Yeah, I've been thinking about, most of our schools at least in Europe, in what we can see is that the schools are directed by the ministry, process-based. You have to do these things and then in the end there are final exams. And as a result, schools adapt slowly. They can only adapt if the ministry's guidance changes. So my proposal would be allow schools to do varied things according to their will and whatever they want to do. Change radically the teaching methods and systems, but in such an environment, you need to measure clearly that children nevertheless are achieving the knowledge which they need to enter university and become a doctor or an engineer, which means that you actually have to strengthen the feedback, the testing, the exam system. But you have to find a new way which will not be kind of this stressful. You sit there and there are the 4 teachers, and we know how it was. So we have to find feedback ways, but we have to allow schools to kind of go wild, if you wish, because then the best kind of adaptations to nowadays world will come forward and the rest will be tried, tested and put aside. It cannot be done that the Ministry of Education thinks out how it will be the best new school and then directs everybody process-based how to achieve such a school. It's ridiculous. Technological cycles are fast. The world is moving quickly. So the schools have to have the freedom to do the best they think and then work with parents who trust their children into this kind of school. And then you need the feedback to make sure they graduate at the necessary technical level, if you wish.
That's a great point, especially about feedback and how we collect that. Vice President Rafi?
Well, I entirely agree with her. I think the focus has to be that they've got to think differently, empower the schools, give them the power for them to do the things and move away from this centralized system. That I fully agree. I think for every country, as my colleague was saying, it will differ. In the case of Seychelles, I think what we must now do is ensure that the technology reaches absolutely everyone at the right price. So, for example, in Seychelles now, we've made it free for schools. So we've worked with service providers to make it free. But then we've got to make sure that people have the right training to be able to use that technology. It's not everyone who's up to that level. So in the case of Seychelles, I think what we have to do is to make sure that teachers adapt, but parents also adapt, because they will have a big role. A third of the time, if not more, students spend at home. So we mustn't forget that role that they play as well, to ensure that they go to the right places, the homework is done, and they're not doing something else instead of homework. So there's got to be the right emphasis all around, that school, the parents, the community, so that we make sure that the type of education we want, the transformation we want to see, happens in the right way possible.
So I just want to follow up on that, because this is almost like a model scenario that you're describing, and you had buy-in from so many different constituencies. What are some of the challenges that you faced while seeing this being adopted in principle, and what would be a big tip or advice that you would say, this is what we would advise based on our learning experience?
For me, if you ask me, the biggest challenge is mentality. There's got to be a change of mentality. What she has said about making sure that, decentralize, have much smaller central headquarters of a ministry, for example, giving and empowering the schools. And then when you empower, give them the technology at the right price, and then change the mentality of the teachers to say, hey, there's new apps for learning this particular subject. There's new ways of ensuring your technology is accessible to all. There's new ways of ensuring that those who are disabled in some way also have access to technology, if they can't hear, or if they're blind, or they have other disabilities. So I think it's the mentality, grasping the fact that we are going through a revolution. Things have got to change. We cannot work as we were even last year. We will be left behind if we don't do that. And kids will move if you don't move. And they might go in the wrong direction if you're not ready. So we cannot lose a generation. We're losing kids due to drugs and other things. We cannot lose them because we didn't plan how they can use technology to the maximum. And there's no teachers around, or they're not equipped with the right tools. So I think the strategy has to be ensure that everyone moves at the same pace.
Okay, thank you. Faith, would you like to?
I just want to add that I think teachers have to treat teaching like storytelling, because most learners are not able to grasp so many concepts. You find it boring. We need to find creative ways of making lessons actually interesting. So from my perspective in terms of filmmaking, the fact that a film is treated like a story rather than something that you need to learn, it should not feel like you have to learn, it should feel like an invitation to learn. Because when you are put in a position where you are being forced to engage with content, it could just mess up your whole mindset. But when you are being put in a position where it's an invitation to learn, it's not being forced upon you, then it's easier for you to grasp the content. So basically, teachers must learn to have lesson plans like storytellers. Yeah.
So let me just follow up on that. So you're a filmmaker, and I know that we are looking at modern technology and how it has an impact. But you, as a more traditional filmmaker, what would be some of the insights that you would offer to modern educational policymakers who are especially looking at the role of online education, AI, immersive technologies? What would you offer?
I think for me, the problem with online education right now is the fact that learners do not have the immediate ability to engage with emotion. I think there's a lack of interacting with the emotion of children as they are learning online, which is something that films really focus on when it comes to storytelling. So in terms of using film and media to perpetuate the growth of technology, we need to look into using different transmedia strategies. So teaching learners from podcasts to radio to television to storybooks, rather than just having one restricted mode of learning. Because some of the complaints that I've heard from kids who are learning online is that everything is so predictable. You already know how the lesson is going to go about. So we need to introduce more genre-focused ways of using technology to make it exciting and not predictable, that you already know how the lesson is going to go about. So that's how I see filmmaking and transmedia contributing to this conversation.
So that also gets at what President Kalulaid was talking about in terms of compassion and how we also need to be getting back to reinventing the model of education to include some emotions. So thank you very much for that. Thomas, I just want to ask you a question related to what Vice President Afif was talking about how there is this mentality buy-in and how that's had like such a big impact. So you deal with so many different constituencies across the world. So I just want to ask you to share your thoughts, your expertise. This notion of mentality, it also depends on the challenges of a particular society that we live in. So the Seychelles is a model. It's also relatively smaller than some much larger countries which have a lot more challenges. So what would be some ways, based on what you have seen, where you could try and ensure that there is this mentality buy-in?
It's been said, to me, it's about really empowering those teachers so that they feel they have the tools, they have the skills, they have the respect. In many of the countries we operate, teacher is quite often a second-rate decision by the teachers who didn't necessarily want to become a teacher. They didn't get the job that they wanted. They became a teacher instead. That's partly, what makes their day-to-day difficult. Their pay is not great. Their career prospects are quite often not great either. And the respect they get from the community is also not great, right? So it is all a vicious circle. Part of the hope that we have is once we use that technology to suddenly enable them to become more, to be more to these kids that they care about, then we can help them change the game, and we can help change the game for the country, and the sense that these children will indeed, depending on their age, be able to access some information without the help of the teachers, but they will need the help and the support of the teachers in other ways. And so it's about really enabling that mindset to take form and for them to feel that they are becoming a champion of that change, or that societal change. Because, I agree, of course, with the École 42, right? But if you go to Tanzania, if you go to Niger, this is like another universe that we're describing, right? We need to look at something that will come, and that technology can help us leapfrog. And then we enable that to really become their reality, and the reality of the kids and the reality of the teachers. And we need them as a champion change maker as well. So to us, we think we need to really focus on them, make them change makers so that we work with them and not against them.
Can I just add to that, please?
Please.
So I think that technology, as much as it is there to help us and assist us, we should not have our children become dependent on technology, not able to function without technology. Some of the things are losing the ability to literally write by hand, which is really becoming a serious crisis. So I feel that as we create more technology, we need to still find ways that it can still support our old structures, because those old structures are not outdated. They were there for a reason. So we just need to find a way to empower those old structures through technology whilst not destroying the old ways.
Okay, thank you for that.
I fully agree that, as I already started, it's different when you are in developing world and then when you are in a different situation. On the other hand, I mean, if somebody from Seychelles wanted to study in Estonian Kood-Jõhvi, I mean, they can apply, no problem. So I think also, and it doesn't, it's not anymore so difficult to imagine that you have good connectivity. Also, even if you look at the least developed nations, mobile phones are still quite common, and people are using M-Pesa, which is helping them with the fact that they can never go to a bank and so on, so on. So this technology is not only creating divide, but it also helps us to overcome this divide. And I really would appreciate more kind of teaching which is based more on storytelling, and the curricula can differ very much. I mean, if you look French curriculum, the first years, they study integrated way, and only the teacher knows why he put in math and why in history this mark for this child. In our school system, you study everything separately, and then we struggle to understand the links and connections. So it's also quite a lot of national issue, and I really think that, I mean, schools should be free to test and try. For example, I learned the understanding of the square root probably several years later when I learned the square root. Nobody told me that if you have a kind of quadrangle of a cake and you have 16 friends, then you just have to make kind of 4 lines and 4 lines, and this is your square root, one tiny piece. And same applies for the round cake. It's easy to explain quite a lot of math. It was never explained this way. So having a film explaining this to a 3-year-old, I mean, it's a piece of cake, so to say. And since our world, even in my generation now, I mean, I thought 10 years ago, I will never send anybody a picture. I will always send a text. I'm of course sending pictures now. So the world is becoming much more about visualization. And therefore, I really appreciate having you on our panel. So I'd really like to hear your ideas. How you would describe a parable, for example, for a child, so that it is a kind of a practical exercise, not a kind of dry math.
Thank you so much. Like I said, education does need to be treated like a story, because when we are telling stories as filmmakers, the key focus is why should a person care to watch the film, which is something that is missing within education, because we are just told that we should listen to this content, we should engage with it, but why? How is that content going to be useful to us? How is that content going to be useful to our dreams, useful to our future, useful to us on a human level, which is what stories and films do well. You watch something on HIV, you watch something on climate change, whatever the case is, the focus is not necessarily on we have this problem. It's on how is that problem going to affect you as a human being, which is something that we need to introduce within the education space, and something that education experts can learn from storytellers and filmmakers to, first of all, make learners care on an emotional level and a human level of why the content is important for them.
Okay. So this leads to a follow-up question which I had based on both your responses as well. So digital education, we know, transcends geography, transcends boundaries. So based on, you're talking about how anybody can come to Estonia and study, so we can open up the borders. So it can be leading towards open societies. There are also challenges. So what could be some ways in which we can share best practices and strategies that could work anywhere? Should we be thinking about this in terms of like Reporters Without Borders, Doctors Without Borders? Should we be thinking about this in terms of Educators Without Borders? You know, should we be trying to share our resources, especially the less privileged ones who might not have access to some of these? Yeah.
Could be, but as it now is, for me as an Estonian, it is very easy to say, yes, let's do it, because Estonian language has been overrepresented in internet. For us, it was kind of a funny kind of artifact simply. But when ChatGPT came online, it suddenly became a matter of survival for small languages and cultures. Iceland runs a special program to train ChatGPT also on Icelandic language texts. We didn't have to do it because Estonian, well, somehow we happen to be overrepresented online. So this is something which we need to keep in mind. Of course, I mean, chat and others, they also help us to overcome this problem. But that means that they must be trained and resources must be spent making sure that all language groups and all languages are equally well represented, because otherwise if some languages lack the necessary vocabulary online, then you cannot, I mean, automatically translate it. Otherwise nowadays it's really easy to do, but I am quite sure that there are many languages which are currently under threat of becoming extinct because, I mean, teaching is easier in other languages. It's always been the case, just the process has accelerated now, I mean, and we need now to pay attention to that. I'm all for, I mean, safeguarding small cultures also in our teaching, even in cross-border and global teaching.
I completely agree. This is happening, and many countries that I visited recently I was in Mongolia recently. They have that as a real issue, and it will be an issue also in how fast they can move. Right, when you cannot do speech-to-text recognition or vice versa because the language doesn't allow that, then there's the multiple solutions that are close to you suddenly just because of that. And indeed, you think about the survival of your scriptures, of your language, and it matters. Estonia already does a lot of things that one can think about when thinking about sharing, right? GovStacks, the notion of open governance, the notion of open source, the notion of global digital public goods. Those are all extremely important. In many countries, again, of the global south, many of the ministries of education don't necessarily have the skill set right now to figure out, okay, how do I do that? What's the best solution moving forward? How do I do tutoring for young children? How do I do that for teachers, etc.? So even starting there, it is fantastic. If we can build a cadre of knowledge that then becomes available to them, they can then fine-tune that and make that explicit to their context. I think that's going to be extremely important. Ideally, in a few years, we also can get to a stage where if you're an engineer, I know you're an engineer initially, but if you're an engineer or whatever you are recognized as an engineer wherever you are in the world, which of course right now is not the case, right? Each national system has its own recognition. So progressively, ideally, that technology can also enable us to figure out the skill set and figure out how that skill set can be used anywhere. So there are multiple facets of gains that are going to be both in-nation and ideally transnationals as well.
Okay. Perhaps I could just add that what I think needs to be done, what I can think of immediately is, for example, Estonia, which is a country which is very well advanced in technology and e-learning, etc. So the best thing is to network. So have our people from education talk to the people in education here, learn, change that mindset. There's a revolution happening, join the race. If you don't join the race, you're going to be left behind, guaranteed. So there's that mindset, there's that networking, and my job, going back from here, will be to take the lesson that, look, everyone believes that this is a race that's going very fast. We've got to catch up with it. And I've met a few people who are at the leading edge of that race. They know how to do it. They've done it in their own countries. Let's talk to them. Let's find best practice. Let's adapt our own systems to theirs. We may not be the same. There may be problems of language. We're lucky because we do English and French, not Estonian yet. But there's a lot to learn because we share a common vision, common ideals, and a common destination.
Yeah, we have been indeed thinking about what does it mean being an Estonian school in a particular context because we're working together with Ukraine to help them to renovate their educational systems, and also there is interest in some other countries by Estonian experts to establish an Estonian school, not necessarily even Estonian language school, but using the methods which we use. And we also have a great edutech cluster here in this country. So I know that our current minister and the previous ministers, they've all strived to, bring more and more of this into the game. But our main problem is as well that we're trying to, piggyback all these technologies in, making it teachers' responsibility to choose what they use, where to find, and I think we really need to make sure that the tools are widely available. And I believe that in COVID pandemic time, for example, we're trying to, in ministry, gather all these kind of good lessons which were given. They exist. So if you missed your lesson at school or you simply don't like the voice of your teacher, choose another, maybe better. We lack teachers in some schools and it's possible to do video teaching. There is one secondary school in Estonia and I really want to know how good quality they are able to provide when the first people graduate, who only has e-learning, both teachers and students. It's Kallavere Keskkool for those here who are Estonians. So, and they're in their second year of that. And it was only possible because of COVID experience. And they were a small school and they were worried they will have to close down their secondary school part. And to keep, the opportunity for local children to go locally to school, they opened it to the world. And we do these things. But also these are good examples, but they all anecdotes. We cannot right now, export a model, but we strive towards being able to export a model. Actually, we have been thinking of it because we have the digital nation and many want to copy us. You never can exactly copy because state is always a culture and the culture has to prevail. The same applies to education. But indeed, there are some things which you can explain and which you can take over.
Okay. I want to, Slido, so we have a few questions which we'd love to get the audience reaction, a poll. So I'm just going to press this, so hopefully we will see this. This also relates to some of the questions that we've had. So how do we see the question?
We have it here.
What's that?
Can technology mitigate the gap?
Oh, there it is.
Yes,
okay.
But this is for people to answer. So.
Please try and answer this.
Take some time.
Okay.
One person.
Okay, so it's okay. 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 Oh.
No.
Okay, this is a very even split. So I guess this is what happens when we just have a yes or a no as opposed to degrees of agreement. Okay.
But I think we can let
Wonderful,
people play
yeah.
with that and maybe
so,
have a go at that question ourselves.
I'd like you to, because it also relates a little bit to what three of you explicitly mentioned and what Thomas was referring to about the whole notion of accessibility. And, whether, for example, some of the no's here could be contingent on the access issue, which could not mitigate the distinction between the haves and the have-nots. So I know you dwelt upon this, but whether you can touch upon some of this specifically, I think that would be great.
But I think access issue is precisely as you described. If government takes responsibility for access, which in this country it did. Internet was jokingly declared human rights, school computers, library computers, when you didn't have them at home. And it did change this nation. In addition, our government service is online. And absolutely, it does mitigate the gap between the haves and the have-nots, because, if government service is online 24/7, then disabled people, parents staying at home with small children, and so on, they have the state at fingertips. It's not from 9 to 12 and then open from 2 to 5. It's all the time open. Also, if you think of being a small company, then, declaring taxes online, I cannot imagine. I have such a company. If I had to run somewhere with some papers every month because somebody got salary, ridiculous. But for a big company, they have the resources to work also with heavy bureaucracy and offline bureaucracy. So absolutely, technology mitigates these risks, but only if government makes sure it's accessible to all, available to all. Then I would say that actually it does make society more equal. We see it in our e-governance, definitely so, and also in these developments that you can get good teachers online to teach children living, for example, on islands. Another example. So absolutely, I'm definitely in yes camp here.
Okay.
I certainly am addressing the 36% that said no, in particular. I can understand why they're saying no, because they think that perhaps they just don't have the resources to get the technology, and therefore the answer is no. But perhaps the argument to that will be, yes, there is a cost to getting technology, and the case of Seychelles was very obvious. Like in 1996, there was a choice to get a submarine cable, and it cost us $10 million. And $10 million at that time was a huge, a phenomenal amount of money for Seychelles, and the government didn't do it. And then 20 years later, 15 years later, they said, everyone's really far ahead. So they went to the telecoms companies and said, look guys, you have to invest in this because we'll be left behind. We're using only satellite at the moment, and it's very slow. Can you put a cable? They said, it's very risky. We have to work it out, etc. So the government said, okay, I'll put some money in it. So we formed a company. We had about 30-odd percent shares, and they put the rest, and then they came in. So the government, as you say, has to be the facilitator. Step in there where others think there's a risk. You get in there, you get it going, not to make money, but the service starts. And then the government very quickly will see the returns if they don't, because suddenly you have huge amount of transactions being done online, huge amount of time saved, as you say, for example, in paying taxes, huge amount of resources spared in clearing goods. Online, we're dependent on tourism, online bookings. So there's no faxes, there's no calling someone to book a room. You don't call anyone, you just go online and book your room. And these are the systems that the rest of the world, they're using, and we can get a lot more of that share of the business by investing. So it's got to be seen as a business model for those who are saying 35% no. It's got to be seen as a business. If you invest in it, you do what is right, you will more than pay for that investment by the returns that you will get through the efficiency that you will bring through the economy. So I think that must be the way that it's got to be sold, and I hope the percentage will drop after we finish this discussion.
Faith, would you like to?
Don't hate me.
So
I think that yes, technology can close the gap, provided that the government does provide the resources, and also we tackle other issues of crime, because, well, in South Africa, technology has attracted a lot of crime when students were given tablets to use to school, it attracted a lot of crime. So they had to take back those tablets because it was attracting crime and it was becoming dangerous for children. So I think that, yes, technology is not the enemy. Technology is not the enemy. Society has to change its way of thinking first for it to mitigate the haves and have-nots.
Okay, yeah, thank you. We'll get back to that when we talk some more about that. Did you want to respond to that, please?
I mean, I'm obviously in the yes camp, but we do need to be mindful that in the short term, it's likely that the gap will widen, right? Because those who are connected are going to have access to a technology that is transformational in nature. I think we will see this widening for a short while, and we just need to be intentional about providing that connectivity layer. I know our colleagues from ITU are part of this, so I'm probably going to misspeak here, but I think there's about 3 billion people unconnected in the world today. And about 40% of the schools are unconnected today, right? So the work ahead is massive. We need to prioritize this. We need to use the things like the EU Gateway as a mechanism to really fast-track this so that we can then bring that layer to bridge those gaps. And then we can leapfrog, absolutely. We just need to be mindful of that reality that if I have $100, let's say I work for a multilateral organization, I'm going to have to make choices, right? Do I bring $20 to Niger, or do I bring it to Thailand and maybe I fast-track learning outcomes? Those are choices that we're having to make on a day-to-day basis, and so those are hard choices initially.
So let me piggyback on something that you mentioned and ask a follow-up question. So this gets at how do we balance technology with human connection? So when you talk about 3 billion people who are unconnected, that poses even more of a formidable challenge, right? So on the one hand, we know that technology can connect us, but on the other hand, we are talking about two different issues here. One, we cannot be connected at all, but there's also this danger of social isolation and these echo chambers. So how do we ensure that we try and keep to the democratic path, so to say, and how we can harness the power of technology in this right path, as opposed to some of the dangers that Faith pointed out, for example?
I mean,
go ahead.
Technology is nothing special in this. I mean, there are governments who, provide good governance for citizens in everything, and there are governments who don't. And it manifests it also in this technological issue. I mean, you can do it so that within your country there will be no enhanced kind of differentiation. We handled it this way, that we said that computers which government has provided to schools and libraries have to be accessible to all people. And at that time, we didn't have computers at home. Estonia was a middle-income country, definitely not a rich country. And also people kind of learned that, also businesses, that, people are interested in being online. So Wi-Fi's proliferated and coffee shops offered them as well, because the society kind of normalized this use of technology. But of course, even in Estonia, for example, digital ID, this is for free. It sits on our travel card. In Germany, you have to pay to have it. So, you can create by simple policy move a divide. And you might think 25 euros, what is it for a German? But it is prohibitive, because you don't know what you will get for that initially. So with smart policy making, you can avoid divides growing in healthcare, education, and also technology. There's no difference. You have to govern properly.
Maybe the harder, where it can get, I think maybe will get interesting, is the generative AI notion, where the number of deep fakes, the number of fabrications is going to go on the rise. So the notion of truth and facts is going to be challenged. And it will take an accompaniment by the teachers, a societal accompaniment to help children understand, okay, how do I have the analytical capacity to understand where to get my sources, how do I validate a source, how do I double check, etc., etc. Because that is going to become more challenging. We know it's already a feature that is taking place. There's so many, theories around COVID, where COVID comes from, that has grown. We have seen a number of populations to start saying vaccination is bad for no factual reasons, but it is happening. So we need to be able to, to be mindful and to counter it. And that is going to be something that we're going to have to be intentional about.
So I'm glad you touched upon that. So I did have that question for you. So talking about generative AI, so we know that it's very cheap, right? And it's ubiquitous, and it's also very difficult to detect, right? So when we think about information, or rather misinformation campaigns, the relationship between information complexity and democratic ideals has just become far more complex. So we've seen in the political domain, we've seen that in the last American elections. We've seen that this morning. We saw that Michelle Obama is a man, right? We've seen that Hillary Clinton eats babies. So all these things. So what are some strategies that can actually work in terms of helping to educate our children, the youth?
More popes in Balenciaga, obviously. People know this is fake, and it kind of makes an imprint, precisely what you say, through art, through telling the stories. You educate people through these kind of elements, but then of course you have to also provide them with secure sources. And this is where most governments have failed. For us, anonymity, anonymous provision of data, has to be considered as internet for fun. And there has to be kind of digitally signed, encrypted context. And we have this in Estonia. Estonian digital governance does exactly this. You always know with whom you're talking, and you know that it's also encrypted channel. And I also believe that blockchain offers opportunities to, put the proper fingerprint to verify very easily whether this comes from trusted source or non-trusted source. But frankly, as human beings had to learn, what is science and what is kind of fake science. Similarly, in this world, popes in Balenciaga helps really well. Michelle Obama as a man, absolutely fantastic. So this is how we learn.
Is there anything that you'd like to talk about there? Because I do want to follow up on that with, there is this notion of fake information, but we also have these echo chambers that we are drawn into. And even seasoned journalists get caught up in some of these traps. So, on the one hand, we talk about how people should know what a credible source is, but like you pointed out, the deep fakes and others, it just becomes extremely difficult, right? So is that something where we can think about here is an actionable item that we would have to teach people, especially the younger generation, students? It's a thing that we struggle with being in schools of journalism.
I think we just have to declare everything we see online absolutely, clearly, definitely fake unless proven otherwise. It's that simple. And this proof of otherwise also exists in technological means. I mean, this is how we have to accede to it. There is no other way.
I think trying to introduce policies that would detect whether something is fake or it's real, it could lead to escalating the issues of censorship, of what people are allowed to post or not, which will violate people's rights of freedom of expression, freedom of association. So I think at that level, it's just a personal thing, a human thing that you have to think.
Precisely. I mean, therefore, we shouldn't actually try to, ban content. But if, for example, UNICEF has a unique tag, which I can verify from my screen, and I can verify this came from UNICEF, I will believe it. And if such a tag is not coming together with an image, I just always think it is wrong. And we have all the technologies to get there, actually. But of course, we shouldn't go into censorship.
I also believe that that kind of approach is probably better. It's the same when you're selling in tourism. You're selling rooms and you're saying, I've got a really high quality. People go by stars. You're 5-star, 4-star, 6-star plus, etc. And someone ranks people. And likewise, this is an area which you as an online user don't know very much about. And maybe there should be some sort of rating. There should be somebody credible enough to make a rating. And then you'll have a code saying that this is highly credible, not very credible. It's up to you to believe. It's not, it's not gospel, but people can make an idea as to whether how much credibility they put to what they read.
Okay. I believe time flies when you have 4 change makers on our panel and with so much of rich experience to share. We have around approximately 3 minutes. I'd like to try and open the floor for at least a question or two. Yes, sir. The gentleman there.
Yes. Thank you for your speeches and thoughts. But please look for the title of the present discussion, the role of infotechnology and education in promoting democratic values. Nobody touched any democratic value. And that's why I have a question. What kind of democratic values needed for tomorrow's citizens? Let's look for a future. What kind of democratic values needed for tomorrow's citizens, and how infotechnology can help to promote these values? This is a question.
I think we've only talked about democratic values, being compassionate human beings, being, responsible social citizens, being able to detect between false and wrong. It's all democratic values. Sorry if you don't take it this way, but I think this is exactly what we did.
I agree entirely. I think by using the technology, you can see people, you can hear them, and you can hear the views around that as well. And so very quickly, you can discern whether somebody is saying something which is completely false. You can use AI to cross-check facts. There's many other sites that can cross-check facts. Whereas in the absence of that, people will just say anything and make any promises or say things which have absolutely no foundation. But because technology is around, you will deter them from doing that sort of thing. So I think technology will promote democratic values in that people will speak the truth, people will speak things which are realistic, and it's those who, who are more attractive because what they say is verified and correct are those that will eventually reach a democratic consensus.
I'm going to.
Yes.
Thank you. I'm just going to have one last question here, the gentleman in front, and then we're going to end with that because we have just around under a minute. Right here in the front row. Yes, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Very rich discussion. I'm from Bangladesh. My name is Anir Chaudhry. I run the flagship digital transformation program for the entire government. Recently, we've gone through an education reform process, and the result has been a new curriculum that we call PBL, problem-based learning, and transformation of our summative assessment into formative. But technology is heavily being used everywhere to collect data. But there is a huge resistance from parents. The children love it because there is less homework, a lot of activities in classroom, but the parents see that there is no homework and no exams. So are you seeing this kind of transformation many countries have already gone to this, in Nordic countries especially, but with the richness of experience you have, how do we tackle this? Parents are not happy. Thank you.
Well, if I can answer, in the case of Seychelles, I think parents do have some concerns, but we have reached a level where we are educating parents that they have to take their responsibility as well, and that they have to know what their kids are looking at, and they have to guide their kids, secure sites, good security on your machine so that people can't hack in, who you can talk to and chat to, dangers in there, and there's a lot of education that goes in there. So I think as far as we're concerned, we're pushing that agenda, and it's all part of the transformation. It's not just at the school, it's also at home.
Okay. You see that playing out in the Nordics as well, but in many of the Nordics countries, there is an intentional engagement of parents with the schools and in the schools as well. So there is really a reaching out to parents to be a part of that change, so that they also become then champions of that change with their own social networks. So I would say.
Okay. Thank you. I think we are out of time, so we'll end on that note, but please join me in giving a very warm hand to all our 4 eminent panelists and for a very rich discussion.
Dance, Hi, everyone. Welcome back. I hope you all had an amazing day. Still, my name is Kai, and glad to have heard so many insightful thoughts and already inspired. As I said in the morning, that's one of my wishes for today. Oit, how was your day?
Yeah, hello from my side as well. Well, for those of you who overslept in the morning, Gaia is the head of our civil society in Estonia, and I am OGP point of contact in Estonia. And we, as I say, are designated clowns, so trying to bring some not so formal approach to this summit. Well, my day has been busy. I've been basically, first 2 hours I was nervous to see if the opening plenary actually works. When I had 2 bilateral meetings, another meeting, third meeting.
Nice lunch.
I did, yes, there was lunch as well, which is always good. Just to remind that we use this stage here to interview different people, but before Kai asks our next guests on stage, I just wanted to remind everybody that after the final panel, we are about to start, today's final panel, there's going to be an award show. So we are going to hand out the OGP awards in Green Hall. So please, please come there. It's important for us to show our love for those who have been really innovative and helping to make sure that the principles of open governance actually work and are implemented. So, Guy, I chose a partner for you today. So please welcome Nikhil Day from...
Come join me here. Thank you, Oit.
Thank you so much, Oit.
And thank you, Nikhil, for being here.
Thank you for having me.
You were one of the key people who witnessed and had an important role when OGP started.
Yeah, I was one of the 9 founding civil society members of the OGP when it began, from before it began. So just as it was being discussed, what would the principles be, how would countries get membership, how would civil society participate, what kind of nature of partnership would there be? So those were very interesting days. And
what's the most remarkable story from that period? What do you remember most vividly?
So vividly, I mean, it began in Washington, D.C., these discussions actually in the White House and then in the press club in Washington, National Press Club. But what was most dramatic to me was the fact that I had never seen civil society and government people sitting at the same level, 2 co-chairs at the same level. And that was perhaps, I think, in the first time in the world. And another very dramatic thing from my own point of view is India was to be one of the countries in the 9 initially. In fact, even India, there was talk of it being the founding co-chair. And India decided not to participate. And that was how it was interesting that we continued in the steering committee. So it was not that civil society was tied to government. Civil society of India continues to participate. And civil society across the world will participate as their own countries. And so it makes this partnership even more dramatic. And that was worked out in the very beginning days because it was an unexpected kind of step. And till today in India, we keep telling the Indian government that you're missing out a lot because there's a lot of partnership we have with state government, with provincial governments, with the central government, with local governments. And we say that you're missing out on a big platform where you can actually showcase what you do, show the way, learn. And that's the great thing about this partnership.
And that's an amazing. Thank you for sharing that. I'm going to step into the future now, into the present. A lot of time has passed. A lot of lessons have learned. What would you say? What is the sort of most remarkable innovation you have noticed over the time? Because you're still involved and you still learn, you still hear the stories and the practices. What are some of the examples of either government initiatives or civil society initiatives?
So I'm going to talk about, and I'm going to step one in your initial conversation, you talked about open government principles. Open government is not just a partnership of particular names of people or countries. It's a process. Open government is a never-ending process. It's like transparency is a never-ending process, accountability is a never-ending process, democracy is a never-ending process, and therefore open government partnership is the best way that the partnership can get stronger and bigger and wider is by actually encompassing those principles. So to start off with open government partnerships, that those countries can get entry who will have a right to information law, who will have budget transparency, who will have declaration of assets, and 5 other things. And that is a set of processes across the world. They apply. Those principles apply everywhere. So there are certain tangible goals which you can meet and learn from each other. And there are certain new things. So in innovation, I've just been hearing conversations about digital data. And initially, there was this great sort of idea that all data, open data, will make everything open. But it's not so, because the big people control it, and democracy is about the small people having an equal voice. It's about every person having an equal voice. And in that digital world where you don't control it, how do you actually make sure that those who are controlling what will be open, deciding what form it will be out on, what reports will be there. So we have had in India, for instance, in my province, a very interesting thing called the People's Information Portal, which is a partnership between government and people. And there is a digital dialogue every month. So what is the biggest innovation? Is that partnership, is that collaboration, is that dialogue? An equal dialogue that permeates all the way from these big global summits to every day, every month, what you do with whether it's the local government or with the provincial government. And that has led to, it's a very interesting thing, almost 120 million requests for information, not requests, people going just for information of government and state information, and downloading 170 million such things in the last 3 years. Because it holds a principle that all data will be open. It will be determined what format it will come out by people in civil society. So they're the ones who determine the format. And it will be online and transaction-based. So what government sees, people see. That's one. There are a million partnerships on. In India, there are a million battles on, because information, transparency, and accountability. We go around, I'm a campaigner, so we go around with these kinds of banners. This is just one example. And we put it in Estonian as well, because wherever we go in India, there are 50 and 100 languages. So you have to speak in different languages, you have to connect with people, and it says democracy is transparency with accountability to the people. So it's the people who matter, whether it's governments or civil society, people are the ones who matter.
And I think that's a very good and important idea to actually wrap up our discussion for
Will
now.
you say what that is?
Yes, I will.
And there must be something wrong with it, but since you have a fun time.
It's completely correct, only we have those dotted letters. But the individual level, the people's level, I think is what I take with me from our discussion. Thank you. That is, demokraatia on läbipaistvus ja vastutus inimeste ees.
Great.
So that is very correct.
I will learn it.
And yes, I will carry it with me.
No, thank you, Nico, so much for joining us. And in case you're wondering where we are right now, we are in the Fotografiska backyard. If you haven't been here before, please join us, because we have Embassy of Utopia here. And also, if you're a bit tired of thinking and want to do something with your hands, then there's a physical way of contributing to the fight Ukraine is having right now, and weaving the camouflage nets. So do find your way backstage here after the final panel of the day, obviously. But we have a networking event coming till 9, and a lot of happening. So thanks again, Nikhil.
Thank you so much.
And
Thank you.
let's do a final panel today. Bye.
Have fun.
Dear guests, welcome to the OGP Global Summit. The program will start in 5 minutes. Please find your seats. Dear guests, the program is about to start. Please find your seats now.
to boy, girl, boy, girl.
Yes. Hello and welcome to the last panel discussion of the day. I'm so glad that there are so many people here to see the discussion. As you all know, the modern security environment has become extremely unpredictable. And therefore, resilience has also become very, very important. One way of building resilience is establishing trust in the society between the government and between the civil society. And open government partnership is a very good way of building this collaboration between the civil society and the government. However, maybe many of you have noticed that during crisis situations, there's a tendency to not involve the civil society. It is considered to be cumbersome, to take time, and often civil society in crisis is left away from the decisions. Today in this discussion, we will discuss why this is the case, if this is the case or not. And we will also discuss what can we do to improve the situation, to also involve the civil society in times of crisis to build resilience. We will do this with the help of 4 extremely renowned speakers from all over the world. We have Mr. Salil Shetty, who is the Vice President for Global Programs from the Open Society Foundation. We also have Ms. Evgel Muzayeva, who is the Editor-in-Chief of the most renowned independent newspaper in Ukraine, Ukrainskaya Pravda. We have Taimar Peterkop, who is the Secretary of State of Estonia. And then we have Stephanie Muchai, who is the Program Director of the Governance and Anti-Corruption of International Lawyers Project. My name is Sten Andres Ehrlich. I'm here representing SpeakSmart. SpeakSmart is a social enterprise of the Estonian Debating Society. And we seek to promote critical discussion in the society, critical thinking. And as I am from the Estonian Debating Society, we're also going to have a debate, or actually 2 debates in this discussion. We have some of the best high school debaters of Estonia here. They are going to intervene in 2 parts of the discussion. They're going to have a debate. In the debate, they're not going to represent their personal views, but instead we have given them roles, and then they will try to win the debate as proposition and opposition. And you will also have a chance to intervene to the discussion. You can ask questions using Slido. There are many people who are watching this discussion from other halls. Please make sure to select in Slido Yaik Main Hall. And then you can ask questions that I will see and I will be able to ask from the speakers. But now, without any further ado, let's kickstart the discussion. And first of all, I would like to give all of our speakers an opportunity to give short opening statements. Taimar, maybe you can start with a short opening statement on whether it's a dream or reality to involve civil society in times of crisis.
Thank you. Well, we've learned through experience that it is a reality to involve civil society in times of crisis, in solving those crises. Estonia has had its share of crisis in the past 6 years. We've had ID card crisis, which is Estonian specific, related to our society. We are so digitalized that it affected the entire society. COVID, the war in Ukraine, the escalation of war in Ukraine has had its implications to Estonia as well, refugees, high inflation, high energy prices, etc., etc. And in solving those crises, we've had success stories, we've had failures with cooperating with civil society, with the community, different communities. ID card crisis was solved purely with cooperation with Estonian IT community, with companies, with academia. So we actually have very good lessons learned, very good practice on how to do that. Helping Ukraine has been a tremendous success story, I think, for Estonia, how it has mobilized our civil society. It's not only government-led, the government has done their part, but it's Estonian civil society has mobilized to help Ukraine, and this demonstrates how much potential the civil society has to contribute to solving crisis. And of course, the way Ukrainian civil society contributes to the defense of their country is a role model for all of us. And we've learned and still learning a lot from that. But the other part beside this experience we've had is looking to the future and what we are expecting to see different types of crises. This poly-crisis, as our Prime Minister said, that we are facing or living in, it's the most important to face those crises is a cohesive society which produces resilience. We cannot fight back to every asymmetric attack that is happening now, produced from Russia against us. We cannot be ready for all the different types of crises. But what we can be ready, or what we can contribute in building, is a cohesive society through cooperation with civil society. And it is very important, the lessons that we have learned, that if you want to rely on civil society in times of crisis, you have to build these networks, the relations, in times of peace. There is no time to start building them during the crisis. You need to rely on them when the crisis emerges. Thank you.
Thank you. I think very important point that you have to start preparing for a crisis before the crisis starts, also with the civil society government cooperation. Taimar already mentioned the experience of Ukraine, and that's definitely very, very interesting. So, Sevgil, maybe you can comment.
Yeah, thank you for having me, and thank you for your support of Ukraine. It's hard to be not emotional when you represent a country which lives in circumstances of full-scale war, already more than 500 days, and even today more than 16 people died after another one missile attack in Konstantinivka, eastern city of Ukraine, but I will try my best. So, in the first days of war, my colleague, the prominent political reporter Roman Romaniuk, wrote, I think, the most important words which will describe why actually Ukraine can resist in such situation, that this war is our most important, is our third, but most important Maidan. And it's not only about resilience, it's not only about protest, and it's not only about the war for right to exist. This is also about how Ukrainian society grew up during these decades. So the most prominent representatives of civil society of Ukraine already paid 20 years of their lives for democratic development of their country. Because as a student, I was the participant of the first Maidan, then other my colleagues were participants of the Maidan in 2014. And it actually helped us in the first days of war, because we have this experience. We helped our country to move forward in these democratic transitions, because we took part in all important reforms. All important reforms will be not possible without the participant of civil society. I mean, for example, anti-corruption infrastructure, because we push forward that reform. Decentralization, which helped Ukraine in the first days of full-scale invasion. And actually, when invasion happened, everyone knows how to do and what to do. So we became partners of our society, we became partners of our government, we volunteered, we helped with providing procurement, like all civil society organizations became advocacies of the countries, they became even procurement companies. But at the same time, even in a situation when we live in this existential threat, we still have our own vision. And we also are able to criticize government even in the times of martial law, even in the times of all kind of course, difficult situations, because we want to move forward and not to stop this democratic transition even in such difficult circumstances. That is why investigative reporters, they do their job, our anti-corruption activists, they do their job, even in circumstances of very difficult situation now in Ukraine.
Thank you. So is it right to say that in crisis, this cooperation has become even more important than it was before?
Yes, absolutely, and I have a few examples of how we cooperate with government, but at the same time, when the government did something wrong, we criticize the government, so we follow all misconducts of our high officials, because for us it's important to move forward and not to forget that we are democracy. Yes, we are democracy, we have a war in our country, but we still a democracy, and we fight for the right to be a democracy.
All right, thank you. Steph, maybe you can also say some opening words.
Sure. I think I'll take my cue from a comment this morning where in the open plenary somebody said from the side of government that it's really a relief to have some support and not have the expectation to have all the answers. And I think that certainly applies in a crisis. I think governance is no longer the preserve of just the public officials. I think it's an unfair burden to expect them to have all the answers, all the responses, and get everything perfect. I think we all have to take the responsibility in times of crisis. I think it's not even about allowing people into the space. I think the framing is the responsibility that we have as citizens and as civil society to contribute to the solving of the crisis. So that's the first framing of the issue, is the responsibility that everything has. Of course, there are decision makers who make the call, but that would be my thinking around the framing. Civil society are more agile than government in terms of responding just because of processes of government. And so I think there's a good opportunity for governments to capitalize on the agility of civil society, especially to do with innovation in tech, in responses to crisis. So for example, making sure that vulnerable members of the public are able to communicate their needs or their challenges in a very quick way to the government, for them to be able to have data to make decisions about what's really happening on the ground and how the measures are being implemented and whether they're really meeting the needs, because then we're able to monitor in real time what is happening. So that's just one example. The other one is in terms of legal excesses. Sometimes during a crisis, this would trigger kind of arbitrary or very hasty use of emergency powers, and as we know, those immediately suspend a lot of human rights, and just making sure that those excesses are not happening. And then in a crisis, I think procurement was mentioned. Basically, public service delivery in goods and services is really critical during that time. And I think a joint effort in making sure that the prioritization of budgets and public funds is need-based, that there's no wastage, mismanagement, or corruption when this is going out at this time of crisis. And I think civil society can play a big role there. So just a few examples of how that agility and nature of civil society can complement a part of weakness where there is bureaucracy and necessary processes, but that may slow down government, where civil society can speed up and support. So definitely, it is not a dream, it's a reality. It is a responsibility that we want to be part of in our countries.
Yeah, that's very good to hear. I definitely agree that the civil society always enhances the government and also plays a very important role as checks and balances to that. Salil, maybe you can comment from your very global perspective on is this a dream or reality in majority of countries?
Well, I think it really depends on which context you're referring to, because in some contexts, including the one I come from, which is India, a kind of a healthy relationship between government and civil society feels more like a dream right now. But I hope it'll be a reality soon. But I wanted to kind of, firstly just say that we are in a crisis. It's not about a crisis of, of small proportions. We are in a crisis of, I think, quite epic proportions. The crisis of democracy and the backsliding of democracies in so many parts of the world. And my sense is that if you don't get your governance and democratic decision-making right, then all the other, when we talk about polycrisis, all the other crises of inequality or climate, etc., if you don't have the right people governing or governing in the right way, everything else is going to be more difficult to achieve. So I think we have to keep that at the back of our mind. But in terms of the point of discussion now, one thing we have to remember is that survey after survey is showing us that over decades now, the trust that people have in political parties, leaders, governments, etc., has been declining. The trust in the establishment is declining. And in fact, which is why, election after election, we have people coming to power who are seen or perceived as outsiders or fresh faces, etc. Often that's not the case. They're not quite fresh faces, but they're perceived to be that. So I'm saying in that context, I think that civil society represents an alternative form of voice, representation, and participation. So in a healthy, normal society, I think that you have no choice. Politicians, governments need civil society, and vice versa. That's a kind of happy society. But I think one of the challenges we have is that civil society's role, at least a big important role, is to hold governments accountable. And nobody likes to be held accountable. So that's where the tension arises. So if you start holding governments accountable, either you get sidelined or in hostile situations, you get silenced. And that's a problem I think we have to figure out how to address that problem. So I think to me, crisis, if you do not have civil society, if you do not listen to the voice of people, that's how you end up being in a crisis. I mean, all the early warning systems are if you crush fundamental freedoms, you don't respect civil society, you're going to end up in a crisis. So the question is wrongly framed in a sense. It's not about how do you get civil society to help you in a crisis. If you don't work with civil society, almost guaranteed to be in a crisis. Now I'm talking about civil society in a kind of, in a particular sense, in a particular definition. So I think that, civil society is the oxygen for people's participation. And resilient societies are open societies. And that means civil society is a kind of fundamental prerequisite. Thank you.
Thank you. Can you maybe comment also on what you mentioned at the beginning, that in India it's still a dream, not reality? Why is this the case?
Well, I think, you have to imagine a situation like when you think of, a society, a healthy society, you would expect that all sections of the society are treated at least with some basic respect, some basic sense of equality, and some system of non-discrimination. But when you have a regime that decides that if you are from a particular religion or a particular gender or a particular caste, that you are not equal citizens, then, we are creating a very, very tense situation in the country. So we talked about, I think Secretary of State said, we need to have cohesive societies. But if once you create conflict, and, I was going to come to this later, but one of the challenges with this, election-based understanding of democracy is that these new governments, which I call elected authoritarians, they're coming to power through polarization politics. So you attack refugees, you attack LGBT, you attack women, you attack Muslims, you come to power. Once you come to power, you start crushing all the institutions. You have Orban, Duterte, Trump, Bolsonaro. It's not just Modi. We have a long list of these people. They've understood that you can game the election system, come to power, and then you show us your true colors.
Yeah, very important point and perspective that democracy is not just elections, but many more things as well. Yeah. But now, I think this has been an extremely good introduction to our discussion. It's time for the first debate. So I'll ask our debaters to the floor. Let me remind you again that our debaters do not represent their personal views, but instead we have given them roles. So our topic is, does involving civil society make crisis harder to solve? We have some people who say that it makes it harder to solve, and some others who say that it doesn't. And they will then make speeches to try to convince you. At the same time, when you go to our Slido link, you can see a hash code that will take you there. And when you select Yike Main Hall, you can also give some answers to that question. Please do that. And we will also ask you give you the same request to give your answers after the debate, so we can see if the debaters manage to convince you or not. So, Christian, go ahead.
All right, the microphone seems to be working, so I will be starting my speech in just a few moments. Dear public, In times of crisis, states have a singular duty that precedes all others, providing effective and, importantly, quick alleviation of the suffering of its citizens. We in no way oppose cooperation with civil society in times of stability, but during catastrophes in which time is of the utmost essence, we cannot allow a single second in delay. We believe that an involvement of civil society not only adds needless layers of complexity to any given crisis, but also prolongs the enforcement of developed solutions. To start off, the interests of NGOs rarely align with those of the governments that work toward the benefit of all of their citizens equally. For example, a business representing organization that is recruited at the start of a pandemic to find solutions for acquiring vaccines may later on begin to hamper the broader goal of public health when it becomes apparent that businesses would have to be closed. NGOs have to protect their interest groups, but by doing so, they may resist policy that would be a net benefit for the public. There is also an information gap between the government, who probably has the most resources to acquire expertise, and civil society that probably has less. In the best case, bridging this gap is simply time-consuming. The government has to spend effort in sharing their expertise and convincing NGOs of the importance of key policies instead of acting straight away. However, when there is even the slightest error in sharing knowledge, the harms become exponentially worse. For example, the public messaging of NGOs and governments may not always align, which becomes important when the government needs to raise funds for certain projects. If NGOs promote different projects in their campaigns instead, the amount of money people are willing to donate is split and both projects are left underfunded and ineffective. Even worse is the case when NGOs act quicker than government resources allow, essentially overpromising. This could look like civil organizations assisting refugees in entering the country quickly, despite the fact that the government has not yet been able to mobilize enough resources to effectively accommodate them, thus disrupting local society while providing no real aid. In times of crisis, action has to be coordinated and precise. Civil society simply makes that harder. To conclude, when action is slower or ineffective, the public also loses confidence in the government. In times of catastrophe, when real material conditions of individuals are threatened, the feeling of having their voice heard will not outweigh the perceived risk to their well-being. Poorly planned, reliant on inexperienced managers, and often failing to meet the need of victims. Those are the words used in a New York Times article to describe the actions of the American Red Cross in the aftermath of Hurricane Katrina. A catastrophe means that people are suffering. Prolonging that suffering is inhumane, unjustified, and constitutes a failure in what a state should be. Thank you.
Thank you, but before making any conclusions, let's give a word to the opposition.
Dear listeners, time is indeed a determining factor in crisis management, and that is exactly why organized cooperation with civil society is so important. By mobilizing the full extent of available resources and by amplifying individual voices, the crisis responders, whether they are civil society organizations or government agencies, can ensure a smooth and quick recovery from the crisis. First and foremost, the most obvious reason why involving civil society is so important is the fact that they have resources that come in handy during crises. When faced with a crisis, more people deployed is better, especially if those people come with their own equipment. That way, more areas affected by the crisis can be dealt with simultaneously. Situations where people in need have to wait a significant amount of time for rescuers, or where responders have to pick and choose who to save since they are understaffed or under-equipped, can be avoided. Not only will a quick and sufficiently resourced response help minimize complications, it will also build confidence in the responders and the government. The second and more nuanced reason is the fact that by involving civil society, it is possible to take into account more opinions and as a result, coordinate decisions with the needs of the people. Crisis management often requires cooperation between the crisis responders and the general public. If the responders dictate measures to deal with the crisis, but the public refuses to act accordingly, little progress can be made. This means that public approval of the responders and their decisions is vital, especially if those decisions are controversial, like closing down schools to stop a virus from spreading. Implementing solutions becomes easier when the general public is given a voice. The closer decisions align with the wishes and opinions of the people, the fewer objections and obstacles they are likely to face. This is where civil society comes into play. Communicating with civil society is often easier than with the government. Civil society organizations are closer to communities, have open channels, and are more responsive, making them effective conduits for public input, while governments can be bureaucratic and distant. By involving civil society, more people are always heard. That means that solutions can be aligned with the needs of the people as much as possible. This means that there are always less people going against the recommendations of the responders. And furthermore, long-term cooperation builds trust between the responders, the decision makers, and the general public, enabling better crisis management in the future. To summarize, civil society has an indispensable role in crisis management. It helps amplify individual voices and fosters trust between the general public and the government, leading to a smoother resolution to the crisis. Extra equipment and personnel means that with the help of civil society, response to crises is more resolute and suffering can be minimized. For all those reasons, proud to oppose.
A minute to the proposition.
Dear listeners, ensuring that every voice is heard is undoubtedly important, but it should not come at the expense of addressing the root of the problem effectively. Firstly, let's address the issue of diverting resources to civil society organizations during a crisis. We believe it inadvertently leads to competition for limited resources, whereas government agencies with their established infrastructure, access to vast resources, and expertise in crisis management are often better equipped to ensure resources are deployed efficiently. This prevents the situation where some areas receive excessive help while others remain underserved. Secondly, concerning communication, we must look at the potential drawbacks. Involving civil society can slow down decision-making processes, particularly in urgent crisis situations where quick and decisive actions are necessary. Extensive consultations and negotiations with various groups can lead to delays in implementing effective solutions. In conclusion, we believe proposition's approach ensures efficiency while also considering the diverse needs of our society. Thank you.
Thank you. Opposition.
Ladies and gentlemen, in the easiest words possible, in order to solve a crisis, you first need to prepare and then take action. Let's talk about the preparation. Today, the civil society will never be just thrown into a crisis without any support. To make things as easy as possible, NGOs already have their members go through vigorous training to ensure that they are capable in crisis situations. Their trainings include logistics and resource management and emergency response planning. NGOs do have the know-how to lead others who don't, and they can help in crisis, and they are able to offer the much-needed perspective to help as many people as possible. Secondly, action. Yes, more people might mean more time. However, manpower is an important part of this equation as well. Whatever time we might lose when giving instructions, we can also offer much more help. More helpers simply equals more help in more situations. Thank you.
Thank you very much to our debaters. It was fun. I love debating, so therefore it was fun for me. And usually in competitive student debating, there's also a panel of judges who decide who won. But they don't do it based on their personal beliefs, but instead they look at the arguments that were presented and then comment on them and decide whose arguments were stronger. Today, we don't have a panel of debating judges, but we do have panelists. So maybe you can comment. Who won the debate and why? Steph, would you like to start?
Sure.
Maybe?
First of all, I commend both the teams for an excellent job and for your preparation and your delivery. Very well done. I think what I picked up from both the teams, so one of the teams focused on processes and structures and how that would be hampered with regards to involvement of civil society. And the other team focused very much on what needs to be done and the opportunity that civil society presents for it to be done. So that's how I heard the two approaches, which I think is very true to the nature of civil society and the nature of government. I think on the side of the processes, structure, and effectiveness, I really do like the point about that NGOs sometimes move very quickly and they don't take into consideration kind of the social structures and enabling because they see a need and they just want to respond. And sometimes that creates a problem because they don't know what social support or structures may or may not be available. So I think that was a good point in that regard. I think to the point of the processes, I would say that to win them over, I think if consultations were more agile, I think that would take over most of their argument, because I think the crux of it was the delays caused by the consultation. So if we found a way to make them more agile, I think we would be able to move you over to this side. I think for the other thing, the other team that was really just based on what needs to be done, I think that was a good strength with that regard. And I think that when that comes to the table, rather than being overly focused on the processes, and this is what is needed, this is what is needed, because a crisis is a, emergency or needs that quick response. I think for that reason, the focus on the need and then working around that, I would give it to that team.
To team opposition?
Yes.
Thank you. It seems that you have done it before. You would make an excellent debating judge. Thank you very much. But just as a vote, would you all vote team opposition or team proposition?
Thank you, both teams, actually. They did a great job. For me personally, it's important just to separate the role of civil society during emergency and real crisis and strategic decisions. And if you speak about Ukraine, of course, we didn't have a time even to sing, and we didn't have a time to have like decision making, etc. Because when, for example, war started, somebody needed to evacuate people, for example, from all the seized city. Or, for example, when it was a destruction of Novokakhovka Dam, somebody had to go to Kherson and evacuate animals and saved animals. So we didn't have a time about that. At the same time, when we speak about strategic decisions, of course, sometimes also kind of a civil society in Ukraine could be very emotional about that kind of a hot hat and no understanding what will be the result of this battle or this critics, etc. So I think that, of course, I'm with Team B because it's a situation we now have in Ukraine. So you have to react faster, you have to help people, and you have to think first about humanity, because humanity in Ukraine now what moves civil society and what helps our country to survive during very turbulent time.
Taimar Salil, do you agree?
No, I thought they were much better than the panelists, except I don't want to challenge the Secretary of State. You were better than, but as far as the panel, the rest of the panelists, I thought, and I thought Estonians don't speak much, but spoke brilliantly. No, I mean, the only sort of substantive point I'd like to make is that, it's a paradox, because in a crisis situation is when there's more trust in the government, because that's the job of the government to deal with the crisis, but paradoxically, that's when you need civil society more than any other time, because they are much closer to the people, And I think all the examples we know, like, for example, if you take the COVID crisis, there's so many examples across countries. I mean, Tunisia, for example, just civil groups coming together, just using Facebook, the way in which they were able to, raise money, respond. I mean, country after country, Ukraine, I don't need to give more examples, but I mean, we know that in a matter of hours, civil society groups had raised significant amounts of resources and acted. So there's a kind of a balancing act, I think, and I think they did a good job. Of course, I have a predisposed bias in this direction, but I thought they did a great job.
All right, thanks.
Well, just to add, I also I'm biased on this side, since I've learned through experience that it's important to work with civil society. But I think we don't actually have a universal model for every crisis and for every country. Estonia is a very small country. We have a very small government. We cannot, most of the things we do here, we have to do it together with the civil society. And we don't simply have the resources to go it alone for the government. But some other countries, the rich countries, who may be very well prepared for certain type of crisis, so they can go alone and be more effective. So I would say that there isn't a universal model, but for Estonia, it is the only solution, the only way to go in I don't know, whether building the digitalized Estonia, it's together with the community, together with the private sector, responding to the crisis, together with the community, together with the private sector.
All right, so it seems that in reality, the question is not should we involve civil society, but rather how to involve the civil society in crisis, even though we can debate different things with students. And someone from the audience has asked a question on this matter. The question is, at one point in crisis management, is it feasible to involve civil society and why? So when should you start involving civil society? What do you think?
Well, I can start by repeating what I already said. It's that you need to build the networks before the crisis. You have different types of crisis. You have different parts of society involved. And the experience of Estonia to solving the IT-related crises was to do it together with the Estonian IT community. But the networks of people who were involved were already there before the crisis. We didn't start during the crisis. So it's important for different sectors, different government agencies to talk to their counterparts in civil society and to build the trust and the relations, the networks before crisis. During the crisis, it can be done, but then we will come to this, that it takes a lot of time to build consensus. If the trust is there before the crisis emerge, then building the consensus on how to solve crisis is much easier.
I would agree with that. I think that is really helpful because at the time of crisis, you want to quickly move into a situation analysis. And I think that if you have those relationships already, you already know who to bring to the table to be able to quickly start doing a situation analysis together, which is something that we propose happens because then you're able to use, your two sets of data and see what is really happening, what is the situation, and co-create the solution quite rapidly. And that way you build that ownership between the two. And that really helps even with regards to how you move forward and what you communicate and the reflectiveness of the voice of the people on the table in the situation analysis. So from then on, I think that it creates a really good momentum in responding to the crisis.
So we have to start before the crisis starts. Are there any preconditions to that, or is this possible in any society that we see in the world? Can all countries do it, or just some countries?
Are you looking at me?
Yeah, I'm looking at you.
No, I think the main precondition is whether these are rights-respecting societies. Are these leaders who respect rights? Are they kind of, are these democracies in a meaningful way, or there's pretend democracies? So, because once you say you're a democracy, and it's not just rhetorical, but it's also governed by your constitution, by laws, by policies. There are guardrails around protecting democracy. Then I don't think you have a choice, right? I mean, you have to then, that's what a democracy is. You have to work. For me, civil society is, social movements, trade unions, farmers associations. You would have seen the role that, say, doctors associations and medical profession played during the COVID, nurses association, examples after example. So not involving them, to me, is not an option. So that is a precondition for sure. I think it also helps if civil society itself is more organized and coordinated, and because there's lots of tensions within civil society. I call it egos and logos. So there's that reality also you have to deal with. But I think the big challenge always is that governments, they think that they don't need to talk to anybody. They can move because they have the legitimacy which comes from being elected. I think that's the core challenge in most countries. And there's an African proverb which I'm sure, Steph, you'd know. It's often quoted because we're often told that, oh, this is kind of, you're slowing us down. But the fact is, democracy is a messy business, right? I mean, if you want to talk to people, it takes time. So the African proverb says that, if you want to, reach somewhere quickly, you walk alone. But if you want to reach far, then you walk together. So that's the question. Do you want to just reach somewhere in whatever way possible and say you've ticked a box? That's kind of fascism, isn't it?
You can never be prepared for such crises as a war. That's why I think that it's hard to think that you'll be ready for that and you will build kind of a strong ties with society. But Ukrainian society is unique because we have this horizontal links after like 3 Maidans, and it helped us. It helped us in the first days of war. It helps us now actually to overcome. But sometimes, of course, it is difficult because sometimes civil society is even more influential and powerful than some institutions in Ukraine, and this is also opposite side of the moment when civil society could be strong, but civil society can never replace kind of governmental institutions and good governance as it should be.
All right. Maybe another question from the audience. Bogdan asked, do governments produce civil societies? Or is it rather that civil society arises on its own? So I guess the question is, should the government support civil society or create the civil society, or should it expect the civil society to be organized by the citizens?
We are back to some definitional questions, because governments come and go. People are not going anywhere, right? I mean, to the extent that civil society represents people, that's not going anywhere.
I think the words that you were using, that it's the government, should it create the civil society or support? I think the government should make conditions that the civil society can emerge and thrive. But if the government creates the civil society, then it's not a civil society.
In Ukraine, actually, civil society didn't ask about help of the government. It just grew up with all conditions country live last few years. So, yeah, we never expected something from the government and support as well.
All right. There was one very interesting point, at least for me, that the debaters brought up. And this was that maybe sometimes the interests of the government and the civil society are not fully aligned, that they want slightly different things. Do you think this is really the case or not?
I think it's the case in times of non-crisis. There might be ideological differences, there might be different priorities that may be due to, government kind of vision and agendas that are set at a different time. It may be due to political considerations. It may be due to, for example, if civil society recognizes that there's this brand new anti-corruption approach, and it's called beneficial ownership, and you need to implement it now. And the government is, well, we were not really thinking about beneficial ownership, but okay. So that does happen, but I think in times of crisis, then that lowers down, because hopefully everybody is in a mindset to respond to the issue. And I think having the prior relationships that were mentioned and coming in at the situation analysis, then I think diffuses that, because we are now analyzing the situation and together coming up with what the priorities are. So I think I would agree in terms of non-crisis, but in times of crisis, we are hopefully all focused on addressing the crisis.
I completely agree. This is our experience as well, that in times of crisis, the society consolidates and everybody agrees that we need to solve this. And usually the end state is easy to agree on. Maybe there are some disagreement on how to get there. And again, what I said earlier, that if you have networks, relationships in place before the crisis, then you can solve those differences of opinions very quickly and agree on how to get there as well.
But let me maybe then provoke on this topic. A few years ago, I also used to work for the Estonian government in the Ministry of Social Affairs. And our ministry was also responsible for housing the refugees. And there was a very limited pool of housing that was available. Maybe that was our blame or our fault that the pool was very limited. And then the civil society was bringing in many, many refugees, and we were not able to house them where we wanted to. And we had to find some new solutions. And to be honest, at that point, it didn't feel like the people that were bringing in refugees were our allies that were helping us. But instead, it felt that maybe our interests are a bit different, even though I perfectly understood why they want to help people and they want to bring them away from crisis. How would you comment this? Is this a very common thing that interests like this are not aligned, or was this an exception? Did I act somehow foolishly by feeling like this, or not?
I'll be the last one to comment on that.
It's interesting. I mean, I'm not sure how that quite works, because I thought that border control is the government's kind of job. So I'm not quite sure how you were bringing refugees, how civil society was bringing in refugees without...
European Union, Schengen, I don't know, Schengen. Internal borders.
No borders, border free. Okay, yeah, all the best with that.
I think for me, I would ask you to go easy on yourself, in the sense that from where they're coming and the circumstances they're coming, it sounds like, I was not there in the whole situation, but that there was a lot of concern about availability of certain housing and this. When you're in a moment like that and you're very vulnerable, I guarantee wherever you're putting them is better than where they're coming from. And they're not really concerned about having 1 room per person or 2 people per room in the ordinary structure. I think they just need help. And so at that time, I think if we move away from, we want to be able to provide you a certain standard of care, which is an excellent goal to have, but in the interim, I think if we can agree, government and civil society, what is it that we can do, because whatever you're facing is immeasurably worse, and this is what we can do in the temporary. I think that will bring us to a place of consensus.
All right. Sevgil?
It's hard to say something from Ukrainian position, because we have more than 6 million refugees now in Ukraine, and I just want to thank you for all European countries that hosting Ukrainian people, providing everything. We will never forgive that. We will never forget this help and this solidarity with Ukrainian people.
All right, Taimar, do you forget me or forgive me or?
No, but it's a very good case study, and I think what you did at the end was very good, that you started to discuss with the civil society that in order for the Estonian government to actually help the people of Ukraine, then you need to slow down, because we simply don't have the resources enough to help them. We started the discussion with Finland that we can send some of the people to Finland that the Finns were accepting, that they have more resources that they can provide. And then you came up with the innovative solutions, rented a boat, 3,000 people on the boat, if I remember correctly. Yes, but you talk to the civil society and work together. I think that would be and it was very unpopular, because all the Estonian citizens wanted to help Ukraine, and the Estonian government says that, no, slow down. It's very unpopular, but you have to think of in the long term, that if we cannot really help those people here, it's going to create problems for the entire society, and that might affect the support that the Estonian society has on Ukraine. So we had to think strategically as well, but you solved the problem. It took time, but very good job.
Thank you. Not me personally, but... All right, but time flies and almost half of the time of our panel discussion has gone by, so it's time to go to our second mini debate. So I'll ask the debaters again to come to the floor. And this time the topic is it justifiable to restrict freedom of speech, assembly, or association temporarily in times of national crisis? And again, the system works the same way. You can also chip in, give your voice, your vote on Slido. Without further ado, 2 minutes to proposition.
Ladies and gentlemen, yes, civil liberties are an important foundation of a democratic state. However, in times of a national emergency, the governments do have the responsibility to guarantee their people's well-being. And in order to do so, they sometimes have to take the very necessary but uncomfortable steps. We believe that the restrictions would be firstly temporary, and secondly calculated carefully to be as minimal as possible while still ensuring their effectivity. The reasoning is simple. The government simply doesn't wish people's anger on them at unstable times. I would like you to think of bodily autonomy or choice. This is something that we all value. And generally, when there are attempts of restrictions, this is frowned upon. However, no one bats an eye when an underage child is not sold alcohol or when a person is going to jail because of possession of illegal drugs. Theoretically, it's their body, their choice. However, we all understand that those restrictions are there in order to protect those citizens and those around them. This is what we are telling you as well. In times of crisis, freedom of speech might have to be restricted to ensure public safety. Misleading information or extremist rhetoric can incite violence, create panic, or interfere with emergency responders, creating a direct link that harms the people. Or we're able to ensure a shorter time spent in a crisis. For example, in disease pandemics, public gatherings are a threat, since more people equals more chance for the virus to spread. Hence, the virus is there longer. Ladies and gentlemen, our case is very simple. It is a matter of weighing the harms. The harms of a temporarily restricted liberties or spending time in a longer crisis. Thank you.
Thank you. Opposition.
Ladies and gentlemen, there will always be people with differing views from the public consensus, and this debate is about how we treat those people. Do we allow them to freely express their opinions or silence their voices? We assert the latter is more likely to bring on long-term harm. Moreover, giving them the opportunity to express their views holds significant benefits for our society. Firstly, the long-term damages. Imagine a child who loves candy and is suddenly told they can't have it anymore. This restriction doesn't change their desire for candy. In fact, it may intensify it. Likewise, stifling one's ability to express their views doesn't alter their beliefs because they remain within their information bubble, conversing with like-minded people. And while their stance on a crisis may remain unchanged, their feelings toward the government will likely shift. What does it mean? Firstly, the energy they once directed toward criticizing crisis management now focuses on the government's infringement upon their fundamental right to voice their opinions. For the average person, this becomes a deeply personal issue, overshadowing concerns about crisis management. This may lead to more people joining the movement and adapting its other questionable beliefs. Secondly, in the long term, this erosion of trust in the government can lead to a breakdown in democracy, as individuals either disengage from the political processes or undermine governing bodies through alternative means. Now let's look at why difference in opinions in the public is actually a good thing. Allowing people to freely express their thoughts sparks robust social debates. When someone posts an anti-vaccination stance on social media, numerous others respond with counter-arguments. While the original poster may remain unpersuaded, millions of other people now have access to unlimited information from both sides of the issue. Rather than merely hearing the government dismiss an opinion, they engage with a variety of pro and con arguments, enabling them to make informed decisions based on the strongest evidence available. For these reasons, we firmly believe that safeguarding free speech is essential at all times, even during crises. Thank you.
Thank you. Proposition.
Honourable listeners, limiting freedoms like speech or assembly is an extreme measure. In a democracy, politicians' survival depends on the elections. As the opposition correctly stated, any attempt to limit those freedoms will face flashbacks, and that is precisely why we normally don't see those measures taken. If governments resort to limiting these freedoms, it is because there are no other equally effective solutions. This is why we see that the concerns the opposition has really hold no significance. Firstly, we don't think that long-term effects are relevant. Any measure taken is temporary and well justified by the government. There is no cycle created. And secondly, some people with conflicting ideas might channel their energy towards criticizing the government, but this is okay because they cannot take direct action against crisis management. If there is no anti-vaccination rhetoric allowed, helpful messages will get more traction, and people already tend to believe the government during crises. No need to counter a counter movement. But I want to emphasize that any attempt to limit those freedoms is well calculated and temporary because it is an extreme measure, an extreme but necessary measure. Thank you.
Thank you.
Dear listeners, the right to voice opinions, to strike at the core of issues societally, and to assemble in the name of shared goals must never be restricted. Here is why the proposition case does not work. First, they tell you about the other times we're happy to restrict things like bodily autonomy. Yet this analogy of drugs or alcohol is fundamentally a false equivalent. That is to say, we ban those things because we are certain of their harm and we know of their consequences. Yet freedom of speech or assembly is never inherently harmful. Moreover, all of this is exacerbated by the fact that the principal explanation they give misses the key reasons why we respect free speech in the first place. The need for feedback is not lost during times of crisis. Democratic feedback still needs to function in order to prevent harm. And even if this causes some disruptions, it is better to have disruptions and sensible policies than no disruptions with policies that may end up being harmful. They tell you that a government will only resort to restricting freedoms if there are no other effective solutions. In that case, let people voice their concerns and come up with those solutions. That is the essence of democracy. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, you know the drill. What do you think?
Maybe as a media person, I will comment the first. You know, like in the first days of war, we didn't think about freedom of speech. We were thinking about how to provide reliable information for people and how to protect our people from Russian propaganda. Because Russian propaganda literally succeeded in some territories that were seized by Russian troops, and they started to spread information that Kiev was surrendered, that army of Ukraine was defeated, etc. So, but then after a few months, we understood that some misconducts of our officials took place now in Ukraine, and we had a big discussion in our newsroom: is it time or not time to criticize the government when your country have this kind of existential battle, just the battle for the life to have a state. And we understood that even in times of crisis, in times of war, it's even more responsible for journalists to tell the truth for people, to tell the truth about these misconducts, about like some bad governance that took place, because from that, sometimes literally lives of our soldiers depend, lives of our civilians depend. And after kind of more than 1.5 years of this war, I can tell you that the truth helps win, and the truth helps to provide more good governance for some decisions in Ukraine, for example, because after our publications of our investigations, some bad governance were fired, it helped to move forward with some reforms. For example, even to start some procurement, more transparent procurement, and in circumstances of war, it's necessary to speak out.
So you're firmly in team opposition.
Yes.
All right.
But you have to understand your responsibility as well. Yeah.
I think for me, the teams, you have succeeded in pulling me in half, because I think you both teams defended the positions very well, and I actually can't choose between the two. So you did a very excellent job to the both of you. My only thing that I would add, I think something that I wanted to hear is the way that tech has fundamentally changed the way that these rights are exercised and has also limited the control that can be had over these rights. I think that would be a great debating point. For example, based on the situation in Ukraine, without tech, it probably would have been a European conversation. I probably would not have heard the voices of individual Ukraine going online and posting their videos and exercising their freedom. And so that's a very significant shift for us when we talk about the expression of these rights. So that's the only point that I would add in terms of enriching the points of your debate. But I am honestly cut into, so very well done.
Well, being a lawyer and being from a government, so it's understandable that I was agreeing with the team here. But what I wanted to comment is I think it's, well, at least in Europe, all the countries during the COVID had restrictions on assembly. In Ukraine, after Ukraine war escalated last year, I think most of the European countries have restricted access to Russian propaganda channels. And those cases have been through courts as well in different countries and in EU courts. So and in our constitutions, it is allowed in some cases to restrict those rights. So it's easy to say that it's okay in very extreme circumstances as a proportionate response to do that. But I think there is a connection between cohesiveness of a society, the resilience of a society, and then the measures you need to take. If you have a society that is cohesive and understands what is a disinformation and what is not, then you don't need those restrictions. Because again, together with the civil society in Estonia, there are civil society organizations that are working to publish the Russian disinformation campaigns, for instance. The same thing is with assembly, that the freedom of assembly, that during the pandemic, after the first wave, and Estonia was very relaxed with our restrictions. We actually tried, in a prime minister level, to agree with the civil society, with the private sector, that when the next wave comes, that the government will not establish restrictions, that the businesses are self-regulating. We agreed. There was a document. Ott Karolin actually produced that document, to those of you who know Ott. But it didn't work out. When the second wave came, then everybody was expecting for government restrictions, because then you can ask money. So that's an example of it doesn't always work. So I think the restrictions and cohesiveness of a society is actually connected.
Well, I tend to lean left. So, but I think that, let's look at what the empirical evidence of this is. Because if you look at the anti-terror laws, the anti-money laundering laws, or, the COVID restrictions, all of these, when you look in practice, what happens is that it's a slippery slope. Because international human rights law, when it comes to freedom of speech, is very clear. The only circumstances under which you can, put limitations is if you're inciting violence. What happens on the ground is that whenever governments start curbing, they say it's temporary, but they keep on extending. They come up with legislation which are overbroad, which you can't really define clearly. And so it ultimately depends on which government it is. So if a government wants to abuse these laws, they will. So I would say, one is societies, but also the regime characteristics are very, very important in making a determination. I mean, take a look at, even France, an advanced country like France, kept extending, all the sort of anti-terror laws. Look at El Salvador today, with Bukele as the president. I mean, he has kept extending emergency laws. He has increased his term limit to 2. He's locked thousands of people in prison, and all under this guise of, the war against drugs and crime. So you can, once you go into this public security kind of argument, you can justify anything. So I think it's a slippery slope.
That's a very good point. And maybe I'd like to tie a bit the two parts of our discussion together. In the first half of the discussion, I think more or less everyone agreed that it's not a question, should we involve the civil society, but rather a question of how should we involve the civil society. But now we're discussing that in practice, the freedom of speech, the freedom of assembly, freedom of association worldwide are trending downwards, not upwards. So we're not involving the civil society. Instead, we're taking maybe rights away from them. Do you agree that this is the case? And what can we do? There's 1,000 people listening to us. What can we do to improve the situation? Steph, I know that's a very big ask, but maybe you can start.
No, I'm trying to understand the question that we have.
So the question is, it seems to me that on one hand, we agree that involving civil society is a must in crisis.
Yeah.
On the other hand, it seems that we tend to do it less and less worldwide in different countries. First question, why? Secondly, what can we do about it?
I see. Yeah. I think the mistrust is a big factor of why it's not picked up between governments and civil society, but also the regime of the day and the way that they think about governance makes a difference to their thinking about stakeholder engagement and involvement as well. With regards to the trust, I think a lot of civil society is birthed out of responses to oppression or injustice, and so a lot of the relationship began in a combative situation, and so became antagonistic from the start. And so asking for a space of cooperation and collaboration may seem quite a far-flung idea in that regard. But I think spaces like the Open Government Partnership just really demonstrate the power of co-creation and the power of reform in terms of the strengths of one and the deficits of the other. That, when one is where one has a weakness, it tends to be the other's strength. And so I think the partnership comes together really well. I think what we can do is really just leverage those results of reforms and results that come out of a unique space like the partnership and acknowledge them for what they are and continue to strengthen that. I think something else that we can do, one of the limitations of civil society is having very activity-based funding and also some challenges with capacity, especially for grassroots or local organizations to be able to respond, especially to governance issues and things like that. So I think supporting and raising that capacity and leadership in different kinds of reformers in civil society and supporting more agile, responsive funding that is able not to be locked up in particular budget lines and things like that, I think means that we are freed to support governments in times of crisis a lot more as well. But hopefully, I think the biggest one, if we can unlock the trust issue and focus more on civil society in its nature, provides accountability, but we are all working to the same goal of our countries. We want to have thriving, prosperous, responsive economies that serve the needs of the people. Everybody is hopefully depending on the regime, working towards that. And if we could have that shared kind of approach in thinking, then I think that would help. But I see you're already shaking your head.
I just want to you just mention that next week, Open Society Foundation is releasing Open Society Barometer report, and it's kind of an interesting finding. It's over 20 countries, more than 35,000 respondents, including in China and India, which normally get excluded from a lot of these studies. And it kind of, shows this confusion that's being created in people's minds that on the one hand, there's democratic backsliding, but on the other hand, when you ask people, the overwhelming majority want democracies, want freedoms. So I think what we have to understand is we have huge prominent countries like India, Brazil, United States, which kind of set the agenda for the world, where there's democratic backsliding, but the anger is not because of people not liking democracies. We have governments who've taken over and they've manipulated it, and so the confusion between people not wanting democracies and leaders who come to power making false promises. So if you come to power saying, I'll make America great again, and people think, oh my God, there's this new guy who's going to make it great again. And that's far from it. Then he goes around and then erodes the democratic foundations of the country. We have this happening in many, many places. So our answer, you asked what can we do about it, certainly from Open Society Foundation, we launched something called the Lab for Democratic Renewal to support action on the ground, but also to rethink as to what is a democracy that delivers. Because young people today have different aspirations. It's a digital reality. How do we rethink the democracy of the future? And I wanted to invite, governments and other actors here to join us in this process of thinking about what do we need for the future.
Taimar, you seem to be the only one representing a government here. Do you accept the invitation or not yet?
Yes. But I think that's the thing that I'm a civil servant, I'm not a politician. And we need, I think what can we do is that those of us who believe in what we preach here, and I think we all preach the same thing, we have to go to politics and become ministers and prime ministers and then practice what we preach. But really that's that is a difficult question, and I don't have a clear answer, but what I've heard today is, what can I can conclude that I've heard today, from what I heard today is that it's difficult. It's difficult to work with civil society. You said we get farther when we walk together. Our Prime Minister this morning said that working together with civil society is good to run marathons, but doing sprints, you can do it alone. It's the same thing. So it's difficult, but what I've seen from the politicians that I've seen developing in my career, when people go to politics, they have this maybe a bit naive approach that, yes, we're going to work together with everybody with different interest groups, etc., etc. And when they are into politics, the reality of politics and everything that is bad about politics is influencing so much them that it changes them, and those ideals that we've been discussing here, we lose them, or they lose them. So it's difficult, and especially in these complicated times, people tend to look for autocratic leaders who get them through, who gets them through these difficult times. So it takes a lot of effort from politicians to stick to the open government values.
We're running out of time, but maybe, Sevgil, you can comment from the perspective of media.
I want to add that I told you about that local governments, that civil society play important role in the Ukrainian resistance, and I hope that actually the local governments and the civil society will play an important role in Ukrainian recovery and reconstruction, and it could be good example of cooperation. And one more sentence that I just want to add, that in It's not my quote. It's actually a quote of member of parliament I met like a few days ago during one meeting, and he said that in times of crisis, in times of war, civil society and first of all media become a kind of a political opposition in our country. So because parliament has to be united, parliament has to vote for different laws, but somebody needs to control, and a function of control it could be from civil society and media as well. So this is kind of strange, but it's reality now in Ukraine. And
thank you. Our time is running up, so let me try to conclude. I learned a lot from this discussion. I think it was very interesting. We should definitely involve the civil society in solving crises. All is about preparation. We should do it as quickly as possible. Trust is what matters, and trust is what keeps us away from restricting freedoms. This is what we should be trying to build, and all of us have a way to do it, either by joining politics, as was suggested, or by just contributing to open society. I would like to thank you all for being here for this discussion. Maybe let's give another round of applause for our debaters. And also a very big round of applause for the excellent speakers that we had here, Salil, Sevgel, Daimar, Steph. Thank you very much, and I wish you a pleasant stay here in Tallinn, the rest of the event. Thank you.
thank you.